There we go. Okay, testing. Testing.
First break is over.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Is it on or?
Yeah, I'm going to turn the volume up right now.
Okay. Hey. Hey, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. So if we can grab chairs, and I think we might grab a few more chairs if we need to, but please, and I think some of you have gotten coffee and refreshments. Help yourself to the muffins and the food at the back. It's good to see everybody. I have like so many familiar faces. It's exciting. This is the first year I've been excited and not like super nervous. So we're good. I'm going to give this to Mayor McClure, the Seward mayor, and she's going to graciously greet us and welcome us to Seward, and thank you for having us in your town, your city, and then we'll get started. So without further ado, here's Mayor McClure.
Well, thank you. Welcome to sunny Seward. I usually welcome people when it's sunny, and if you were here 2 days ago, it was absolutely drop dead gorgeous. I know a couple of you were here, and now we have the April showers that'll bring the May dandelions. So I'm Sue McClure, and I'm privileged to be the mayor again for a second term. I've been pretty involved with the borough because I was on the assembly for 6 years representing the Seward side. I'm actually a fourth generation Sewardite. I was born here. I lived here during the time when we were a town of railroad workers and longshoremen. My dad was a longshoreman, and fisher people. And then I lived here in the time after the earthquake in '64, where we had nothing because all of that was pretty well wiped out. And we were poor before because we were sort of a blue collar or less town. And then we were really poor after the earthquake. And yet we lived through all this beauty and nobody knew about that maybe someone from not Seward would love to come here as a tourist. And then the tourism came. I was gone during that time to college and a career. But I've been through the poor time, the other poor time, the sort of building up and the discovery of tourism time. And I think right now, and you'll hear this from our city manager and others, I think right now, cusp of something really special. We have the delightful opportunity of rebuilding a whole lot of things thanks to a group with the railroad. We have a new dock coming and a beautiful facility. We've got all of that. We have across the bay, the ship dock area with JAG running an amazing business. We've got AvTech, which has been, I mean, since when I was here, it was a skill center, but it has just blossomed, and we have that program training up people. We even have a program we're hoping to get electrical workers for our city as interns, getting them trained in homegrown people to join the staff. We have the administration that's forward-thinking, imaginative and forward-thinking, and willing to take a risk on a whole lot of things. We've got a council right now, I'm proud to say, that gets along really well and is willing to take a chance too. So you'll hear about the things that we're doing, the developer reimbursement program, the fact that we're going to have shore power for the cruise ships. And I haven't talked to Kat, the city manager, about what she's going to talk about, but I think you'll be pretty impressed. And I know when I was on the assembly, and this was from 2009 to 2015, I would sit there with the others, and often they would say that they were really impressed with the diversity of economic opportunities in Seward compared to some of the other places which were either just fishing or just oil and gas at the time. We've always been pretty diverse, but pretty low key. And I think at this point, we're on the cusp of amazing stuff. So I just am really excited that you're here, and it's not going to all be about Seward, but for a little while it will be. And just welcome to our town. I hope it doesn't rain too hard, but it is a pleasant thing when it rains. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you, mariculture. She's right. Seward is doing some innovative, incredible, inspiring things, and I think that many of us can take note of that and really get inspired about what we're doing in our communities. So my name is Cassidy Cameron, and I'm the Executive Director for the Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District. I have been in this role for just about 3 or 4 years, and prior to that I was a board member, and that was the last time I was in Seward for this event. We were here in 2019, and we were at the AvTech Culinary Arts. My predecessor, Tim Dillon, was the Executive Director at the time, and it's been incredible to see the change from 2019 to now. I see it, and I get to witness kind of that evolution and that progress and see it as in real time. And it's been great to be able to see that, but also see the impacts of that for our communities, not just Seward, but the entire borough. The Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District, KPEDD, as we shorten it up and save time, is the economic development district that is federally recognized, and then we're also the state recognized ARDR in the state. And we've been around since 1998. So we're one of the largest or oldest, well-aged economic development districts in the state. And we like to take care of our economy and understand our economy through understanding our community values, the missions, the goals, the needs, understanding gaps that are happening or challenges that are happening, and then finding plausible and innovative and sometimes risky, it depends on how you look at it, solutions to move our communities forward, which has significant economic impacts and positive impacts on our quality of life. So we look at that broader lens, but then we break it out into basically pieces of the pie and understand what makes our economy tick here, what makes our communities whole, what makes this a great place to live and work, and hopefully raise our families or just have a great life. So I want to welcome you to the 2026 IOF Industry Overview Forum. We're pleased to have you. I'm happy to see so many people that have taken time out of their day and their week to be here. We have a great agenda and great set of speakers. The morning sessions is kind of laying a story about the peninsula's foundation right now and what is happening with our infrastructure projects, what's happening with the investments on the peninsula, both in Seward and around, and looking at the way that we look at critical infrastructure for that long-term growth and moving ahead and seeing ahead. As we all probably know, Alaska has a tremendous amount of deferred maintenance, and a lot of we're not as young as we used to be. So there's a lot of maintenance costs and funding needs in terms of either renovating or building out the existing infrastructure and improving it, or building new. And that's a hard decision, especially based on these costs of today's world. So the morning is structured around those essential elements and what's happening within that. But it's also to kind of showcase that we have some really incredible opportunities ahead of us. Things are being built. I don't know if many of you were able to go around Seward that don't typically live here, but there's a lot of housing growth. There's a lot of housing developments. There's construction. There's the cruise ship dock. There are things that are happening here that is proof that if you have a vision and if you have leadership and if you have a way to get everybody at the table, you can make those things move ahead and shift that needle, and it starts to have really positive impacts throughout the community. So there's that ripple effect. So without any further ado, I'll introduce our first speaker, which is Kat Sorensen, the city manager for the city of Seward. I've known her for several years, and it's been just great to see her come in and really take some of these challenges on head on, but may be strategic about who she brings to the table and how she goes forward. And it's very much a community effort. So without any further ado, I'd like to present Kat Sorensen. So thank you.
Hi, good morning. Good to see you. Oh, okay, cool. I can still use this now. Hi, everybody. Good morning. As it says, my name is Kat Sorensen. I'm the city manager for the city of Seward, and I've been in that role now for about 2.5 years. Prior to that, I was the director of the Chamber of Commerce, and prior to that, I worked at a lodging company in Seward, and prior to that, I worked at a kayaking company in Seward, and prior to that, I worked in Kenai at the Peninsula Clarion. So I've been around the peninsula for a few years, and I've been really enjoying just seeing all the growth over that time since I first moved here. And today I'm going to go over a bit of our development projects and city initiatives that we have in the city of Seward and what we've been working on to bring some of these big long-term projects to life. And it's not working? Okay, I'll point to you like this. And so the first one I wanted to kind of go over that was alluded to by Mayor McClure is the Developer Reimbursement Program. And this was actually started under my predecessor, the wonderful Jeanette Bauer, who's now the city manager in Soldotna. And it's a program that was developed to split the cost with developers of eligible infrastructure extension costs. And so the big problem we had is a lot of available land in Seward, but no utilities to those available lands. And so with this program, developers can apply for roads, water, sewer, and electric to split up to half of those costs. And they can either pay up front and receive reimbursement or do a special assessment district and have those funds allocated to them. And over the course of the 6 years, because the program started in 2019, we've already seen 124 lots developed. That doesn't mean we've seen 124 houses yet, but they are going up pretty quickly. If you do a drive around, as it was said, you can see a lot of those lots turning into homes. And it's been really exciting too to see a lot of people that I know that moved here, say 5-10 years ago, getting their first house, moving into their first house, or even starting to build their first house on their own. So that's been a really exciting program. Hilltop, which is at the top over there, brought 87 lots to the town, and 10 of those lots were used for rural cap. And so that is a self-help housing program where 10 people build each other's houses together, and then at the end of the period, once all the houses are built, they move into them using the sweat equity as their down payment. So it's really cool to see these two projects kind of go hand in hand together. We've also seen some from the Zimmerman and the Harmon lot, and it's funny, I was reading over my slideshow before saying, oh, why did I put everybody's names? Because they don't really know what that means, but that's how we refer to them in the city based off the last name of the developer. So if you could go to the next slide. We also just recently approved moving forward with 6 new developers for this program. And so this is a current round, and we'll have up to, I'll do the math right now, 17, 21, 32, let's say up to about 30 lots, including a 17-plex. And so we're really excited to see this development continue and expand beyond just single-family houses to more of a 17-plex to fit in that middle housing arena of people who don't necessarily need a first-time home or a single-family home, but need that place to land in Seward with a 2-3 bedroom apartment. And this program is currently closed to new applicants because we did expend all of the funds with this recent application, but we are excited to see these all go through and what they can bring to our community. And so that's the Development Reimbursement Program. If you go to the next slide. In conjunction with that, our Planning and Zoning and Community Development Department has been working really, really hard on code changes to support development in the city of Seward. And so it's been this funny thing for the longest time where people were like, I want to build an accessory dwelling unit. But according to code in Seward at that time, an accessory dwelling unit needed to be attached to the house. So you'll go around and you'll see all these houses with a tiny little breezeway to an ADU. And that is the way that it's attached to the house. And so that's just adding a barrier to entry for ADUs for expanding housing on single lots. And giving less opportunity. And so Danny and the team in the Community Development Department did a big code overhaul, including tackling that ADU issue, so that now if you have a lot that's big enough to fit a small house, a mother-in-law apartment, you can do it without a needed breezeway, without any of those hurdles that were in the way at that time. And this helps increase housing density without major infrastructure investment. It's more of just a, hey, I have the house already, I'm gonna build this in the backyard. We've also been working with, at council's direction, to create a checklist. So it's an ADU checklist. So if you want to build an ADU in your backyard, we'll present you with this checklist of, you need this setback, this code, blah, 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 and to help make that more accessible to everybody. This Danny's right there of the community development. I'm like, this is all Danny's work too. So I wanted to give him a big shout out to this, because they also worked really hard on increasing building heights in the community. It was an arbitrarily chosen height previously of, I believe, 34 feet. And it was funny, and when talking about what that building height stemmed from, a lot of people said it was the maximum required to do a 3-story building, but that wasn't exactly true, because 3 stories need to be higher. Other people said that it was because our ladder truck couldn't get that high. That also isn't true. And so we did a lot of work with the Planning and Zoning Commission to update those height limits in commercial and mixed-use zones to allow taller structures, enabling for more efficient use of valuable land and supporting multi-story residential. Because you know what's not very efficient? A 2-story apartment building. You know what is? A 3-story apartment building. So we're really excited to see some of those things come to fruition as well. And then this one is a really exciting one that was recently passed due to Danny and the Planning and Zoning Commission, which helped remove minimum parking mandates, reducing development costs, allowing for more efficient use of land, and encouraging walkable, transit-friendly development. And so we have another weird nuance in downtown Seward. If you go around, you'll see random empty lots that say owned by Best Western, parking only, but you never see anybody parked there. And that's because they had a minimum parking requirement for the hotel they built down the street. And to get around building a parking lot right next to their hotel, they bought a lot down the street and said that was the parking lot. But people who come to Seward aren't necessarily always driving from Kenai Soldotna like you all are today. They're taking the train, they're taking a cruise, they don't have a car. And so requiring a hotel with, say, 20 rooms to have 1 to 2 parking spaces for each room is an inefficient use of space. And so Danny and his team in planning and zoning did a really good job of digging into that and finding a way to make it more efficient so that we are able to expand and efficiently use the land in our downtown and entire community. Next slide. Okay, I'm done talking about Danny and all of his successes, and I'm going to move forward to something I'm really excited about and some of Jason, the Deputy City Manager's successes. We are moving forward with building a new Harbor Master building. So we are sitting across catty corner from our harbor, and one of the ongoing pains of me as city manager is that our harbor master could not see the harbor from his building. If a boat was coming in, he'd have to run out and then look at it. And so this Harbor Master building will go on the Uplands lot, which is that big gravel lot right across there next to the Safari Lodge. And it'll be a really beautifully designed, this is kind of the plans that we have so far, and a modern facility to improve harbor administration, operational efficiency for our boat harbor. And that's funded through a revenue bond supported by passenger fees as well as CPV fees as well. So we're really excited to move forward with that. We're in the current stages of design and planning, but hopefully next time this event is in Seward, we can show that building off and see what that looks like. I'm really excited about this because it's like a nice little patio right up there. But I'm also grateful that the designers did the mock-up on a rainy day, because that's more likely what we're gonna see. I won't be tanning up there, I'll just be hiding from the rain. Can you go to the next slide? Oh, I was excited about the Harbor Master, but I'm really, really excited about this one. So the Seward, City of Seward owns our local electric utility. And with that, we don't generate much power. We have a generation plant that has some diesel generators that are old trains and different things that we use if the power lines between here and Anchorage are down. But nearly all of our power is purchased from Chugach Electric. But if you look at some of those southeast communities that are more isolated, they have very similar landscapes to us as the Seward community, with a lot of water and a lot of hydropower resources. And so we as a team were thinking about ways to expand our power generation. And the first thing that comes to mind is hydropower. So last week we hit send on our FERC, our Federal Energy Regulatory Commission hydropower permit for a hydropower plant up in the Godwin Glacier Valley. And this is an exciting first step in a process to develop a local hydropower source that could power all of the Seward community and beyond. And so our preliminary permit application is in. We haven't heard back yet, but we are working with other local utilities and local stakeholders to make sure that we are doing this process and doing it in a way that will benefit the Kenai Peninsula, the South, or the rail belt as a whole. And it would bring clean, renewable energy, locally controlled rates, reduce utility costs long-term, give a bit of energy independence as we're facing the barrel of a natural gas shortage, and supporting sustainable growth. So it's a really exciting project that's in a very infancy phase, but sending in that FERC application is a big first step to allow us to study what that would actually look like. And that one's way back there, back behind 4th of July. So it's a deglaciated river, recently deglaciated lagoon that could be dammed to create upwards of 15 megawatts a day. And if you look around in Seward, our current load is 8 megawatts a day. So it would give us an excess of 8 megawatts-ish. So that would be a really exciting addition to the energy landscape in Seward and beyond. And then the next slide. Oh, and then this goes really well into the next conversation I'd like to have today is our EPA shore power grant. And I will admit I am do you kill the two birds? I'm shooting two birds with one stone because it's required by the federal grant to give presentations and updates on this. So I'm very happy to be able to do that this morning. The EPA Shore Power Grant is a grant we received from the Clean Ports Emission Grant through the EPA that is funding the installation and building of shore power at the new cruise ship terminal. We're really grateful for some great partners over there in the Alaska Railroad and the Seward Company to help make this possible. And it'll provide electrical energy to all of the vessels when they come into the new dock. And so currently what a cruise ship will do when they show up to Seward is they'll run their engines all day because they can't shut down. They have fridges, they have people on board. They have so many things that need to keep going that they run their engines to keep that power going. But now they'll be able to plug into our local electric utility, which is a really exciting thing for us because it increases the load. And when you increase the load due to the economy of scale, it decreases the cost of infrastructure for each individual kilowatt hour. And so this will help stabilize our rates on what is currently a small load to spread out those infrastructure costs to a larger ratepayer, which would be the cruise ships that come in. It will also significantly reduce air emissions and noise in the harbor. There's a terrible photo that no cruise line wants to see of a cruise ship backdropped with these beautiful mountains and a nice just billowing stream from that. So we're able to minimize or eliminate that and, like I said, increase the load on the electrical system. Like I said earlier, the typical daily use for our electric utility is about 8 megawatts a day. One cruise ship, when they're in town for one day, would use that as well. So it doubles our load during a cruise ship day, which could be tough, recognizing that we are a small local electric utility that purchases power from Chugach Electric. What if the ship comes in, all these lights go down, we have a brownout, terrible day? Don't worry, we thought about that in the grant application. And so in our grant application, one of the key things we wanted to make sure was that nobody that lives in Seward as a ratepayer in Seward notices when this happens. So we also included a battery energy storage system. And so that battery energy storage system will be located up by our current power plant. and it will have stored energy in there so that when the ships come in, they'll plug in and the power will be drained from that first to equalize the draw on the entire system. And so that way nobody in the community feels that impact of a giant plug going in, which is also really cool because we'll only need that for half the year. So I don't know if and when, I highly doubt we'll ever have December cruises to Seward. So we are able to use these battery energy storage systems in the wintertime, which is when we have the most of our outages. Because like I said, there's one transmission line that goes between here and Anchorage that's sending down all our energy. And a windy day, a snowy day, ambitious squirrel can ruin that. So what we are going to do, if those lines go out, we can now start up that battery energy storage system in the winter so that the town can utilize that energy before pulling from our generators. So we won't have to start up our diesel generators for a few hours because we'll have that battery energy stored there as well. And then I would be remiss if I did not mention our sub-grant awardee, which is the AvTech Vocational School. You know, I do not actually know what AvTech stands for. That Alaska Vocational Technical School. So we are working with them to create a workforce development program, because a big aspect of this is making sure that the people who are working on the shore power project, the people who are making sure that it keeps going for years and years, are from our community, live in our community, bring those dollars back to our community. We see in a lot of other cruise ports, people flying in, plugging in, fixing everything, and then flying out. But it's really important to us as a community, as a locally owned electric utility, to have that work be within our community, within our state, and also grown through our local educational resources. So that's a really exciting program that we're working the details out on so that we can continue to, or so that that program can be continuing to create workforce opportunities. If you have any burning questions beyond what I've gone over today, we do have a website for this project at sewardshorepower.com, or you can always send me an email and I'd be happy to answer anything. And then I think that's my last slide. So thank you. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me. Yeah. Did I finish early? Yeah. I talk a little fast, so I finished a little early.
Can you talk about your approach to innovation for Seward? Like, she is a great example of how to look at a challenge as an opportunity and figure out how to kind of, like I said, put the right pieces in place and put the right people in place. Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about how you're able to do that so successfully in so many different ranges of Seward? You're housing, you know, you're doing the things. Share some of your secret sauce.
Okay. I've had one cup of coffee so far, so I think I can maybe answer it. I would say, one, I'm definitely surrounded by really, really good people. You know, I've mentioned Danny and Jason often throughout my presentation, and there's a really good team at the City of Seward that helps support. I think, too, I've also lived in the community for a very long, not a very long time, not as long as Sue, for about a decade now. So there's the connections that you can make along those ways that really help. But I think the main thing, and it's something I actually learned from Norm Regis, who was our harbor master and our interim city manager many times, is to start with a yes and make other things get you to a no. And I feel like a lot of times in local government, it's so easy to start with a no and have to be convinced to a yes. But in a small community, in a place with Seward with so many resources and so many opportunities, it's much easier to start at yes and then be worked towards a no if that's actually the place that you need to go to. But oftentimes a yes is a good yes. And I often joke too with the shore power grant. It had been something that had been talked about for so many years in the Seward community about needing. And I remember Christy Terry from the railroad sent the grant application and said, "Do you want to do this?" And the answer is yes. Like you could find 80 million different reasons to say no to that, because it turns out the hardest part about a grant is actually doing it, not getting it. Like, oh, we have 80 million meetings this weekend or this week about this grant. And so you can scare yourself into doing it. But the reality is, if you say yes and just surround yourself with good people who want to do the same things that you want to do for the community, it really helps. So that was a very fluffy answer of be positive and have a really good deputy city manager. Yeah.
I'm curious with the program with housing, where you do half of the infrastructure, where did you get the funds?
Great question. So we had a variety of fund sources from the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, and Norwegian Cruise Lines, who gave money following the COVID pandemic. And so that's something too that we're talking about now, is because that's a diminishing fund. That money will eventually run out. So finding ways to either sunset that fund or incorporate more funding into it through a variety of opportunities. So it's a discussion we've just started having at the council level to see what is that next investment into that fund. Yes, Melissa.
To follow up with her question, does that money get recycled? Is that why the application process is closed right now? And once you get reimbursed, then another applicant could potentially come and request some funds?
Yeah, so we changed the process a little bit too since it started. So it was previously first come, first serve. You submit an application. If there's money, we say yes and we give it to you. But once that fund did get towards a more diminishing level, like the Hilltop property took a big portion of it, we created a new program where you submit the applications, and then when there's funding available, we bring it to council and discuss all of the applications at once. So if there wasn't enough funding for each of the developers, we could allocate it appropriately. Luckily, this time we had enough funding to cover all 6 of the developers, but it was because all of the money from previous ones had been returned. And so now it'll be closed until we see half of those funds come back, and then we'll have significantly less, or half of the money for the next round to be utilized. But we changed it so it's more of a application window versus you apply and then you might hear back in 6 to 8 months if we have funds available. Yeah.
This isn't really a question, but especially with those ARPA funds, like so many communities were trying to figure out how to make it be a lasting impact instead of something that just kind of comes in, we give it to businesses, hey, sorry about the pandemic, and then we just move on. And I just think it's wonderful and innovative to have figured out a way to spend some of those funds in a way that's going to benefit the community long term. I just think that's such a great use of it, and this is the first time I've heard of it. So
yeah, Jeanette Bauer did a wonderful job. I think leading back to the question I was asked earlier is how to be successful and innovative and forward thinking is my predecessor, who I will give some kudos to, set a lot of the things in motion in Seward for success. It wasn't as much of a how do I come in and put out all these fires. It was a how do we continue to build on what the previous city manager built. So I think it was a really cool program and a really awesome thing to continue seeing in the community moving forward. You guys all have to do a drive up to Hilltop though. It's really, really cool. Okay. Any other questions? Great. Well, thank you all so much again for coming to town. Look forward to the rest of the day, and feel free to tap my shoulder if you have any other questions for the rest of the day. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Kat.
Thank you, Kat.
I have a couple of announcements. If anybody needs the Wi-Fi password, you might want a pen to jot this down, or you can ask me. Loving this event space exclamation. Each word is capitalized. Each first letter is capitalized of each word. Loving this event space exclamation. Okay. And then we are going to move on to our next presentation and our next speaker. And then a minor note is that the 1010 presentation, Energy Infrastructure Spotlight with the LNG project is going to be moved to after the networking break. So we're going to swap the networking break and the energy infrastructure spotlight around. And then Frank will be available to join us at that time. But our next project dovetails perfectly with Kat's presentation and the tone and the vibe. Christy Terry is here to talk about the Gateway project, the Seward dock and terminal replacement, and then also freight expansion, right? A lot of pieces of infrastructure are happening and begin here in Seward, and it affects not just Seward, but the entire peninsula and the entire state. The railroad is a very old form of transportation, and it's very reliable, and it's very much a part of our backbone for infrastructure in Alaska and how we get from point A to point B, but most importantly, how supplies and materials get from point A to point B and how we plan these big projects. Christy Terry serves as Vice President of Real Estate at the Alaska Railroad Corporation. She brings 15 years of tenure with the organization and across the roles, including External Affairs Director and Seward Port Manager. Prior to ARRC, she spent almost a decade working for the City of Seward, performing long and short-range planning, permitting, and development, culminating with her tenure as Seward's Community Development Director. Her public service includes 3 terms as an elected official, most recently as Seward's mayor until October 2022. And that's where I had first met her back in 2019. She provides leadership, and she is a pillar of leadership for Seward and the state of Alaska. She is on boards including the Alaska Sea Life Center, Seward Chamber, Seward Port Commerce Development Committee, and she now serves on the board of Alaska Living Lands, Resource Development Council, and Anchorage Downtown Partnership. Her contributions in the Seward community were recognized in 2021 when named Business Person of the Year by the Seward Chamber. Christy now resides in Eagle River with her husband and their youngest of 6 children. So please welcome Christy Terry and give her a warm round of applause. And she will be available for questions afterwards too. So great, thank you.
Great, sorry. Can you hear me okay? Well, good. Thank you guys for having me down here. It's not only a joy to be back in Seward, but really the best part about my job as Vice President of Real Estate for the Alaska Railroad is all the rail belt communities. So I love traveling from Fairbanks to North Pole, over to Whittier and down here to Seward and all the places in between. So thank you for having me. And I'm really just really thrilled to be here to talk about the economic opportunities in Seward and how the Alaska Railroad is significantly investing in the port down here. So just for today, I want to share with you a short overview of the Alaska Railroad. A number of you are from the other side of the peninsula, so you don't see the trains rolling by, but it is key for the Kenai. Go through some master planning that we did in Seward a number of years ago, and then talk about our 2 main projects that grew out of that master planning, the Seward Passenger Dock and Terminal Replacement and the Seward Freight Dock Expansion. The Alaska Railroad is an independent corporation owned solely by the state of Alaska. So the state is our one and only shareholder. It's not our one and only stakeholder, but it's our one and only shareholder. Built by the federal government between 1914 and 1923. Sue wasn't here at the time, but she well knows that in 1903, Seward was really founded by a private company starting a railroad. So that the federal government push from 1914 to 1923 was really to open up the Alaska Territory to development, but incorporated many of those failed smaller railroads that were tried, and it just really needed the federal government to step in and solidify that. So the state of Alaska later purchased the railroad in 1985 for, get this, $22.3 million. So really a better deal was never had by the state with that long-term planning. So we are managed now by a 7-member board of directors appointed by the governor, and we are mandated to be self-sustaining. You'll see here that as a corporation, that's our mandate. So responsible for financial and legal obligations. A little note that our current president and CEO, Bill O'Leary, is the first born and raised Alaskan in that position. So it's just such an honor to serve under his leadership. And we exist outside the Executive Budget Act, but there are two main things that we need legislative approval for, and that has to do with selling bonds and selling land. Other than that, we are fully a corporation unto ourselves with that main shareholder. So mission statement, and I just want to read that out loud because everything we do as a corporation ties back to accomplishing our mission for the state, for businesses, for the communities, and for the citizens of Alaska. So through excellent customer service and sound business management practices, we provide safe, efficient, and economical transportation and real estate services that support and grow economic development opportunities in the state of Alaska. So again, this is our operating information slide. Sorry, I'm coming in and out in a little, but you know, you can see how much track we have, the number of freight cars, passenger cars, locomotives. We have 55 in state, but we also have power agreements with lower 48 as we are contiguous with rail lines such as the UP, CN, and other smaller railroads in the lower 48. It says we have port facilities here in Seward, which I'll be talking about today, Whittier, where we have a roll-on, roll-off barge operation with a port that's not listed here, but we have port facilities in Seattle, Washington. So when people talk about A2A or getting the railroad down to the lower 48, that's already in place. So you can have a rail car in the southern tip of Florida, ride the rails all the way up to Seattle, get on a roll-on, roll-off barge, get offloaded in Whittier, and then go all the way past Fairbanks up to North Pole. So, and one other note with this is, say there's a catastrophic failure in Whittier, we have backup infrastructure staged here in Seward, ready to go to continue that roll-on, roll-on off barge for the state. Just knowing its critical nature, we do have a backup plan for that. So we have terminal reserves in Anchorage, Seward, Whittier, and Fairbanks, and then remote areas along the rail belt. You maybe have been to the one in Anchorage in the Ship Creek area where our passenger depot is located. And again, you know, I do want to just highlight what we have here with that we manage 36,000 acres of right-of-way and those terminal reserves, and just highlighting that because that's done through the real estate department, so we manage that. We have 500,000 passengers, which many of you see our Coastal Classic, which is one of the highest growing and you know, routinely at full capacity during the summer coming into Seward. 3.9 million tons of freight in 2025. And then just to highlight, you can see how many full-time year-round employees we have, seasonal hires. We're a mix of white-collar and blue-collar unions. But specific to Seward, there's a number of jobs. We have our port manager, Dwayne Atwood, here, longtime Sewardite, and under him, he has 2 assistant port managers. And then maybe if you drove down here, you saw a bridge crew that we have just up the highway. So there's a number of crews that are in Seward during different times of the year that include not only bridge crew, but transportation and maintenance of way. So this is our strategic goals that we developed last year. They're developed annually, but I will say that all of this, again, comes out of our mission statement and being a good partner to the state of Alaska. And since the port and property in Seward is managed by the real estate department, I just want to focus on number 6 here and expand on the real estate's important role in fulfilling our statutory mandate to remain self-sufficient by providing solid and dependable income. So like all revenues generated by the railroad, revenues out of the real estate department from leasing and permitting our land are required by both, sorry, I'm coming in and out a little bit. I don't know if that's irritating, but by both federal and state law to be retained and managed for railroad uses. So real estate as a department ranges between 10 and 15% of our operating revenues. And they're really used to match our federal grant funds that we have to have those matches. So as you can imagine, having a 2,000, that would be a problem, 200-foot right-of-way, and reserve in various areas. We have permitted uses, utilities, roadways, crossings. I mean, you're going to hear from the LNG line. Most recently at one of our real estate board meetings, we permitted part of that corridor in our right-of-way. So the railroad has a dozen of those corridor permits that are significant longitudinal uses of our right-of-way, and most substantial is the fiber, which starts in Whittier and runs north to Eielson Air Force Base. Other permitted uses include cell phone towers, trails, land use, tracks, and transloading agreements. So in addition to permitted uses already described, customers have the ability to enter into land use agreements for shorter term periods. And these are commonly used for project-specific activities. And at this time, the railroad has approximately 275 long-term ground leases. So this is when customers construct and operate improvements. Like the development you see at the Harbor 360, is on a railroad lease. If you ever are in our terminal reserve here, Catalyst Marine building operates on a lease. And those are just a couple of the leases in the Seward area. And many industries benefit from having those rail-served lease parcels just in close proximity to the yard operations that enhances efficiency, meeting their transportation needs for both passenger and freight. And that's the theme you'll see, the dual uses of passenger and freight. So here is our railroad reserve. Starting at the top, you'll see the barge basin, and this area is utilized year-round for dry docking barges and for vessel maintenance, where vendors use a system of, I don't know if you've seen those large black marine roller bags and equipment to pull the vessels onto the uplands. Next is the dock that will be one of the focuses today is the freight dock. Domestic and international freight, including fuel, containerized break bulk freight such as pipe and frac sand, military vessels, U.S. Coast Guard, Navy, as well as research vessels utilize this dock to load stores, fueling, repairs, crew changes, and other activities. So the other project I'm going to highlight is the cruise ship dock, or a passenger dock. So currently wrapping up our project, and I'll provide more details, but let me just lead with the headline. We will have a dock to dock cruise ship vessels May 14th, and our terminal has a conditional letter of a certificate of occupancy for this week, and we're moving people in, so that's great news. But this dock will also, the way it's built, have the capacity to serve not only cruise ships, but also military research and side-loading barges. So here you'll also see what we're calling the energy dock. That's our former coal dock, currently used for larger term dockage and repair options, allowing vessels to overwinter in Alaska as opposed to traveling out of state. We're still looking for the right fit for that dock. Also, you can see indicated here is our rail yard. This area is used for a wide range of permit holders and tenants for storage and laydown. Now, I wouldn't recommend going over there today because you'll see trains being loaded in the community and lots of activity currently happening. And just off the picture towards the bottom, right where, right at that line at the bottom is our train depot for the scheduled train service with the Coastal Classic and additional lands that we utilize for leasing in the harbor area. And finally, just to return back to the top of the page, just in that area that reads that Port of Seward, we have property with the Seward Airport. So really multimodal with train, tire vehicle, and the airport on the property. Most recently, a lease and permit exchange with DOT allows the railroad to take over the maintenance of Airport Road to allow for additional access and extending the lease term at that airport so they can continue their airport project and extend some of the hangar leases that they do have there. So some of you might have been around for this. It kicked off in 2015 and it was finalized in 2017, funded by a generous Tiger grant from the United States Department of Transportation and MIRAD to the tune of $2.5 million, with the Alaska Railroad providing $500,000 of the required match. Over 100 stakeholder meetings in Seward helped develop the master plan Coming out of that, we have a passenger traffic study, which we used heavily as we're designing the terminal and the dock. So just a question, is it coming in and out, or is it coming in and out? I might try to just, okay, good. So we came up with so out of this was developed a passenger traffic study, a freight traffic study that considered our freight facilities and also activities at the Marine Center Terminal, transportation connectivity study. And you'll see that what those studies helped us develop and ultimately reviewed existing conditions, analyzed those gaps, proposed improvements, and out of that master plan, we came up with some key, sorry, that just got me a little distracted, but we came up with some key projects that we're really working off of. So top of the list was the passenger dock and terminal replacement. We really discovered that dock was even more so at the end of its useful life. Freight dock expansion, uplands development, transportation corridor improvements, and real estate parcel leasing improvements. So one of the two key initiatives in the Seward Master Plan that I'm sure you've heard a lot about, and talking to the city manager today, she's maybe heard more of the pile driving than she would have liked, but in the nicest of way, the master plan really confirmed what we already knew. So up here, we have a picture of our previous terminal, and you can't quite see in the dock, but originally that dock was built following the 1964 earthquake, and I know the current mayor was there for that. The dock was constructed as a freight dock, and much of the oil pipeline taps came over the dock onto the rail. So, if you're ever in the governor's conference on his floor, you will see pictures of Seward and the gantry cranes with that TAPS pipe on our dock, which is pretty amazing, which I remind him of that. So if you're ever up there, make sure that people realize that that's Seward that they're looking at. So the replacement project took almost a decade with 4 interactions of potential partnerships, COVID years with no cruise ships, 2 required efforts to get enabling legislation approved and signed by the governor, allowing us to bond for the financing. But in 2024, the Seward Company, Port of Tomorrow, came to the Alaska Railroad with an unsolicited proposal for a real estate transaction. So that goes back to the theme from the city manager, saying yes when you have those opportunities. The developer would build the project to the specifications of our anchor tenant, RCG, and then the railroad would purchase the project following its completion. So funded through railroad revenue bonds secured by a 30-year peer use agreement with Royal Caribbean Group, guaranteeing 140,000 guests annually. So this is really, when we talk about innovation, this is really innovative funding in that Seward has never had more than a 3-year peer use agreement guaranteeing that these ships would come in. So now we not only have a 30-year agreement to bring, but we also have a passenger number. So here's some of the highlights to the project that I'll expand on later. And one of the highlights I wanted to bring up was that shore power grant and getting that shore power in. And I've heard a lot of skepticism about why that might be important. So that shore power is just another aspect of future-proofing this project. As ships continue to follow their worldwide sustainability mandates to reduce berth emissions while at port, these same shore power projects are being undertaken at the south end of the ship. So I was just in Miami last week at Sea Trade, so met with Vancouver, met with Victoria, met with Seattle. They're doing those same infrastructure improvements, and the ships will expect to see them at the end of this open jaw. And it also helps those ships have those same mandates internationally. So as we're ahead of the global market, they can get some of those shore power emission credits while they're in Alaska that will take them over the annual year. And I don't know if you know this, but Juneau actually had one of the first shore power installations internationally. So construction commenced in 2025, and we are on track to welcome ships this May of 2026. And Dwayne has been a big part of that. We're not quite there yet. I do have more pictures later of the construction, but we will be docking ships on both sides of that floating dock on the 14th of this year. So here's a project overview with a really bird's eye view of the project. The terminal will be Silver LEED certified. Again, the sustainability of a 50-year project. Featuring just over 41,000 square feet of enclosed space. It will be heated year-round use alongside an additional 27 square feet of covered outdoor space dedicated to luggage sorting and passenger support. So the Alaska Railroad heard loud and clear from the community, and it's something that we wanted to lead with, is that having this large venue available to the community year-round. We've had baseball in the previous facility. We might not allow baseball right off the bat, but I've already talked to wrestling, music festival. All those folks will be more than welcome. So the versatile dock design that accommodates a wide range of cruise ships, from smaller expedition vessels to the larger ships that we anticipate entering into the market. You know, on the off season, side loading ferries, fishing, military barges will also utilize this facility, much as they utilize the last dock. And this flexibility ensures that the dock will remain functional for years to come. The longer dock with the floating dock design provides features specific to the cruise ships, and sorely lacking with previous current facilities is the covered walkway, and you can see that covered walkway with this. And finally, dredging isn't needed at this location because we have a sediment groin just outside of our freight dock, but plans are to level at a set depth at the new berths. And I think they're doing, I might not have even told Dwayne yet, but they're doing the bathymetry and some of the depth testing this coming week. So I'm going to go through, here you can see in some greater details the designs. You know, I've had a couple folks tell me, you know, just get rid of those plants and the grass, that's a lot of work, but I will tell you that's for our LEED certification and making sure that we're being environmentally responsible to the community. And you can see here the train ready to load passengers. I want to talk a little bit about the metering and getting these passengers around, since it's, you know, a concern for many of the communities. But we're committed to direct loading access at the terminal. That's the cruise train that can take 500 passengers off. That's the first thing that leaves in the morning. The integration not only enhances the passenger convenience, but provides us with the flexibility to efficiently manage the passenger flow. So there's an additional train later in the day from our depot, a short distance away from the harbor, and Seward really benefits from that. So the cruise ship folks can get off the cruise ship, go down to our depot, check in their luggage, spend all day on that free shuttle going around the community and really spending their money here without, you know, taking advantage of a whole day in Seward. So this thoughtful approach ensures minimal disruption to the community. A key aspect of the Port of Seward is the majority of the ships docking are turn ports. And we're the north end of the open jaw that I mentioned earlier. And this means that most of our passengers debark in the AM, so a ship will empty in the AM and totally refill by embarking in the PM. So our planning is not just for passenger movement, but also for luggage, loading stores, fueling, potable water, trash removal, maintenance and repairs, and basically anything from that allows those ships to get a lot of those materials from Anchorage just 2 hours south. You can see here the floating dock with the ship, and I really want to talk about one thing that might be a little hard to see, but this transfer span right here. So again, we didn't want to make this a one-use dock that the community saw sitting vacant, you know, 9 months out of the year. So the railroad paid for additional funding to have that transfer span upsides. So we're really expecting to utilize this dock in the off season for not only barges for maintenance, but shift some of our freight demand and just allow us to have military vessels that might need to load heavier stores and all those freight aspects. So I want to show how it started and really talk about our old facility. And while it took us nearly a decade to find the right partners, once this was developed, Port of Tomorrow, Seward Company, really utilized local workers for the construction. You can see Metco there. HPM, while not local to Seward, is local to the state. And you can see the amount of work that had to get done with not only the demolition of the terminal and the dock, but also the amount of infrastructure and utilities that had to be put in. And there, that picture is RCG really taking an interest with the railroad and the developers there. And here you can see that coal dock, energy dock that I spoke more about, and just the proximity between how the port works seamlessly with having an energy dock, the new location of the cruise ship and terminal, and then also our freight dock. One thing, let's see where I'm at. Construction. So we started construction last winter. It was a nice mild winter, and you can see it's been a juggling act the whole time that we have not closed down our operations. You can see pipe being utilized, starting this even before the start of last season, starting to go through that process. You can see how much steel and poured concrete there was. And here you can see we ran a full cruise ship season last year. We had a full cruise ship season. The buzzword down in Miami last week was frictionless. And while I can't guarantee it was frictionless, I really don't think the passengers or the vendors or the ships realized the amount of logistics that it took to really have whatever they were doing coming and going not be any issues. And then as soon as the last ship left, the contractor really started in earnest with demoing. You'll see that the cruise ship terminal was on the dock. That had to be the first thing that demoed. And then 2,000 pilings, both fender pilings and support pilings, had to be removed and continue to be removed. One of the main risk factors was getting the offshore components that were fabricated internationally, not only manufactured, but to Seward during the time of all the tariff talks. So if you remember when all of that was happening, this actually worked out fantastic. And we had these dock components here very early last spring, this spring, whatever. I'm in the middle of 18 months, but had them very early during the winter, late fall. And we had those safely in place. And, there was a lot of Facebook chatter about the amusement park that was going to be built and the water slides. But, it was all in good fun. Again, some of the construction that you saw. And while the previous winter was very conducive to continuing the project, this spring has been brutal with the winds. For those of you in Seward, know how high winds we were fighting and battling just to bring this project to completion. And then, as those winds died down, we were able to start driving pilings, completing the dredging. You can see here, while there was just going to be one, really offshore barge, the developer, to bring this across the finish line, stood up 3 different operations. So dredging, installation, and demoing all at the same time. And you can see here again, normally during next season, some of these vessels will be on the cruise ship dock. We didn't have that. So we had freight, multiple vessels using that freight dock during this. And here's the cruise ship terminal. For those of you who are Sewardites, the terminal previous was the Dale R. Lindsay Terminal, and our board has named this new terminal the Dale R. and Carol Ann Lindsay Terminal. So we're excited. The one caveat I will say before I wrap up this project, and I'm probably running over time, but one thing I will say is we, with those high winds, will have a temporary trestle in place. So we will be docking vessels, but we'll continue construction over this summer. The main drive was to definitely have vessels in Seward so that we did not work with them on moving to other ports that they might stay at. So we will have vessels, they will be getting service, and then we're planning to have the final dock completed either later this summer or early this fall. So it's great to have a transfer a span set on a temporary trestle, and all the dock components in place. Half the dock, floating dock is already in place, and we're expecting the other half quickly. So maybe most exciting was this deal was developed a lot around the sale of almost $112 million in revenue bonds. And this project won the Bond Buyer Deal of the Year in the Far West Regional category. So Bank of America and Wells Fargo were co-lead managers, and the finance team emphasized the deal's innovative finance plan, rigorous marketing, and support for long-term economic growth in Alaska for the award nomination. Once the railroad presented and worked on the documentation and narrative to explain in detail, the finance team worked to conduct 2-week investor outreach involving 18 one-on-one virtual meetings, and the robust demand enabled the railroad to reduce yields by up to 9 bonus points in pricing, securing a 5.62 true interest cost for the tax-exempt deal, which I will say we sat... we were in New York, sat right in the center table for this awards for the different regions, and we thought, oh, we got it in the bag. We won the whole thing. We are so excited. We were beat out by a hospital. You know, I'm not sure how they did it, but we will gladly acquiesce to their importance to the large developments of the year also. So freight dock, I want to pivot to our other large project. You know, we are, again, want to make sure that the Port of Seward is multi-year use year-round. So you can see this is current uses at our freight dock, from military vessels to international vessels that we can load directly onto the train on the dock to that's SBS freight. So right in the springtime when it's so key to get building materials into the state of Alaska, you know, Turnagain Arm in Anchorage is frozen and those barges can't get in there. So they come to Seward and that material is loaded onto train. So the dock handles approximately 100,000 tons of freight per year, inbound commodities with containerized freight, mining, building materials. The dock also handles approximately 30 million gallons of fuel per year. And the railroad has really seen a rebound in traffic beginning in 2020 to accommodate shipments of frac sand and pipe and drill mud as you hear the development projects in the North Slope and shipments and commodity continue to grow. And really Seward has statewide impacts. Here you can see the frac sand bound for the North Slope. Seward does a lot of work with Western Alaska, both mobbing and demobbing for projects and serving those communities. And so you can see that what we do here being on the road system, we are just a key transportation link to not only South Central Alaska, but the interior and other coastal communities. So, you know, the speaker after the break can speak in more detail about the proposed LNG pipeline, but we really do expect the Seward Freight Dock to play a critical role in that project. The Seward Freight Dock expected to serve as a primary pipe mainline intake with supplementing surge capacity with Port of Alaska, Whittier, Port McKenzie. With the freight car rack bunk system, we're planning for 6 80-foot double joint per car of that pipe. So just think of how many trucks that's getting off the Seward Highway. So that's for you folks on the other side of the peninsula and even Anchorage. You know, trucks could maybe take one of these sticks where we can get 6 on a train and really safely keep that operation off the highway. While we can immediately serve those pipe offloads with our current facilities, and that's what we're planning, we have a number of plans to right size the rail for additional weight in the yard, underground electric overhead lines with the electric utility for the yard safety and efficiency, and continue to fill areas to create more laydown area for pipe and cargo as the port grows. And you've already seen some of the work we've done to demo the previous coal facility and repurpose those areas. So I'm going to go into some of these expansion plans that came out of that master plan. But just so you know, our construction with this freight dock will continue to operate the freight dock. Just like we did with our cruise ship dock, we have plans to continue operating that freight dock without closing it down. So originally funded by MIRA PIDP grant, we have these freight dock expansion plans in 2 phases. Currently, the dock is 620 feet long, 200 variable width. And so our original PIDP extended the dock to 1,000 feet, widened to 300 feet to accommodate cargo growth, promote regional laydown area, and serve other communities. Well, good old COVID got in the way, and with MIRAD, they are not allowed to kick off a grant without having boots on the ground. So that delayed this project since it was awarded in 2020 with the match funded by Railroad. So we worked with MIRAD to right-size the grant once it was we were able to utilize those funds with the escalation of construction costs. And our current grant extends the dock. You can see this gray area and widens it a bit to match our sediment groin. So that was rescoped, and we will actually be starting that construction this fall. So with that lengthening, you can see just a little bit better how that matches with our existing dock. And what it will allow for is, you saw an earlier slide, multiple vessels along that apron. So we've just applied also for a build grant. And we are hoping with just, it's just $8.5 million. What that gives us is expands to the uniform width that we are expecting, installs the rock revetment to protect against the river on that side, and really gives us full functionality of the planning. So the other piece that gives us, in addition to all the other benefits, is really resiliency for the state. The Port of Alaska, and I just sat down with their new port manager and their new deputy, and they are supportive of this also because they want resiliency. They want to make sure that if there's a catastrophic failure in Anchorage, that Seward is really the backup port of choice that makes the most sense. We've been meeting monthly with the city, with some other groups on that planning. And without that widening, those vessels, such as Tote with those Orca class vessels, would not be able to utilize their ramp system. So the full widening really allows for that sustainability, redundancy around the state, and also working with Matson. While they have temporary cranes that they would bring down here, the widening helps with that flow and safety. So I'm ending on this slide just again to show you what a benefit you have here in Seward with that freight dock. So not only, since it's a fill dock, not only are you able to offload vessels, but you can offload vessels to tire and train, and just really not only utilize the port for passengers, but also for that freight movement, really making it a year-round port. Some of the other things that I wanted to mention just quickly is, these projects are a big economic boom for a finite time into a community, with the construction workers staying in hotels, eating, local employment. But then as we move out to the benefits, the long-term benefits of really sustaining Seward as a marine community with living wage jobs, with those longshoremen, with those auxiliary jobs that grow. As we're seeing, population decrease in some of the smaller communities, schools, closing, you want those living wage jobs for families to be tied to a community. And these are the projects that not only in the short term, but in the long term, build that resiliency back up for the community. And that was not as exciting as the city managers. It was a little dry, but on your tables I dropped off a few of the current cruise ship schedules for this year, and then also some of our project information on our passenger dock. So thank you very much.
We have a question.
Oh,
If
question?
you will be open to question real quick.
Yeah, I'll answer questions. Yeah.
So how is the railroad able to deal with the avalanches and snow load? You're talking about freight
Yeah, so it's interesting. I forgot to mention, but many of you might remember that we had 2 trains running a week when we had a coal facility down here. So we have a robust avalanche program. We use mortars. We have a drone program where we can go out and trigger those avalanches and clear them. We've closed down the south end in previous years, but actually this year I think we kept the south end open. The one thing we are careful about is we don't run passengers in the wintertime. Like, we are much more comfortable with, I won't say comfortable because none of it's good, but we would never want to put, a passenger train in danger. But we have a federal program for avalanche mitigation. Okay. Anything else? Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll just project too. We're going to break really quick before we jump into our next topic. But I do want to mention that KPEDD has people that make up who KPEDD is, what KPEDD does, how we can impact our communities. And it's not just, we have a tiny but mighty team, and I do want to recognize Caitlin and our new teammate Miranda for all the work that they do. We have a very small team, and we have a lot of projects going on, and I'm also from the frame of mind of saying yes a lot and then figuring out the pieces afterwards. And I might say yes to too many projects, but at least I own it afterwards, and then we regroup. But I do want to say thank you. And then also, we have a 16-member board that is made up of small business owners, industry, municipal government, local and borough, as well as our Indigenous and Native populations representing the Kenai Peninsula borough. So many of our board members are here. So I would like to ask them to stand, and we can give them a round of applause just for the work and the representation that you guys do. Oh, thank you. Because of your guys' engagement and commitment to KPEDD, we're able to know and learn about what we need to be looking at, what we need to be focusing on, and what things that we need to really lean into and make sure that we're finding a path of solution. So it's with you that I get to have my direction and kind of gauge how we are doing and what we are doing. So thank you very much. And so what we'll do now is break really quick, and then we'll jump back into our agenda. But have some refreshment, meet somebody new, introduce yourself, and take a little break, and then we'll return about 10:30-ish, 10:35, and we'll resume. Thank you. are very much leaning into this project and trying to learn not only its viability and its future with the state of Alaska, but also with the Kenai Peninsula. It's going to be monumental and absolutely life-changing for many of us. And as we are looking at our energy infrastructure and the future of our energy infrastructure, this is a big part of how we're going to move forward as a state and as a region, and also improve and support our quality of life that we have here. As being an EDD, we talk a lot to investors from the outside about coming into Alaska and investing in all sorts of different industries. And usually the top three questions, one of them is going to land in, well, how high are your energy costs and how reliable are your energy systems? And so when we look at that investment opportunity or development opportunity, we have to be able to answer that question in a very confident way. And I do believe that the gas line and the development of the gas line is very much anticipated and long awaited. And we are very encouraged with all of the work that has been done up to this point and the momentum that it has had. So Frank Richards is here. He's the president of AGDC, the Development Corporation. He is a registered professional civil engineer with more than 32 years of experience developing large-scale infrastructure, power, mining, and oil development projects. That is our backbone of Alaska. It is our bread and butter. It is where Alaska was built on. And he also oversees development and execution of all the AGDC projects. He came to AGDC after serving as the Deputy Federal Coordinator for Alaska Natural Gas Transportation Projects. He earned a BS in Civil Engineering, and that was from the University of Maine. So he's going to give an overview of the Glenfarne project and the LNG project and give a really good deep dive into the project itself, where it's at, where it's going, and what are some of those challenges that they're facing every single day. So I don't know if you've heard what's happening in Juneau right now, but that is something that is very much top of mind for us as the EDD in the peninsula, but also how the state of Alaska is going to move forward with this project and what LNG is going to look like for us. So please welcome Mr. Frank Richards. But if you can just,
how much time do I have?
You're good.
Good?
How much time do you have?
Yes,
25 minutes.
25, so you can give me the hook.
I won't give you the hook. You can go. I won't give you the hook.
All right, well, thank you again for inviting us. Am I speaking loud enough for everybody to hear? All right, good. Well, it's been a couple years since I've last talked to this organization, but I'm really glad to be here. And again, to talk about where we are with this transformative project called the Alaska LNG project. But first of all, I would like to introduce a colleague, Ella Eid from Glenfarne. Ella just came on and is representing Glenfarne in stakeholder outreach and engagement, as well as training necessary for the workers that we want to employ on this project and set the stage for Alaska to be able to have a great economic future. I was asked today to give an update, again, specifically to Glenfarne and what Glenfarne's role is within the Alaska LNG project. But first of all, let me just quickly give you a background on what is AGDC. So we, as an organization of the Alaska Gasline Development Corporation, and we are a creation of the state legislature back in the early 2010s when Cook Inlet was running out of gas. And the legislature wanted a corporation to be able to look at the viability of bringing North Slope gas resources to South Central Alaska and interior Alaska, mainly Fairbanks and the North Star Borough. So they created us, they asked us to look at the viability, to do a cost estimate, do a design on an in-state project, and we did that. And then they gave us the responsibility to be partners with BP, Exxon, and Conoco on the Alaska LNG project. We were doing that, and then Exxon gave us project when they decided to reduce their spend and walk away from the project. We received 75% of the ownership of this project from the producers and who had put forth literally hundreds of millions of dollars of their own money, and it was matched to a certain extent by the state. But where we found ourselves, again, as a state corporation, this is a huge transformative project, and we needed to bring in private sector developers. So that's why since 2020, we were out looking for private entities that had the capability to come in and take on the leadership, as well as the financial resources to move the project forward without any additional cost for the state. And Glen Farm stepped up. So in 2024, we began our communications with Glen Farm, and in March 28th of 2025 last year, we signed our agreements where they took on 75% ownership. So we used that 75% ownership stake given to us by Exxon and provided to Glen Farm with the commitment to take this project through to economic achievement. So Glen Farm has stepped up in doing that. So if I may, the next slide. I have it. Okay, thank you. So Glen Farm is, again, a relatively new company, founded in 2013, but it has grown exponentially since its start, where they're looking at energy production in South America. And they have grown that energy production in South America from the tip of Chile all the way up to include now Colombia and into Latin America. But they are producing almost 2.5 gigawatts of power in South America to be able to meet the needs of the grid, but also to provide backup should the grid fail, and that's what they are able to achieve. They're now grown into not only thermal power production, but solar power production, hydroelectric power production, and now they're importing LNG to the countries that require it in Colombia. And then they're growing now in their aspects of energy in the United States, where they now have 2 LNG export projects, one on the Gulf Coast of Texas and one in Louisiana, as well as import facilities in Europe. So that was the fit that we saw, that they had LNG capabilities, as well as the desire to grow and an entrepreneurial spirit to be able to move this project forward. And that's why we brought them into the project and saw them as a good fit. So with that, the Alaska LNG project, just as a quick refresher, this is this huge mega project, or some call it a giga project, which consists of commercializing the North Slope natural gas resources, where we know there are over 100 trillion cubic feet of proven reserves. That means reserves that have been under production or were soon to be in production within Prudhoe Bay and Point Thompson and some of the surrounding fields. The North Slope itself is called a super basin because it's been developed over 10 billion barrels. It has literally trillions and trillions of cubic feet of natural gas capabilities. So for us, it's always been the goal of Alaska to commercialize those resources. And this is the project to accomplish it, and it's been a long-standing goal. And we've heard this before, that we've moved this project forward, but I can literally tell you that we are, again, as far as we've ever been, because we have achieved not only the regulatory permits necessary to build this project, but we're bringing on strategic partners that have the capability and wherewithal to move this project forward to execution. And we have markets that want the gas, not only within the state of Alaska, but also export to Asia. And I'll talk a little bit about the impacts a little bit on what the current Gulf situation has done to the energy needs of our neighbors in Asia. The 3 main sub-projects are a gas treatment plant on the North Slope, where the gas is taken and the CO2 is removed and re-injected back down into the ground. Pipeline, which will run from Prudhoe Bay south to Nikiski, where there'll be a liquefaction facility where the gas is essentially chilled and compressed, take it from a gaseous state to a liquid state to be able to put on to LNG carriers to take it to market. So each of those projects represent essentially a mega project. So in and by themselves, they're massive. Because of the energy situation that we're facing now in South Central and interior Alaska, with the loss of cooked gas and the need to be able to have something to meet those needs, we've been promoting a phased approach, meaning build the pipeline first to be able to access those North Slope resources and bring them for Alaska's needs initially. So that's what you'll hear me refer to as phase 1. That pipeline would run from Prudhoe Bay south and tie into the NSTAR system on the west side over near Beluga. And then it would be able to be dispersed into the NSTAR operations and meet the needs of South Central natural gas users. And then there's an offtake for Fairbanks. So that is another consideration. But this project overall will be the first phase, while the commercial negotiations are still underway to align with buyers of the LNG and whose contracts we could then finance the full completion of the project. This is far different than what the project was under BP, Exxon, and Conoco, where it was going to be equity financed from their reserves. This will be what we call a project finance project, which is based on the contracts that are with creditworthy off-takers that will then, the banks will see that are long enough term to be able to provide the debt financing for this project. And we are marching towards achieving that goal here relatively quickly. What you'll see on the slide is also the three components: gas treatment, pipeline, phased, LNG, and then what Glen Farm has been looking at as a backup project is actually an import facility. And what I mean by this is, within the LNG site, you have a liquefaction plant, and you've got a loading berth out into Cook Inlet, and then two essentially berths for LNG carriers. Glen Farm is looking to start that construction of that berth facility first to allow for a regas option should South Central need to have LNG come in while the pipeline is being built. So that is the backup plan. So it's considered another phased approach, but we have the authority to do that under our existing FERC authorizations. So that is truly, again, something that they brought forward as a way to meet Alaska's needs in the very near term. The benefits of this project are, again, commercializing those resources, which are, again, allow for Alaska to receive not only royalty and production taxes, which means additional revenues to the state of Alaska, but it means energy security for Alaskans. And when I say generations, at 122 trillion cubic feet, if this gas was to be used solely for Alaska's needs, we're talking well in excess of 100 years, probably closer to 150 years, based on our small population and what we currently consume. But if it's looking at the combining Alaska's consumption as well as LNG export, then literally you're talking multiples of generations. So KAPS has been around now 50 years. This pipeline and this facility would be around as at least that or longer. The millions of dollars of royalties and local taxes, the estimates from the Department of Revenue with the state of Alaska is that Alaska would see approximately $700 million coming in to the state of Alaska based on existing taxes. And that's not including the property taxes. So that's royalty, production, corporate income taxes, excise taxes, et cetera. So that's an additional revenue stream that the people in Juneau are clamoring for to be able to meet the burgeoning state budget. Thousands of high-paying jobs associated with this. For the pipeline itself, again, we're looking at a peak of about 7,000 to build the first phase of the project. Additionally, there'll be more when we build the second phase to cross Cook Inlet and the compressor stations. But for the overall project, it'll be a peak of about 12,000. So we're talking laborers, pipe fitters, truckers, welders, operators, the whole gamut of what Alaska construction industry has isn't going to be enough to be able to meet this need. So we will need to have additional Alaskans trained up to be able to come to the workforce, but we'll be bringing folks into the state to be able to achieve those needs as well. And what this does will allow that we have an energy source then to meet Alaska's current energy needs, but also to allow for the future economy to grow. And we've heard and we've seen tremendous interest coming from out of state, from out of country, to come to Alaska specifically around new developments, whether they be mining developments, whether they be data center developments, or even rekindling previously mothballed industry that was in Alaska and provided for a long-term, long-standing jobs on the Kenai Peninsula. So that's truly one of the great things that I'm excited about is this project will allow Alaska to have the opportunity for future new economic opportunities. That's really what's critical as we look to the future of our state is what can we do? Always our challenge in terms of mining is the ability to get the ore to market through transportation, but it's also energy to be able to run those mines. And having this gas available will allow those miners to have the opportunity to use lower cost energy to meet their needs. Interesting enough, what Ambler in the Northwest Arctic is doing, looking to develop copper, they're going to build a road, and they're going to need energy down that corridor to be able to produce those mines. So that's a direct offset of the pipeline corridor from the North Slope down into interior Alaska. So there's synergies on this project to be able to help Alaska's economy moving forward. And then lastly, a little known unfortunate fact is our interior city of Fairbanks in the wintertime has the worst air pollution in the United States due to the temperature inversions. So with the conversion of their existing home heating and power generation from coal and oil to natural gas, it would help relieve them of their air pollution problems. So what has Glen Farm done since taking over and not only advancing the efforts of the project, but they've gone out and they've brought in what we call strategic partners. So these are world-class companies that have not only the expertise to accomplish the project, but to supply both materials and equipment into the project. So first up was a company called Worley, which is a international engineering company originally from Australia. They've got about 70,000 people worldwide. They're actively involved in LNG construction projects right now and designing them. And they've been in Alaska now for about 60 years working on the North Slope for oil and gas development. So they were the first strategic partner that was brought on in July of last year. Then Glen Farm was able to work with Baker Hughes. Now, Baker Hughes is a company that's had resources in the Kenai Peninsula for some time. But again, they are a worldwide company that produces compressors. But also, they have brought forward a new technology for what they call mid-scale modular LNG, which is essentially building liquefaction facilities in their factory in Italy in a small component, shipping it to the site, and then able to plug and play across the spectrum to be able to build up to what you need to be able to meet the needs of the market. So Baker Hughes was critical coming on board, and they're very excited to be able to be part of this. POSCO is a steel company from Korea. So they signed up as a strategic partner to not only provide steel into the project, but also as an off-taker. So they've committed now to purchasing gas from the project as LNG, and they're the first ones that we have what's known as a heads of agreement on LNG sales. So around that, you may hear that this is a paper tiger in terms of the LNG sales. The process to get to an actual agreement takes multiple steps. The first one is, introduction. The second one is letter of intent, which identifies that the two parties have a desire to talk about what they want. After letter of intent, it's getting down to the near term, the major terms and conditions. And that's called the heads of agreement, where you define what the term is going to be with the length of the contract, and you define what the cost is going to be. So POSCO is the first LNG off-taker to get to a heads of agreement. The rest, which I'll talk about later, are very close to reaching those heads of agreement. And then the final step in the process is what is known as LNG purchase and sales agreement. And that's the signing on the dotted line that commits that they're going to take this LNG for a set period of time at a set price. And that's really the contract that the banks will then utilize in terms of their financing. In addition to the strategic partners, we have, again, a well-known household name from a North American equipment supplier that also does and has a turbine business who wants to remain confidential at this time. But they have signed up as a strategic partner, so that is very helpful for the development of the project moving forward. Now, what is happening in Juneau? So, what Alaska has its tax statutes is what is called oil and gas property taxes. So that means that any oil and gas facility that exists in the state must pay to the state of Alaska 20 mils, which is 2% of the full and true value of that property every year. So 20 mils is the current rate. The Kenai Peninsula, again, with the LNG facility that you have in Nikiski, or had in Nikiski, did not fall into that because under different tax provision, Senate Bill or Alaska Statute 2945, it precluded LNG from oil and gas property taxes. So that's another issue. But what we saw, and when we look at jurisdictions in our competition around the globe, is that Alaska's oil and gas property taxes were literally 10 to 12 times what other jurisdictions have, whether that be Texas, Louisiana, Maryland, Australia, Qatar. All of those other areas where LNG is being produced have given LNG developers, because they're challenged with marginal projects based on the economics, tax holidays, and even significant eliminations of those taxes, which are, again, 1/10 of what Alaska has. So right from the outset, we have a 20 mil rate that means that Alaska would receive, on a $40 billion project, just as a round number, $800 million a year that would flow to the boroughs of the North Slope, the Fairbanks, the Denali, the Mat-Su, and the Kenai Peninsula. Well, not the Kenai Peninsula borough, because that's under a different tax structure. But that is a significant amount of taxes. And that means that at the outset of a project, that's when it is extremely hard, that upfront money is needed to be able to, as the project ramps up, to cover the needs of operating the project and paying down debt financing. So this tax provision that was in place was challenging to the project. And we've been talking to the legislature now for about 4 years trying to raise this issue. But this year, the governor put forward a bill to be able to come up with what is known as an alternative volumetric tax, which cuts that tax rate down by essentially 90%. So it looks to align with what would be, as the pipeline flows increase, the amount of taxes generated off that would increase and be able to flow through to the boroughs. So that is called Senate Bill 280. And now, the governor originally proposed this. Now, it sits in both the House Resources and the Senate Resources. But the bill that's currently in Senate Resources has now been amended, and it has gone essentially back to nearly to that same rate of 20 mils, but it has added taxes now to S corporations and LLCs. So this is a challenge for, again, industry that are designated as such, that there are going to be certain levels of taxes based on your net revenues coming into your organization. Up to and over $5 million, it will put in place about a 9.5% corporate tax to S and LLCs. So that as you know, that expands out beyond just what we're talking about here. It challenges now with the oil and gas production on the North Slope, where again you've had long-standing taxes that have been in place with the oil industry, and it's going to change that again. So it is it's being opposed by the industry, oil and gas industry. But again, it's an issue that will impact all of us, because what this does is puts in place, again, a high tax so that Alaskans will ultimately be paying this upfront. It's a tax that we are hoping to avoid, to be able to keep the price of natural gas for Alaskans down to a minimal level until the full production of this plant is able to move forward. So I would encourage you to, again, look into this, look at what the impacts will be to your communities, but also to your individual pocketbooks, and how it will ultimately affect the business and economies of the state. What the producer, the developer has said is that the existing oil and gas property taxes make this project extremely challenging. So with the provisions under the current committee substitute and Senate Resources, it adds even more complexity and more challenge to this project going forward. So onto where we are with our partners. Again, for the gas supply off the North Slope, we've got the producers of Exxon, Hillcorp, Conoco, and a new developer called Great Bear Pantheon. We are working and we have gas sale precedent agreements with these organizations to be able to supply gas into the project. So that's one of the key aspects that you need to know. You have gas. And then we've got and have conditional awards now with major pipeline contractors to develop the initial phase one. So again, these companies are not household names within Alaska, but these are the largest pipeline contract companies in the United States. Along their joint venture now with some European firms to be able to execute this very large project, because these will be, these will be contracts that will be in excess of $1 billion. So you really need to have the wherewithal of the companies to be able to move this project. By both the state and the federal governments. So about 94% of the right-of-way is in hand. We're negotiating right now with the private landowners that we will be having to cross to get a lease across their lands, but so that's not going to be an issue. And working right now on finalizing those agreements with NSTAR to be the main off-taker of the gas off the project, as well as working again to finalize those costs to purchase the gas from the North Slope producers. And the goal again has been, originally the goal for final investment decision when Glen Farm came forward was the end of 2025. Well, it's a complex project. There's lots of moving parts. And so now we have been moving that target forward. But ultimately the goal is to be able to have gas to Alaskans in 2029, because that's when you hear that the contracts that Hillcorp has in place will be falling off to say Trugatch Electric, and there needs to be a source of gas to be able to keep our lights on and our heat. So Glen Farm is wanting to accomplish that through the pipeline with a backup of the import facility. So what we've done in terms of advancing the design and the cost structure is, again, as I said, working through that feed process, working with Worley to be able to update the process, look for cost improvements, optimizations to be able to lower the costs, and be able to work directly with the contractors. So to achieve this, I showed the list of pipeline contractors that are going to be coming to the state from the lower 48. There are what we call early works, which will be heavy civil work that will be done by Alaskan contractors, opening up material sites, building access road, pipe storage, camp locations, and developing the pipe or the material necessary to build along the right-of-way. That represents approximately, I'll say, 35 million cubic yards of material across the spectrum of this project. So Alaskan contractors who have the wherewithal to be able to accomplish this are being contracted, and hopefully we'll soon have awards to those contractors to be able to kick off work this summer. So that's where Alaska will have the opportunity for Alaskan workers and corporations to be able to actually execute and develop this project, in addition to being able to support what the pipeline contractors will be doing. So phase one, as I said, will be that pipeline from Prudhoe Bay South, approximately 739 miles. It's a 42-inch diameter pipeline that is buried, except for earthquake. Now this is far and away more than what Alaska needs. 42-inch will have is designed for the full flow for the export facility to deliver 20 million tons. Alaska's needs are about 200 million standard cubic feet a day. This pipeline, when fully operational, will be about 3.3 billion. So, significantly less. The pipeline construction will be in 4 spreads with contractors and 2 years to construct. Now that may seem fast for a 739-mile project, but TAPS was built in 2 years. And again, we are in a far different world than we were with TAPS. We have the infrastructure in place. We've got the international airports there. We've got a population to be able to support this project. And we got a logistics industry that is capable of providing the support needed to move the pipe, move the camps, move the people, move the equipment to make this an efficient project. In my mind, this is the best alternative for Alaska to be able to meet our energy needs in South Central Alaska. Without a pipeline to bring North Slope gas, we're looking at importing gas. The goal or the target number for the gas coming off the pipeline is about $16 per million BTU. Current contracts that NSTAR is paying for right now, I think the last one was about $13.50 coming from HEX. And so as Hill Corp contracts fall off, and there's not gas in Cook Inlet, then we need that supply. The alternative is imported LNG. Spot market prices on LNG right now are in excess of $18 to $20 based on the impacts of the war with Iran. And it goes up and it goes down, but likely it's going to, for our small market, it's probably in that same, $16 to $18 range. So that's why I call this the best alternative, because number one, it provides the pipeline to meet our needs now and into the future, and it allows us to move forward with the overall project to put in place what has been envisioned by all of our off-takers as the most risky part of this project, because they don't think that a pipeline crossing Alaska can be built, even though it has been built and been put in place. So that's why I say it's a value to us to do this and to do this now, not only for our existing needs, but what our needs will be. So going back to the full project, the market interest for LNG was strong in 2025 and in 2026. And right now it's even stronger with the impacts of the Iranian war. There are countries in Asia right now that are limiting they've told their folks to stay at home, to not commute to work. They are looking at energy supplies that are literally weeks away from being nearly exhausted, and they are scrambling for energy. So they're in a crisis mode. So we're talking the countries of Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Thailand, Vietnam, all those Asian countries that have been relying now on not only LNG from the Middle East, but also oil from the Middle East. So they are scrambling right now. So we have worked with those companies before. And so what you represent here is our first major letter of intent was with a company called CPC out of Taiwan for 6 million tons. Remember, our goal is 20 million tons across the project. So that was, over 25% of it through one company. Next was, again, PTT, which is a Thai company, which Thailand, like us, has been relying on gas from the Gulf of Thailand, but now that's being depleted, so they need to look to be able to bring in gas from elsewhere. JERA is the world's largest LNG buyer out of Japan. Previously, it's a joint venture with Tokyo Electric and Chubu Electric. Tokyo Electric took gas from Kenai LNG for nearly 50 years, so there's a fond memory there. POSCO is, again, as I said, the Korean company. Tokyo Gas is again was one of the key markets for Kenai LNG, and so they've signed up for 1 MTPA. And then most recently, the first international oil company has added a letter of intent to their portfolio for 2 million tons. So this now represents, I think, about 13 or 14 of the 20 million tons needed to move forward. Glenfarm has indicated they need 16 million tons to be able to take an FID entire project, because they're going to use the remaining 4 million tons to sell it on the spot market to be able to maximize the returns. So we're inching closer. We have one of these has a HOA. 2 of them right now, we have teams there negotiating the heads of agreement with them to be able to get another 6 on board. So we're moving this project forward with the credit-worthy off-takers from these extremely large Asian countries who have a need to be able to meet their national energy needs. So with that, appreciate the opportunity to give you this update. Excellent. Yeah.
And Frank will take questions if there are any questions. And then we're going to just adjust our schedule just a little bit. But please, questions for Mr. Richards? One over here.
So, Alaska Coastal Crew has been preview over West Texas. Of course, would LNG from Alaska have a premium market compared to other exports?
Unfortunately not. And really it has to do with the BTU content of the quality of oil, where Alaska oil, sweet crude versus West Texas, a little bit different. So that's why we get a premium for it, specifically on the West Coast. Our market, our competitors are going to be the world LNG producers. So we have to meet, again, the LNG is essentially pure methane, depending on what other constituents may be in it. And it's really around what is the LNG competition, whether it's coming off the US Gulf Coast or Australia or Qatar. So it's going to be, the price is really going to be based on more of what we've offered a fixed price, because again, we've got a stranded asset up on the North Slope, but likely it's going to be linked to an oil price like Brent. Many of the contracts that are currently in place are based on what's known as Henry Hub, which is the US index for natural gas, but the Asian markets are filled up with the Henry Hub price contracts, and so they're more inclined towards Brent, which will be an oil-based price.
I believe that Star disagreement. And then you're saying that Instar wants to get the ultimate facility from Beluga. And then you're talking about import, even though you're going to be gas by 29. Can you kind of just sort that out?
Yep, sorry if I confused the issue. So what he's talking about is there are two different proposals right now for importing LNG into Alaska. The first one is the former Kenai LNG site, which is now owned by Harvest, which is a sister company to Soaport. Harvest and Marathon own that plant, so they're looking to revamp that plant to be able to allow for LNG carriers to come in and regas that and pump it into the existing system. So that's one option, but to my knowledge, Harvest doesn't have a firm contract yet with Chugach Electric, who has been the main market for them. The other alternative was what Glen Farm has proposed as the LNG facility at the new Alaska LNG site. So using the dock and the loading berths that have been designed for the Kenai LNG export facility, but use them as an import facility first. So LNG carrier would come up to the dock, it would flow LNG off the ship and have it regassed and then pumped into the NSTAR system or into storage. Where the pipeline goal is to be able to have first gas by 2029, if for some reason we aren't able to execute on the construction schedule that I talked about, and the gas is delayed until 2030, that's where Glen Farm suggested that by building that import facility, there would be the option, should there be the demand need, to have LNG come in either that 28 time frame. So it's a backup to the pipeline. All right, well, thank you guys. I really appreciate the time.
All right. Thank you. And we went over a little bit, but I thought that it was such a relevant, important topic to cover and get the information out there and share that information and background. So thank you so much for taking your time. Our next topic is also very important in how we look at our community development and our economic infrastructure. As Mr. Richards had discussed earlier, and as it's come up before, workforce development is a very top priority for KPEDD and for many of us in here, but also statewide. We are seeing out-migration trends where people are moving out of the state, and we obviously have a lot of projects that need to be built and developed, but that takes people. And so if we have people that are leaving the state that could be working on these projects or working in our communities, how do we meet that challenge and figure out how to attract people to relocate here and then also live and thrive here? So we look at our education system. Usually if you're going to relocate to another state for a job opportunity, and if you have a family with young kids that are school aged, I think naturally, and I'm a parent, I think my first question would be, oh, that sounds great. Give me $5 million a year to come work up there. I have kids. How is the school system? And we all are aware that the school systems in Alaska have had difficulties budgetarily, deferred maintenance costs, the cost of doing business when looking at it from an education perspective and a K-12 education system perspective has a lot of challenges within it. And so when we are looking at K-12 education systems, it's not just a source of school and education for our kids. It's an investment in the future, right? Those kids hopefully will gain an education and gain experience and gain a love for our communities that they're going to want to come back and live and raise their families there and work there. So it starts to become very cyclical very quickly. And if we create those opportunities for our youth and for those younger generations, I think we are going to benefit down the road. So it's an investment for the future. But when looking at education, I like to look at it as an investment in the infrastructure as well. It's a piece of our infrastructure and it's a piece of our economic infrastructure in terms of how are we putting our resources and support into these systems, and how are they going to start to play out later on in life? And education is one of those things. So I'm very happy to have Dr. Alyssa Rodriguez here. We have known each other for years. We've been colleagues, but I'm glad to call her a friend, and have gotten to work alongside of her for many years. She's an economic strategist who uses data to solve real-world problems and help communities make smarter decisions. As the founder of Economic Development Consultants and a former leader of Alaska Manufacturing Extension Partnership, she brings experience spanning private consulting, federal and state economic development, and regional planning across Alaska. With a background in business, data analysis, and economic development, Alyssa is known for turning complex numbers into clear, actionable stories. She always has a really creative way of putting forth dry information and making it connect with an audience that doesn't typically look at spreadsheets all day. She makes data not just meaningful, but memorable, and also connects some of those dots for us when we're looking at these data stories, right? Looking at numbers, to me, tells a very distinct story on what is happening in industry and trends and markets. But not everybody is into spreadsheets like me, and I get it. So Alyssa also gets it. So she puts her work out there in a creative way, but her work supports millions in grant funding, statewide initiatives, regional strategies. Most recently, she's done our Kenai Peninsula Economic Development Strategy, SEDS, which is our 5-year kind of mapping milestone project that we use to guide us into our next 5 years for economic development strategy and making sure we're on course. So please join me in welcoming Alyssa Rodriguez. And I think what we're going to do to get the most out of her presentation is we're going to go into past that 12 o'clock hour, then we'll go grab our lunch and then come back and hopefully get back on track. But please welcome Dr. Alyssa Rodriguez.
So last year, if you were here, do you remember the Mentimeter?
Interacted and you got to play on your phone. We're going to do just a scotch of it, like not a ton, but a little scotch. And so the code is up here if you go to mentimeter.com. But when I have a survey question, there'll be a QR code. You can scan it, so you don't have to pull your phone out right now if you want. And I apologize, I have like a bit of a frog in my throat, so I'm like, my bad. Okay, next slide. Oh, can I do the thing? Let's see if it works. Oh, it does. So originally these little sunglasses slid over, really cool. You can't do that in Mentimeter. So imagine they're like sliding over, really cool. I typically do themes. Last year was dinosaurs, and so this year is Ferris Bueller, which is a terrible theme for like trying to like, yay, education. Because have any of you watched Ferris Bueller recently? Probably all of you. It is not like, hey, education is great. That is not what Ferris is about. So you can, at the end of this, let me know if you think that like it was appropriate. But there aren't many 80s movies that are like, yay, education. It's great. Can you see from? Okay. So we have been talking about infrastructure this whole time. And while putting this together, had this thought that education is infrastructure. Anybody be like, yeah, no, or does that resonate? Oh, good. Okay, I'm done. Like, cool. I thought maybe people would be like, no, not really. So I think, well, this is my like, hey, let me convince you. So we have hard capital, we have human capital. We have to invest in people just as much as we invest in our bridges and in our buildings and everything else. They are not one or the other. They are not at all disconnected. We have to think about those things the same way that we're moving, pipes to, where they need to be connected, the same way that we're moving fracking sand, all of these things from one place to another. We need education to move our people from one opportunity to the next opportunity. Without that, we have a lot of bad things, which I'll get into. Okay. So Cassidy mentioned the SEDS that we did last year. And so I wanted to do a quick talk, not going to talk too much about it, but our overarching goals were resources, social and community, economic opportunity, and resilience. So I wanted to do just a brief bit of thinking about how does education support this? And maybe I should have put this question at the end after we talked about the totality of education. But I'm talking about K through 12. I'm talking about, AvTech and CTE. We're talking about KPC. I'm talking about all different kinds, Department of Labor, like workforce development trainings. Think about it, all of that. And then let's think about how does education support where we want our communities and our economy to go. So now you can Mentimeter. Now you can take out your phone, you can scan the QR code, or go to Mentimeter.com and put in that number. And then you get to tell us, it's going to make a super cool word cloud if you didn't get to play last year. And you can start popping in, how does education support those different sectors? Or something else if you're so inspired. Okay, building blocks, foundation. Ooh, okay. Workforce, productive workforce. I like it. Okay, this is interesting. So we're all about, I guess it's not that, it's human capital. It's how are we supporting them, maximizing opportunity, consistency, bandwidth. It's getting tinier, I can't see it. Gosh, and too blurry so I can't see it. I need arm extenders. Okay, vital, keep people, happiness. Okay, we've got almost everybody responding. So, but in general, we need to educate people so that they can fit into these opportunities that are coming. That seems to be what we're getting here. But I would also argue that we've got some really kind of wicked problems that our economy faces. We fix one part, we whack-a-mole something else. These things don't exist in isolation. We need people who are problem solvers, who can do that critical thinking, and who can help us come up with really creative solutions as to how we're going to, make an impact in housing, how we're going to make an impact in keeping people here instead of having them continuously move out or come here really briefly, think that this is going to be their big thing. This is going to be what they want. They want adventure. They come to Alaska and then they turn around and they leave because adventure wears off. And then what you're left with is, you're not minting for this one, but what are you left with when the adventure and the allure of coming to Alaska wears off? High energy costs, high food costs, very dark winters. You are left with things that if you weren't prepared for them, really. And if you're the kind of person who's okay with these things, if you're paid enough for that, then we can overcome some of that. But oftentimes we don't. So we all, no matter where you are, what sector you're in, we have a lot of turnover. And that happens in education as well. So we have in the peninsula around 1,800 direct jobs. We are building a local workforce. We support our education systems for industry competitiveness. I think I've said this before, we don't just compete locally. When we have businesses in our local community, you're not just competing when it comes to an LNG pipeline or anything like that with other businesses locally. You're competing against other companies worldwide. When somebody goes to the store and they could choose to purchase something made locally, they could just as easily choose to purchase something that was made in Japan, that was made in Taiwan, Singapore, China. So we have to be competitive on a global scale. And without high quality education, all the way from preschool up, we're not gonna get that. We're not going to be competitive, and our communities won't be sustainable. Okay, and then all of this, our education, local education, massively impacts population. Massively impacts whether people stay, whether we retain them, whether we convince them to move here, just like Cassidy was saying. It has an incredible impact on it. And I'm not just saying that, research proves that when we have high quality education systems, people are more likely to come, they're more likely to stay. Can you read these fun little Ferris Bueller quotes? Or is it Is it too small for the people in the back? Okay, this one it's a little childish and stupid, but that's so is high school. So the education system overview. So, oh man, excuse me. So this is just looking at what is the enrollment by institution. It's not in any sort of order. I'm not trying to imply anything like that, but we've got AvTech at 364, and I wanted to make sure I added up Marine, and then I added everything else. So I want to make sure that I'm at least on par. Okay. It's awesome. It's coming later. KPC, right around 2,400. The Kenai Peninsula School District, as you would expect, is 8,100. Like, it's far and away. And then workforce development training, that's the piece that's done by the Department of Labor. So I didn't want to exclude them. I wanted us to remember that that's part of education. We're all still learning, as my 2-year-old tells me all the time. We're still learning. KPC student enrollment. So, or not KPC, the school district enrollment. So this is not a great slide. Like, do you see this and you're like, yes. No, we don't want to lose those kids. We don't want our schools to get smaller and smaller. On the one hand, it just isn't a great indicator that our communities are doing very well. But someone mentioned school closures earlier. When they get too small, we're just going to shut them down. And when we shut down a school, we kill the community. Over and over again, we can see this. If we shut a school down, we're done. That community will not attract people. It is much less likely that it's going to come back. No, it's done. And so we really want to pay attention to whether or not we have a sustainable number of students. And we are not just losing the enrollment, we're losing kids in this age. And I haven't been keeping up with my slides over here to know where I am. Okay. Oh, and this one, the orange there is the forecast. In case you can't see the years on the bottom, the orange is forecasted from the school district. So the forecast is from 2027 to 2030. So it's not huge. It's just a continuation of that trend, really. This is looking at the population for the borough as a whole, and we're forecasting this 2023, 2025, and then forecasting from 2030 out to 2050. But where is everybody going? And why are they not staying? And if we have these great opportunities that everybody's talking about, and we have these investments in infrastructure going on, what is happening? Like, why would they leave? Could we turn this around? Could we not have people leave? Could we not have our school district declining? So when we look at education and recruitment specifically, it is an enormous factor. Right, Cassidy was saying, it's one of the first things that people think of. And when we're talking about first thing that people think of, we are talking about adults who have a family, who have kids. If you don't have kids, you might not. Why should you care about the local education system, broadly speaking, if you don't have kids? Or you don't have kids in the system anymore? Thank you. Did you read that? Yes. I mean, just there. Just right there, your property values, especially if you're in the school district, or I'm sorry, if you're in the area of a well-performing school, then your property values increase for the similar house that's in a lesser, actually I can't remember the name of it, zone, that's it. If you're zoned for a lesser school, then your property values are drastically less. And so that's a reason to care right there. But this trickles out into the rest of your economy. It's not just your property value, but you have less job opportunities. When you have when you have crummy schools that we don't invest in, it's harder to keep teachers. You have to throw more money at them just to convince them to come to your school district to teach at the school. And you can only throw so much money at it. There's a limit. At some point, people are like, I'm not gonna come work in your school with raw sewage in the basement. The roof is leaking. I'm trying to teach kids and the roof's leaking. I'm not going to be there. Or if I am, I'm going to be here for 9 months and then I'm going to leave. And what we also know is when they leave, kids' performance goes down. when we have this constant turnover of teachers, the children do worse. So then we're not educating that next workforce well. So when we look at all these wonderful opportunities that we have and who's going to take those jobs, it's not the kids that we're teaching right now, because we're not doing a good job teaching them. We're handing them packets instead of actually teaching them about biology, instead of actually teaching them about structures and math and all this awesome nerdy stuff. We're not. We're giving them a packet and we're calling it a day because no one wants to stay and teach them because we haven't invested in them. So our property values are going down. Nobody's sticking around in our economy. It is an anchor tenant in a mall, like nobody has malls anymore. It's an anchor tenant. When they leave, nobody else wants to be in this mall. It doesn't matter how low you drop your rent prices. People don't want to be in a mall that's dying. And your schools are those anchor tenants. It costs around $20,000 on average to replace a teacher. And so that just involves, it's an accounting method of taking consideration of every single thing you have to do when a teacher leaves. And because we're talking about teacher or education, I'm zoning in or zooming in on just teachers. But everything from, locking down their laptop, taking their little key card, to posting a job, recruiting for the next person, training the next person, because it's different to teach in Alaska than in other places. It costs around $20,000. So for Alaska as a whole, that ends up being around $20 million annually that we just away because of the turnover. If you work in a different industry, imagine that just rippling through. When it's harder to keep our teachers and our schools are worse, it's harder to keep the rest of our employees. People come, they're a little disappointed, not a great fit, and they're going to leave, and then we have to replace them. And how much does that cost our businesses, our local governments, our state governments, to just constantly be in this churn of replacing and training and all of those sorts of things? It's incredibly expensive, all because we're not investing in schools. So we talk about recruitment. On that retention side of things, it's not necessarily better. When we don't have great schools, when we don't have great educational opportunities, we lose people. Now, we do typically lose people in those college years. That has been our track record for a really long time. Kids often leave for school. And then we tend to get people back in that very next age group. So not necessarily the same people, but we tend to get people back. People stay because they don't feel bored in their cities. They feel at home. They're proud of their city, and their city's getting to be a better place to live as they age. And one of the key factors of whether or not it's a better place to be as you age is how is it when you start your family? How does that work for you? Is it a place that you want to raise a family? Is it a place that's like really awesome nightlife when you are in college, but then you're not going to stick around? So we need to think about these things when we're trying to figure out, do I want to keep my kids here? Do I want to keep youth in general here locally? When people go somewhere for those, kind of college age educational years, they tend to stay there. They put down roots. They have friends. They have things that they like. If we're losing people around these ages, they generally don't come back. And then how are we then we're back to the recruitment. How are we bringing people here? And you can't read this, but it says, dying. You're not dying, you just can't think of anything good to do. So we have to make sure that our places are attractive for people. And one of the really biggest things that we could do is make sure that local education is attractive, that it is something that makes people want to come and be here. Okay. So again, net population loss. Oh, you really can't see that. So this is 15 to 19. This is a horrible font use. And then 20 to 24. So just to look at net population loss by age group. Just to drive home what's happening. But again, people tend to come in those next age groups. That's when we tend to get people moving here. And then if you can't read this, that's why I have to go catch him this time to show these kids an example he sets as a first-class ticket to nowhere. He's still pro-education, and he's the complete villain of the movie. So again, maybe not the best movie, but then again, neither was like Breakfast Club. That's not a great choice for like, pro education. Okay, so now, what am I doing here? Oh, this is just a brain break. You can go ahead and read. This is John Hughes' quote. I need water. Many filmmakers portray teens as immoral and ignorant, but I haven't found that to be the case. I listen to kids. I respect them. Some of them are as bright as the adults I've met. In general, we need to care about this age group. And it's easy to care about the little ones, right? They're cute. They're like learning adorable things. They're kind of wild. But once they get to be like middle school teenagers and they're angsty, they're not as fun. And it's really easy to not think about how critical their education is to our economy. Like we're growing the next workforce. That is the investment that we're putting in. And when we look at where are all the workers going to come from for all of these incredible opportunities that we have, ideally it's those kids. That's in an ideal world, they would be filling those jobs. And when we don't take care of them in this age, when we don't give them quality education and invest in the infrastructure of their schools, we are drastically undercutting this particular sector and then just chopping our economies off the knees. Okay, so education as a community signal. This is probably a little bit hard to read as well. So, can you see this picture though? Do you know what this is? It's the garage. It's real. It's a real place. I don't know. I just thought that was really cool. I was like, it's real. This is and that's the Ferrari inside. Signals investment and stability. So when we have strong schools and strong school systems, when somebody's looking as to whether or not they want to move there, that is the first signal that this is a stable community. This is one that invests in education, and if they have the money to invest in education, then they're probably more stable overall. So it is a giant green flag to people looking to move that this is a place where I could move to and I could live there a long time. My job's not just going to go away. It influences housing and business decisions. So we did talk about, it increasing home prices, but just like an anchor tenant in a mall, it has a positive impact on the businesses around it. And then shapes long-term growth. Again, because we are growing that next generation of our workforce, it's a perfect investment into whether or not we're going to have enough people to fill those jobs, to take advantage of those opportunities. Okay, and then homes near high-performing public schools appreciated. So we had the one stat on that they sell for about 49% more on average than a similar home in just a lesser school district or school zone. But they appreciate 15% faster than the same home. Like, this is just from a home perspective, invest in local schools. So you want your home prices to go up. Like, this is crazy. Okay, education and workforce. Again, trying to bring together, like, how do these two things really fit together? This is a completely generic graph. But when we're looking at how this is, I'm gonna forget the word for it. Lifetime earning income theory or something like that. I'm sure Gemini can tell us. But as people age, they make more and then they don't. We all know that. But we tend to incur debt along here, you pay it off, and then you spend the remainder of your money, and then you're done. And so when we're investing in people along this trajectory, that's when they're able to get those jobs. Without investment here, we're not going to get them to fill those jobs. This graph looks drastically different if you have different education coming in right here. And I'm hoping my next slide, I don't think so. I've got a cool slide coming, but this one isn't it. So looking at the traditional local impact channels, again, so around 1,800 direct jobs, the institutional spending of the education system, this is just in the peninsula, 73 million to the community. And then when we look at those local wages circulating in the economy, 102 million plus in local wages that are going back into the community. So again, when we have successful local education, and these numbers include, again, they include the school district, they include KPC, they include AvTech. When we look at their ripple effect out into the economy, it's enormous. And I think it's a lot bigger than we would think it is. Okay, how does Alaska's funding measure up compared to the US as a whole? This is a Mentimeter opportunity. So now you can weigh in. Oh, you probably can't read it. Maybe you can you read it on your phone? The font's real tiny. Let me know if you can read it. Okay. And I just realized I should clarify. Maybe some of you will change your answer. We are adjusting for the cost of living. Yeah. Don't think raw dollars. When we think raw dollars, it's very different. I want you to adjust this in your head for how much it costs to live here. I'll give just a couple, it tells us how many people are responding, so I'll give just a few more minutes. A few more seconds, I take it back. Okay, the other 9 people are not, you're not having it. Okay, most of you are right. This is exciting. We're 17%, well, that's not exciting. We're 17% below the US average. Like, that's shocking, to me at least, when clearly not to any of you. But yeah, when we adjust it for the different cost of living, we're 17% below the national average. Before we adjust it, I want to say we're 39% above. And so we just really take a huge cut there when we look at that adjusted cost. Okay, this would be Tom Bueller. So we need to figure out, where do we want to put our money? When we look at, and we have so many things that we have to spend money on. It's not just education that needs more funding. It's everything. We compete all the time. It's our roads. It's our utilities. All sorts of things need to be funded. I'm going to argue that you should do it on education. And that is after I did a bunch of research on it. So education and wages, what we're looking at here is on the peninsula, what is your median wage based on your education level? And so if you can't read it, less than high school graduate, 37,000, high school graduate or GED, 45, some college or associates, 49, AvTech, 53, bachelor's degree, 54, and then graduate or professional degree, 85. This is census data. So, really big margins of error, but this is the best we have. So the point of this, though, is just to drive home how important education is. And most of the discussion's been around K through 12. But the more education you get, obviously, the higher you're going to get. I shouldn't say obviously. In many cases, the more you're going to get paid. And when we're looking at it, it's not just a bachelor's degree. Vocational, career and technical are just as important. So we need to pay attention to the other opportunities that we have for education, not just, did you go to college or not? What are the key challenges that we have? We have workforce alignment gaps. We have a lot of kids that are being trained, kids, youth, whatever, that are being trained for things that just aren't quite the right fit for our local economies. We have a limited number of pathways for kids. If you want to get certain degrees, you just have to leave. If you want to get certain education, you just have to leave. And it's unfortunate because oftentimes they don't come back. The perception of school quality is another one. We have to make sure that image of our schools is increased, that we have better teachers. I don't want to say that we're able to keep our good teachers, and they can continue to have a positive impact on kids year after year because they're not leaving. And then what are the funding constraints? Again, 17% underfunded, 23% higher costs. These are big challenges that we have to face and that we have to figure out how we're going to deal with in order to have a really strong local education system that goes all the way from K up. Some of the strategic opportunities that we have are to invest in our K through 12, expand CTE with industry. That's one of the big deals, right? We can't do this in a vacuum. Nothing exists in a vacuum. And the more we can get industry to participate in education, whether it's, in your local public education, whether it's an AgTech, whether it's a KPC, when we can get that industry engagement, it is so much more likely that those kids will be placed immediately in local jobs. When we can have those collaborations, we're able to have industry tell us what they need. We might even be able to have them train those kids. And then they have an interview process that just lasted a year because you were engaging and training them. And you know that they're a good fit. You know they're going to fit with your culture. You know they're going to know your rules because you trained them over a year. So having industry connection is incredibly important. And then market as a family-friendly area. Be able to tout your schools. Be able to show them that home prices are benefiting. Not that they're astronomical, not that we don't have enough housing, but to be able to say, this is family-friendly, we have housing for you, and it's going to fit your budget. So we need to believe in ourselves. We need to believe that it's possible to have local education systems that can support our economy. We are not the passive consumers of these systems. We can actively improve upon them if we believe they need improvement. We can engage with them in a variety of different ways and understand that it drives our workforce and it drives the income in the area. If we want to increase that lifetime earning trajectory, we need to invest. It anchors population. We have lower out-migration when we have good schools. It's easier to recruit people long-term when we have good schools. And it's essential for long-term growth. If we want to reduce those gaps in our workforce, we need to have strong schools all the way up. Ferris Bueller, a quote John Lennon, I don't believe in Beatles, I just believe in me. Like, this is doable. It's not easy, but it's very doable. And so as biased as I am, after having done the research, I was telling Cassidy, I think that if you're going to make an investment, that you're like, I really need to grow my economy. I really want to have a strong economy locally for the region as a whole. Education is the investment that can do that. It will continue to benefit the area for years and years to come. It is a very positive feedback loop. Last question. Thinking about education. This is going to be a very interesting word cloud. I'm very excited to see what people say. What would you do to improve education and educational infrastructure? What would you do? What will you do? This isn't a what. I believe in you, not the Beatles. So what are you going to do? Nice. I was hoping somebody would advocate. Vote carefully. I like that. It's not just like, I'm going to blindly vote for this. I'm going to be intentional. And I think that's really the best that we can do, right? Advocate. I don't know what that is. Advocate to keep the Sioux. Wow. Vote. Reduce resistance to taxes, I think. Vote carefully. Localized curriculum. Very cool. Localized curriculum is super important. I didn't even get to go for that topic. But taking like Western teaching and just plunking it into some of our communities is terrible. Terrible fit. And so being able to localize the curriculum, make the timing of the school year fit better, so important. Okay. Improve what's being taught. Okay. Statewide income tax, vote carefully. Teacher advocacy. Nice. Seward pool. I would love to hear more about that. Learn a new big word. I love it. Okay. That's all I've got. I think it's time for lunch. Oh, I can take questions too. Yeah, questions, comments? You can argue with me about it. I can go back to the I think it's infrastructure. Fight me slide. Yeah.
Listen, thank you. Really appreciate your insight. Just to prove your point that flight costs over the weekend struck up a conversation with the guy federal employee, well-educated,
Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you. Like, this is real every day. Yeah. Terrible messaging. That's my guess. They, like, before the vote even went, they had like this is our budget. If it doesn't pass, this is our budget. If it passes, like, they'd already made their choices. There was no, like, oh, you passed it. Let's now get community input as to where we're going to go now that we have this pot of money that we didn't think we would. So I really think it was poor community engagement. I think a big broad umbrella, poor community engagement would be my guess. It was relatively tight because I think people know that it needs it. It's important, but you don't listen to people. Like, if you don't listen to people, or at a minimum, if you don't make sure they feel heard, like, this is a very, I want to say, touchy topic, but like, this is where you're sending your kids every day, or this is where you are going every day to learn your trade. You want to make sure that the people that are making these choices are hearing you, that they're taking into consideration what is important to you. And I don't think they did that well. Yeah.
And I don't think they have the resources, maybe we need to
Yeah.
that realm
Mm-hmm.
for the public schools, because we don't see really all positives that happen.
Yeah, I agree. I also think I think they are in a hard position, having been underfunded relative to the rest of the US, flat funded like for so long. I think it gets harder and harder to tout successes because you've been operating, in this kind of negative position for so long. That would be a guess from the outside, is that would be hard. But I think you're right. I think you have to talk about what you are doing well, would do better if you entrusted us with these funds. This is what we would do better. This is how we would be good stewards, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Your chart the drop of but increasing population will have a large portion of the loss of students. They just shift to homeschool. So the local school district has a homeschool component, but they're living in the community. You see a lot of the folks who shift to homeschool intentionally choose not the local school district's homeschool component, and I just was wondering how that plays into all of this.
I mean, I think what you're bringing up is a really good point. That was something Andy and I were talking about. And it's a little bit hard to capture because there is that homeschool component that's still included in those numbers. And if they go to a different district, but they physically live here, it's really hard to track them. It's really hard to track them then. But I do think that is a pretty decent component. Yeah.
Districts are listening their priorities are for their children. And so I think it's definitely a two-way street when you say we need to invest in our schools, but I think it needs to be in the right areas to teachers, not overly in one country, which is frustrating to see.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, and I think that's part of having a school district or if it's KPC, if it's AvTech, having that be more of a conversation and more of actually listening to what people are telling you and proving that you're going to be good stewards. And I think that's exactly what you're talking about. Like, you want to make sure that they're being good stewards of the money. It's not going to buy everybody in headquarters new laptops. It's going to teachers and what do teachers need and those sorts of things. So yeah, I think you have a good point.
A lot of people but I think they have concern about not only just in general, including vocation. So it's not anti-education, it's just what is there to use. And I think both of the comments before me sort of prove that.
I think that's a good point, and I think it's still on here. Someone put localized curriculum. Maybe that was you, but okay. But I think that's a good point. And I do think that it's difficult when you have, I'm not saying it's bad to have state standards, federal standards as to what kids are taught, but I think there are ways to localize, you have to meet this mark, but there are ways to localize that. And I think when we have such high rates of teacher turnover, that becomes really hard because they don't have that local experience. They don't quite understand, how am I going to teach biology when it comes to using, indigenous plants and that sort of thing. Like, what are the local examples I could use to teach these topics? And if they don't have that local tie, that gets really hard to do. Yeah. Oh, and I think you had a question too. Yes. Yeah.
So that is a really big impact on our
Yes, completely agree. Research agrees with you. And that's when I mentioned earlier, like, there's only so much money you can throw at specifically teachers, but really anybody. There's only so much money you can throw at them to convince them to move somewhere that doesn't have affordable housing, that doesn't have, quality infrastructure that supports them, whether that's, local stores, or even just, again, a school that has a roof that doesn't leak and doesn't have, open sewage. I keep saying the sewage thing. There is a school in Alaska that has, sewage in its basement. How much must you pay someone to try and get them to go there and work in really challenging conditions? And it's not just challenging during your day, it's challenging on the off. And there's only a certain amount of money you can get to have somebody say, come take that. And then that's really draining. They're probably not going to stay, even though you just paid them way more than you wanted to take this job. Yeah. Was it? Yeah.
And apparently, about 1,500 students are estimated to be going to an outside of the district school program. So that means monitoring into our business experience. Yes. So that's perfect. And then the foundation program. So we take the number of students that we have and we put it inside this formula, check it out, and come out with this number. It's validated. We get permission to you when your property values go up. All of a sudden, they shift that from the state to the borough's responsibility. And so, your property taxes have to go up, but your foundation has to.
Yeah.
So it's like a double whammy. So there's a lot that goes into that, and also homeschoolers are only funded in that formula at 0.9 of the students. So they get a 10% hit for just homeschooling within the district. And I think that we need to really also advocate for our legislators to really get that foundation and figure out a little bit and maybe modernize it. And I know we're diverse in Alaska. We have districts that are funded 100% by the state, and then your districts that I think for years that 67% of our budget went to schools. And so there's a lot of financial obligation if they go to with all of that. And that makes it harder at the state level to figure out how that money goes. We haven't looked at it for many years, and I think it's something we need to look at. So if you're advocating, speak to them about that. It needs work.
No, I appreciate that, and I agree with you. And I think one of the other challenges with, and I'm no expert on when it comes to the funding formula, but when we think about losing students, just because my student count at my school went down, if it's all per student, my cost didn't go down just because I lost 10 students across 6 grades. And so I had those same fixed costs, but now I lost funding just because I had a family of 6 in my life. And so I agree that I think it needs to be reevaluated. Yeah, thank you.
The business are around 2010. If you look at our smartphones and our social media, when that news came up, I thought 30 years. And my last 2 years was in this country, very, very religious, over 80. And I could not, it was 40 years. And before I got there, it was opened up last week. All my 13, 12 things. And yet our curriculum is very aligned to what we teach in class. And it is a spiritual warfare or it's a very solid curriculum of these kids smartphones and use social media. And so parents see them at home and think, well, this will be introduced. I think that teachers, good teachers, and have relationships with kids, and you're not going to just ignore their interests. I spend a lot of my time taking class talking about some cultural stuff that I never did as a kid in the animal class, and they're getting into their social media. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that a lot of us want to blame curriculum in schools, and I think a lot of them harm, or there's a lot of harm that does come from these phones and social media exposure. So such food for thought.
Yeah, no, I think you bring up a good point. It's not really something that, that we touched on too heavily here, but our laws regarding, social media, AI, I mean, just kind of the internet as a whole is woefully behind. And I think it does a disservice to our kids. And I think I'm on a soapbox. That's it, I'm gonna stop right now. I know. See you later. I appreciate it.
And she is going to work after this. We're going to take the slide and all the data that she is and do a short report on this that you'll be able to find on our website, or if you leave your email address at the time, I don't know what's happening, we can send those out. And I think, long story short, I think an important message here is to engage with borough assembly, school boards, our district in a way that shares our wants, shares our values, shares what we are looking for, not only as parents, but as developers, as small business owners, as leaders, and be at the table all together to have these discussions. I feel like this is a very relevant topic. We had more questions on this topic than any other topic coming up. So people want to talk about this. People want to find a solution and a path forward. And I think the time is now. So if there's some way that we can do this, I think Steve Malley and I were talking about getting some type of short list together and doing some work sessions on moving ahead with a plan, and being part of it, not waiting for somebody else to do it for us. So with that, we are going to break for lunch. We'll have about 30-ish minutes to go and eat and come back and take a break, but then we'll jump back into our afternoon session, which is also about housing, some of the pieces that go along with infrastructure development. So housing, Alyssa kicks us off with looking at education as infrastructure, but the importance of that, small business development, emerging industries and opportunities, and then also workforce development and our resources in those lanes, right? So it's kind of, we're trying to connect all of these dots together and show the importance that they all need to be working together and moving ahead together. So with that, please, I don't know where lunch is. Okay. Okay. Everybody get that? Through this tunnel and then around and out. Okay. Are you guys awake? Sorry. And thank you. So as it was mentioned, we're talking about, what's needed if we're trying to attract a workforce to our region and also maintain our populations and our working populations. People need education, families need housing, right? And housing and affordability and availability has been very high on what bubbles up to the top when we talk about challenges that we're looking at community-wide, region-wide, statewide, nationwide. And while we were doing our CEDS, our Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, it bubbled up to the very top of this is one of the biggest challenges that we have ahead of us that we need to address so that people can afford to live in our communities. Not just housing availability, housing affordability, and then housing variability, right? Not everybody 2,500 square foot ranch house, but they may need a 2-bedroom condo style or maybe some multiplexes. And there's efforts being made. So City of Seward's doing some of that great work. What we did is we really leaned into that, and we decided that we want to know what housing is on the peninsula. What are the effects of some of the market trends that we're seeing, of the demographic shifts, of cost of living, and how those fall into our housing market and availability here. So our contractor, Andy Wink, started to do the data mining behind it and the research behind it. We really compiled a lot of metric data, but also we held a housing forum earlier this fall where we had well over, I think there was probably 75 people that attended to talk about what the challenges are, what developers are facing, what the infrastructure piece is, and how that is either a barrier to entry, or we just wanted to understand it from a Kenai Peninsula standpoint. And so Andy's been working on this housing assessment report that you can find phase 1 on our website. And then phase 2 and phase 3 are in the final pieces of editing and development, and then that's going out into a report. But before I'll read your bio here. Hang on a sec. Andy has served Alaskans as an economist, a seafood development professional, and investment officer for over 20 years. For the past 2 years, he's been helping KPEDD with custom analysis covering the peninsula's economy. For the past several months, he's been doing a deep dive on our housing situation, along with our own Caitlin Corson, and co-authored the 2026 KPEDD Housing Assessment Report. Andy lives in Gig Harbor, but he has a lot of background and experience here in Alaska. He can talk more about that. But in commercial fishing, he lived up here many, many years and was looking at different industries throughout Alaska and has a lot of Alaska experience. So now he lives in Gig Harbor with his wife, his kids, his dog and cat, and their first septic system. So he's learning even more about centralized utilities. So please welcome Andy.
So yeah, housing is a key issue here, but a key issue everywhere really that we're going to talk about. Just going to go through a few slides here, and then we'll kind of get into it. I've got it, right. So kind of to date, what's been done with KPEDD supporting the housing analysis. We made some community slide decks looking at communities specifically and their housing situations. We had the roundtable that Cassidy mentioned. We put out a survey to local planning departments to get their feedback on what they were, what they felt like their community needed, what their challenges were. We're here today for the IOF, and we'll have the report coming soon, phases 2 and 3. And to talk a little bit more about that report. So Phase one had a lot of the data in it. Talked about the housing stock and and the market situation. Phases 2 and 3 will look at the challenges and the opportunities. It'll look at what the communities are doing to meet those already, and then it'll look at what resources are out there to try to build more housing, try to build it smarter. Hopefully, there's a lot of programs, and Amy's can tell you a lot more about the USDA's programs. And then finally, there's a bunch of case studies in there, and a lot of other places in the U.S. are dealing with similar housing challenges. So there's a lot of things being tried, and I think that's worthwhile things to read through as well and to look at, right? So first of all, I want to provide a few data points that can help us answer the question, does the KPB have a housing challenge worth addressing? Is it limiting population growth or economic growth? And what we can see in the data is that employment growth was really strong coming out of COVID, much better than statewide levels, but that's slowed down now to be roughly on par with state job growth. And then this is net new residents in on the left side. So your kids moving into the borough, assuming with families and with parents in tow, that really dropped off in 2024, and it bounced back up in 2025, but sort of the moving average there, we're seeing less young families migrating in than we did, say, just after COVID. Now, maybe we're reaching a little bit of a capacity issue, possibly. Anecdotally, we hear that there's more jobs than there is houses right now available. So I think that trend isn't too surprising, but it's worth keeping a real tight eye on because, people choosing to move here with their families says a lot about the general economic health of your area, right? As well as the decision to have children in this area. And so the next slide I got, this is resident children 0 to 4 years of age and the median age of the community over time. And so for 2025, we saw the biggest drop in the number of KPB resident children in that birth cohort, right? And that was the biggest drop since '96, outside of the year after COVID, which we would expect to not see as many babies. This kind of like the enrollment chart that Alyssa showed. This isn't great to see that downturn, but I will say that Alaska's seeing this overall. You guys are down 9%, Alaska's down 10%. Birth rates in the US are coming down as well. So again, this is something that a lot of counties and boroughs out there are dealing with. So let's keep going on. So for much of this presentation, I want to talk about the housing market, what sort of housing stock you have here. We'll look at the key factors that are driving what sort of housing needs are most important. We'll talk about what local cities and the borough is doing, kind of what the plans are as they stand today. And then I wanted to kind of summarize some of the things that I thought were interesting out of the case studies that are being done elsewhere. So that's kind of the agenda for today, for this presentation. So let's get into the first one. Like I said, virtually every US county is dealing with some version of this housing crisis. There's a lot of info on this slide, and it's maybe a little bit hard for you to see in back, but basically the bars is the median home price, and the dark one is the borough, the light one is the US overall. You can see that the US median home price here kind of ticked up faster than the boroughs, and then the borough kind of more than caught up or grew faster, but they generally move together. These lines are, I think, what maybe is the most interesting thing. And if you bought a house in the last 5 years, you know how much the mortgage costs have changed. But if you haven't, I mean, in the span of 3 years, the median home bought at the interest rates of that year more than doubled in 3 years. I mean, that's a massive change, and everybody had to deal with that here in the borough as well as around the country. Up in the top right, you can see how the average monthly wage changed over time, and the upshot there is from 2009, 2010 through 2020-ish, you know, wages more than they outpaced housing costs. Since that time, it's not even close, right? Wages have not kept up. So again, everybody is dealing with this, but I think this data kind of shows how extreme it is, and also why, you know, it costs so much now to build new housing, unfortunately. Looking at more recent years, oops, excuse me. So this is home values for Alaska, the KPEDD, as well as like a proxy for the US, which Minneapolis tends to be kind of in the middle for the rest of the US. And so we're pretty much been in line, you know, seeing the values go up. Alaska's increased a little bit more in recent years than the borough. But of course, you know, this is a lot of home appreciation, but interest rates went up at the same time, and that's what has really driven the cost. Excuse me. So when we talk about home prices being cheap or expensive, it's all relative to income and in context of other areas. So this is a pretty busy chart, but it says a lot about what I think you guys are wondering, which is how affordable or unaffordable are you versus other areas? And, you know, within the borough, which areas are more or less unaffordable? And so, you know, what you see these bars is the median single family home price for 2025. And we've got kind of the largest borough communities compared to the borough overall, Anchorage, Mat-Su, Alaska, as well as the national level. And so houses excuse me, this is a single family home, but single family homes in the borough tend to be a little bit less than the rest of the state or in Anchorage or even the US. But when you factor in incomes, and that's these orange dots, it's pretty stable, except for Homer and Seward, which, you know, basically what these dots are is how many years would it take the median income in the area to pay off the median priced home. So it would take about a year longer almost in Seward versus the KPEDD average. So again, I think, and the reason I included the figures down here is this is the median household income for each area. It comes from census data, which sometimes in Alaska is not as accurate as we'd like it to be. So if you think, you know, some of this income data should be higher or lower, you can kind of adjust the affordability ratio based on that. But again, compared to everything, Homer and Seward have real issues with affordability, you know, that probably need to be addressed. The borough overall, kind of between Anchorage and Mat-Su, but one of the reasons you're probably seeing people still come here, you know, there's a lot of jobs, and it's actually more affordable than the national level. So you've got a lot going for you in that regard. In a way, it's not as bad as it is in a lot of places down in the lower 48, as far as housing affordability. Sure. Sure. That's okay. So what the orange dots are is how many years would it take you to pay off, say, this $355,000 house in Kenai with a $79,000 and change income? So. Right. Yeah. Which we know is not the way it goes, but it's really just a way to compare them across time. Yeah. even if you put everything towards it and had no taxes, it would take you, yeah, almost 5.5 years, right? So, but I think it's just for scale wise, it's good to see. And again, I mean, the national average, nationally, things are only a little bit better than they are here in Seward. Some areas down south are a lot worse than others, obviously. So it's a whole mix. But, you know, I just wanted to show this to put the situation in context. It is truly worth dealing with here, but other areas are dealing with it too. And so hopefully time will fix some of this, but because you're better off relative to a lot of areas, you know, hopefully you're not going to suffer as badly from it too. Okay, let's look at the age of the housing that's here and the stock of it. Because one thing I forgot to mention on that other chart is it doesn't tell you what the homes are like versus other areas, right? Because what you could buy here for $350,000 might be different than what you could buy down south for $410,000. So in general, you know, about 40% of the homes here were built in this 20-year period, right? During kind of right after the oil pipeline days. So houses here tend to be, you know, about the same age as those in Matsu. Tend to have a lot of single family homes, just like Matsu. Anchorage has more multi-unit places. Probably don't need to go so far towards how many multi-unit housing Anchorage has, but only have about 16% here. That's probably not quite enough, right? So, and I think the other thing, I don't have it listed here, but after the great financial crisis in 2010, Alaska didn't have the same housing boom, right? And so we don't have as many of those homes built during the 2010s to fill. And so our housing stock in a lot of ways tends to be kind of older. And even if it was built in the 80s and 90s, wasn't always built super high quality. So those kind of can deteriorate faster than, say, you know, a home that was built in 1910 in New England, but it was really well built. So. The KPB actually has quite a bit of housing relative to its resident population. There was a 2018 report that looked at overcrowding across all the ANCSA regions, and Siri down here had some of the lowest overcrowding rates. But that's probably because when you look at the number of KPB residents per housing unit, which is kind of what we're doing over here, this is people per housing units, and then the median age for those areas. Yeah, there's actually a lot of housing to go around on the borough, but there's some really good reasons why that is. And it doesn't lead to as much excess housing as you would think. You've got a large percentage of seasonal homes here. You've got a lot of short-term rentals. You've got more seniors aging in place. You've got more single oil patch workers. So all of that's gonna, you know, tend to have more housing per capita, really. But what was really interesting to me was when you look at Anchorage, Matsu, Juneau, Fairbanks, Alaska, the US as a whole, it's a pretty tight range. We're right around 2.2 to 2.3. So being at 1.86 is pretty far outside that range, right? And I tried to find the best proxy down south for the Kenai Borough. And I think Clallam, Washington is probably about it. It's got similar population. It's tourism, you know, a county that is driven by tourism, a little bit higher median age. And I mean, even there, they are at 1.99. And Clallam is in northwest Washington state. So you got a lot of folks from Seattle that have second homes over there, just like maybe we do here, you know, on the peninsula. It's very similar in a lot of ways. But even they're able to get a little bit more people per house.
So Andy, when you say borough,
I'm talking about the entire peninsula. Yeah, sorry. Yes. Yeah. So on the one hand, it might be tempting to believe that the borough has enough latent housing already in place to address the lack of affordable housing. And that might even be technically true, but unlocking that supply is going to require overcoming some big challenges, such as do communities want to deter seasonal home ownership? Is that even legal? These folks bring in a lot of spending. Are you willing to restrict or deter the freedom of homeowners, to let out their homes as short-term rentals? What would be required to incentivize more empty nesters to sell their homes? Can residents or seasonal workers be convinced to enter into a home sharing agreement? Are there actually available buildings that could house seasonal workers where the modification costs make sense? So, there's a lot of thorny questions that I think communities can only answer for themselves as far as can we unlock some of this latent housing capacity. But doing nothing on these choices fronts is a choice as well, and it's not always the wrong one. So I think with all that said is that yes, there's technically more housing capacity in the KPB than what comes to market, but unlocking it will require a lot of collaboration, some compromises, and really clear communication if that's a path that is gone down. So moving kind of along in our agenda here, I want to just highlight the key factors and housing needs. From everything I've read, a lot of folks in the area, I think, have articulated this well. I think hopefully you understand the biggest housing challenges, so I'm not going to belabor this, but just want to sum it up. It seems like we really need more middle housing to keep those younger residents, right? That's probably near the top, if not the top. You've got a senior population that's expected to more than double in 10 years. And so you're going to need more senior housing, or at least ability for those people to age in place, or condos, or maybe it's really assisted living. Got to have housing for that cohort. Not being able to house as many seasonal workers really limits your tourism industry. And it seems like you've got a lot of opportunity in the tourism industry, but just not enough housing to take advantage of it. So finding a place for those seasonal folks is really important. And then, of course, we heard about the massive LNG project that could push a tight housing market into a real crisis here if it goes through. So some really smart planning is needed for that, and particularly if it does go through. So, in the last bullet there, just kind of mentioning that economic growth has cooled off, but I think that's largely because of lack of housing, not lack of job opportunity here. There's a lot going on, as we've all heard. Uh-oh. Now I did it. Let's kind of run through the local plans and activities. So at the borough level, we've got the land auctions and the land affordability program. The land affordability program is a really great one where they're offering land at a 25% discount if you are a local resident, trying to get more folks to build homes and duplexes. And of course, the borough has a lot of land, and they're also offering direct financing. So that's a great incentive program to try to get more housing units built. We've got the Blueberry Hill purchase here in Seward that could unlock potentially up to 2,000 acres, which would be a ton of parcels there. It's going to take a few years to come through, but that could open up a lot of housing. And then the borough also passed property tax relief for residents, so that lowered the cost of housing for a lot of folks, and is considering short-term rental reform. So at the borough level, did I miss any there, Lynn? I might have. Okay, good. So in Homer, they finished the comprehensive plan. You've got zoning code updates. They've implemented online permitting to try to reduce that friction from that. You've got this Sterling Highway Hospital, basically creating units for folks that work at the hospital, and that should open up about 25 units in Homer. So again, sometimes you build housing over here and you open it up over there. The Lighthouse Village is a 85 unit proposed hotel, plus I think about 15 condos and worker housing. It's kind of in limbo. There's been some opposition to it, but that's another big development that's being proposed for Homer. In Kenai, they've also had zoning changes, trying to unlock more land, trying to make it, just kind of reduce the friction of building multi-unit structures. They're working with the Kenai Housing, the Kenai Peninsula Housing Initiatives nonprofit, right, to develop the Rainbow Flats senior housing development there. And I think that's going to be over 100 units, which had grown from something like 20 units when it first became envisioned. You've got utility extensions going in Kenai. They're modernizing their permitting system. And they also did a report a few years ago looking at the land that they own, creating inventory of it, and creating a plan for those parcels. So, what are they going to do with that over time? So they've got a plan for that. And again, there's many pages that detail all of these, and there's a lot going on. So I apologize, it's hard to keep it on my head, but it will be in the report. You can read about it. I just don't want to spend the entire afternoon going through each of these here. But I do want to mention them. We actually did hear about the rural cap housing that's happening here in Seward near the high school. The reimbursement program for the utilities is huge. I mean, man, that's like dead center on what we heard at our roundtables. It's great that they have the funding and the desire to do that here. I think that's going to unlock a lot of housing. Raising the minimum building heights, we heard about. They've got a new comprehensive plan coming here in Seward. Over in Soldotna, of all the peninsula's larger cities, Soldotna probably has the most accessible housing market, but still has challenges. And so there's a lot of rural cap housing that's gone in over there. You've got the Kenai tribe, which has a lot of programs that tribal members can access for housing. And then there's kind of the struggle with, is the riverfront plan over there the right thing to do? So they've got a plan, just haven't decided to execute it, and that might change. We'll have to see how that develops. So this is kind of the state of things as it is now. And again, I think there's a lot of really great efforts happening to try to open up a little bit more housing. It's just everything costs so much these days that it's very difficult. So let's kind of move into our last section here. And I wanted to share some insights that we heard at the roundtable meetings this fall, and I wanted to share what I saw in the case studies. And the reason I chose a scene from the Golden Girls here is, home sharing among seniors is actually a potential strategy for local housing expansion. And if you've got 4 ladies here living in the same single-family home, that's freeing up potentially 3 other homes in the area, right? And maybe not as lonely either. So last September, KPEDD held 2 roundtable sessions with local experts from the real estate field. This was like builders, developers, agents, mortgage professionals, city planners, and we had a lot of good discussion, and they gave us a lot of input. And so here's some of the, I didn't forward it, I'm sorry. Here's some of the input that stood out. Infrastructure is just a massive barrier. I think some of the folks that rented out places in the borough talked about how, we might have enough rooms, a lot of them are empty. So we talked a little bit about that. There was a lot of there's a lot of interest in creating pre-permitted ADUs, right? Because once you start going down the path of wanting to do an ADU, it's just never ending in terms of actually getting that thing to be permitted and in. And so having pre-permitted units could help unstick some of that. We heard that like more 3-bedroom units was really key, especially for getting those younger families. That's tends to be what people are looking for that they can't find or is maybe missing in the market right now. We talked a little bit about 3D printed homes. Some of the mortgage folks are being trained up on how to do those loans. It seems like it's still kind of in maybe its infancy, but you know, it's worth keeping track of. The challenge there is that you still need to run utilities to those places. So even if it makes the building process somehow magically easier, they're going to need utilities. We talked a lot about condos and how the areas, you know, most sought after condos go really quick, and you've got a lot of older folks that would probably want to downsize, but there's just not enough supply of places to downsize to in the borough. So I think that's an opportunity. Plus, of course, if you're going to run utilities to a new housing structure, it's more efficient to run it to a bunch of condos than one house here, one house there, one house there. And when those older folks move out, that other house will become available to a younger family. Cash offers from non-locals beating out local buyers was something that we heard from the real estate agents, unfortunately. Not sure, again, what to do about that, but that is a reality that you're having folks from outside, whether they're going to turn into a short-term rental or a long-term rental or an investment property or a vacation home. It's still, you know, could end up with a local person that is not able to afford a place. And then finally, some of the folks that have been looking at doing housing developments were saying, you know, we need really heavy subsidies to build multi-unit housing. Otherwise, it doesn't pencil out. So that's what we heard from all those folks. Just moving through some of the case studies. And again, there's a lot more on this, which will be in the sections 2 and 3 of the report soon. But Burlington, Vermont did a really interesting community land trust model that's been around since the 80s. It's provided, you know, probably thousands of rentals and hundreds of housing units. And it did that without sinking the equity for other residents in the area, which I think is really, you know, a tough line to walk, right? You could put a bunch of housing units in the area, but you're probably going to hurt existing homeowners with their equity. And they've been able to do this over time, that it's held up. And part of that is because the resale value of these homes is limited. So they try to keep it affordable in perpetuity, which makes sense. If you're going to get that benefit and that subsidy, it's going to be affordable for the next person. Anchorage has 2 of these, one for residential, one for commercial. Sitka has a community land trust. Ketchikan and Girdwood do as well. So it's definitely something that's being tried out here in Alaska. Next case study we looked at was zoning and code reform. Bozeman, Montana was pretty aggressive about this, and they created 2 tiers for developers in exchange for producing more affordable housing units. And a lot of what they did was like changing things with minimum height requirements, or especially parking spaces. And so as a developer, you were able to get things permitted at a much lower cost, much faster, if you basically got rid of a lot of parking spaces. And it definitely brought the cost of multi-unit housing down, so much so that they've got, I think, about 10 to 20% vacancy now, and they're starting to see rental prices come down, and renters actually having a choice of like, yeah, I don't need to pay you $3,000 a month. I can, someone else has it for $2,000 or whatever. So that's kind of interesting. And the reason that Bozeman did this is they were one of the fastest growing towns in the country, kind of coming into COVID and even going through COVID. And so, they really acted, and they chose code reform to be one of the big reasons or their big strategy for doing it. They also allowed city staff to approve projects to promote infill housing. So they gave them that flexibility. Again, this route can be a little bumpy because there was definitely disagreements within the community about, hey, we don't like this apartment building going up, or you've got folks in single family neighborhoods. They even had a case go to the Supreme Court in Montana. So it unlocked a lot of housing, and I think it's a good tool, but it requires that communication and collaboration I was talking about. Like, those aren't just buzzwords. That is 100% needed. And compromise. Not everybody's going to agree on what the community should look like, right? So, I realize I've mentioned it, but not really named it so much, but home sharing, basically, renting out a room to somebody is something that the places that we're seeing the worst housing crisis and affordability in are looking more and more into. And there's a platform called Nestrally that was developed by a couple of MIT students out of Boston that really uses tech to match people and fill rooms. Home sharing is probably the least expensive solution to unlocking more housing. I think if you're interesting and potentially successful, a way to house seasonal workers, and then seniors co-housing together could open up other homes as well. And Nestrally is just kind of the tech version of what's been around for a long time. There's been a lot of nonprofits across the country that try to fill that role of helping someone be a landlord, over 1 or 2 rooms in their house, because you got to do the background check, and you got to have a rental contract, and you got to vet people, and there's a lot of steps to it. And so, Nestrally and all these other local nonprofits try to help fill that void, because again, if you can get people to pair up into multiple people into the same house, you can fix a lot of other things with available housing in the area. So just some cities that are working with Nestrally now: Bellingham, Washington; Port Angeles, Washington, which is in Clallam County; Boston; Columbus; the entire state of Maine. So yeah, there's definitely places out there that are looking at house sharing. Co-housing is actually quite a bit different than house sharing, even though it's similar named. This one is similar to a land trust model, but it's different enough that I felt it warranted its own spot. So this particular example is back in the early 2000s, the city of Boulder donated land to a previous, to what was used to be a drive-in movie theater. And they wanted to do a 1.5 acre, 34 unit development of, smaller houses. And they called it the Wild Sage Co-housing Development. So this was intended to be mixed income, mixed generation. We're gonna try to bake social cohesion into this neighborhood. And it was part of a larger 27 acre mixed use, retail and residential development. And I think it went really well. I talked with one of the folks who's, one of the few units that's up for sale, and kind of got the down low on the neighborhood. Units don't open up very much. There's not a lot of storage, and they're not big units. So some people their families grow out of them, but they have weekly meals together. They all know each other. It seems like largely the experiment worked. If they had to do it again, I'd say they'd maybe make more closets, more garage stalls, but that was the biggest gripes that I heard. And it was so successful that the developer, there was adjacent land to this one, and he did what's called Silver Sage for 55 plus folks. So thought that was very interesting that, and he didn't get donated land for that. He's like, I'll buy it. We're going to do this. This works. So I think that's all worth a look. Some other approaches that I saw out there: converting motels to condos. Converting motels to condos is something we're seeing happen in areas. If you build more hotel rooms, there's maybe less need for short-term rentals that can then come back into local housing stock. That's been happening in some other areas. Using RVs or yurts to house seasonal workers or for tourists is something that we're seeing. Of course, we're seeing some yurts here, but there are places out there that use yurts and RVs specifically for seasonal workers. It's not great, but it's better than tents, and we've seen some of that too. There's also cooperative housing organizations, and this could be kind of, it's along the lines of the apartment co-op, but it could be an entire neighborhood, and there's definitely, I'd say, dozens of those out there. A lot of it, how well it works, comes down a lot of times to the people and the rules that they have and how well they implement all that. But it can be a really great situation from my research. And then finally, there are a number of places out there that are trying to be decentralized, off-grid with water and sewer. It's a lifestyle choice, but as the cost of utilities is what it is, especially maybe in places like Soldotna, you have to make that decision. And I think it's worth Alaska in general keeping an eye on what's possible, because the cost of running our utilities here is so great that if we can be more decentralized, it's going to help us be more cost competitive and open up a lot more opportunity for housing. So I'm sorry I'm running over time a little bit here, so I'm just going to try to keep it real short to wrap up. I'd say keep on keeping on. The cities and the borough are doing a lot of great things here. Try to think of that tagline of live, learn, work, and play. What is it for housing we can do to support each one of those buckets? I'd encourage folks to investigate home sharing and other ways you can house the summer tourism workforce. Maybe start a community land trust or a co-housing development. And then, what is the infrastructure plan? And what Seward is doing here is a great idea for addressing that. And yeah, just how to get residents more benefits. So I'm going to end it there. Sorry again for running a bit over time. If there's any quick questions, I can take them. Good.
There's a lot of great suggestions and ideas. How do you benefit the community life?
It's a good question. I mean, town halls are great, but I think you got to meet them where they're at too. If enough of them are reading editorials or interviews in the newspaper, great, do that. If it's social media, you got to do that. Maybe it's other meetings in the neighborhood where those folks wouldn't typically go to a town hall. You know what I mean? So I think you really just got to think outside the box of how do we reach folks. A town hall is great, it really is, and that's a move you should do, but how do we reach folks beyond that? Lynn?
And I'm wondering if you address the housing shortage within the next 10 years, but within the 10 years, the largest growth is going to be in the AWS sector. Or we're going to end up with housing excess.
I don't think so. You look at all the things that we've talked about today with all the economic development going on, there should be growth in jobs to support that. But it's a good question. If you're really planning for a fall off, you don't want to overbuild, right? And we'll see if that's what Bozeman did or not. Time will tell. But that's why I think it's good to be measured. You don't need to go too crazy with this because, again, you're not outside of Seward, Homer and Seward, you're not at as big a crisis levels as a lot of other places are. So.
It's along the same lines. I'm busy, and if this thing happens, we don't want to build somewhere. Well, we know it's going to have the best side. And it is specific to that, or some people figure out how do you deal with that? Do you have any great ideas?
I think you build the housing that is going to remain there after the project's done, right? You try to be real intentional with that. There, in the report, there is a case study about what happened in Australia, and the city government didn't really have anything to do with this, but private developers thought, big LNG project, great, we're going to build a ton of housing units and make a bunch of money, and they didn't. And so they got burned really bad, which is kind of like, okay, I'm sorry, you made a bad bet, bad for you. But what was unfortunate was the people that bought those homes spent, probably 10 or 15 years underwater. And a lot of bankruptcies came out of that. So I guess just to answer your question, communication, if it does get overbuilt, this is America, dang it, and if people want to build a bunch of houses in Nikiski to feed that boom, they should be able to. But maybe some communication about just let's make sure we build the right. And in Valdez, they didn't have a big problem because most of the folks that worked on the pipeline terminus there stayed in mobile homes. So when the project was done, the mobile homes got sold either out of town or to locals, and that's how that went. So I think that was a smart way to do it. Yeah. Anything else? Okay.
This is a good on the assessment of housing system, and I'm super excited to produce that everyone can see. If you want to highlight he when I left the on with these things, what was it? So being able to learn and have those final thoughts and takeaways from each of those different pieces, I think is going to be very helpful for communities.
I hope so. I'm interested to hear the feedback. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, guys.
Please give Andy a round of applause. And we're going to jump right into our small business highlight. We have a lot of young entrepreneurs on the peninsula, and one of them that we've been watching closely and supporting and seeing her journey is Genevieve DeRoos. For those of you who are familiar with her, she has Rustic Roots, which is the old Denali transportation bus that has the boutique and the retail space inside of it. She's a 21-year-old entrepreneur and owner of Rustic Roots. And in the fall of 22, Jenna's dad and her began the process of renovating an old bus here in Seward. And she operates her shop out of it and is going strong right now. She's got a great following and a great brand and a great vision. And it's nice to see young entrepreneurs making their dreams come true here on the peninsula. And her product designs feature wildlife and beautiful landscapes of Seward. And we were lucky enough to be able to work with her at the very beginning of her journey, provide her with some of our microloan supports and get her kind of going so that it would push her over the edge to enter into small business and entrepreneurship. And so we're very proud of her. And please welcome Jenna DeRoos up, and she's going to share a little bit of her story and hopefully give us some hope about our future and young people that are working here on the peninsula and in the Seward. So.
This is just a little bit about what I will be talking about on the next few slides. I guess why I opened Rustic Roots, what inspired Rustic Roots, where I'm kind of from. So yeah, I started Rustic Roots at 17. I was in high school that had no idea what she wanted to do with her life. So I thought, why not create something of my own? In the beginning, I did self-fund everything. I did the soft launch with just my family to kind of see if everybody was liking the designs, the good quality, all that kind of good stuff. It worked out good. And then I chose a bus because I was 17 years old and broke. So I had not much money. The bus, eventually the goal is to travel around with it around Alaska and sharing more of my brand with other cities. So that is the reason also as to why I chose a bus. And it helps me share my brand in a unique way. Brick and mortar, it's just a bus that I renovated with my dad. The meaning behind Rustic Roots. So this is my logo. It's actually the state tree, Alaska Sitka spruce. And then these are just my family. They're what keeps me going on all the bad, tough days. I have those. But I also have a lot of good ones, but they keep me going. This is actually my dad right here. He is the man behind the bus. He helped me renovate it for 7 months. It was a process. I learned how to use power tools that I've never seen before. It was fun. But I chose Rustic Roots because of where I'm from in Michigan. I wanted a name that can kind of relate back to where I'm from, but also to where I live now, the place I call home. So it's like I planted my rustic roots here at Seward. Right after graduation, I bought the bus and started working out with my dad. It is an old Denali train station bus. That's what it looked like at the beginning. It was full of luggage racks and seats. So it was a process for sure. This is some of the process. Obviously, there was 7 months of process, so couldn't fit all the photos. But we ripped out all the seats, the luggage racks, all the flooring. We put new flooring down. Well, I should say my dad put new flooring down. I watched. I did build a little desk. I used a lot of Pinterest for a lot of my inspo. So everything inside of the bus, actually all the pictures and stuff, is out of pallet boards and crates and stuff I could find around in my yard for free. This is just a little bit more photos of the process. This is, I guess, it's like the moment I made it, when I put my name on my bus, it became official, Rustic Roots. When I put some of my inventory I got on the shelves, it was official. It was happening for sure. And I did open to the public in May of 2023. It was a great summer. I learned a lot, and I'm still going strong. I'll be going on my 4th season here. My first 5 designs were Seward inspired. This is one of them, the bear design. And then I had the otter, the humpback whale, puffin, moose, and bear. I'm from Michigan, so I had no idea what any of these animals were, really, besides Google. I have deer, and I lived in a town where I was surrounded by cornfields, and now I'm surrounded by mountains everywhere. So it's quite a bit of a change. So I was pretty inspired by where I live now. I did add 2 designs. I guess it should be about 2024. I added them at the end of 2023 season. My Cooper Landing design, I was on a river rafting tour, and the guide inspired me. He was going on and on and on about Round Mountain, and I created a design based off of it. So this is me. I still go on those river rafting tours because I do play tourist quite often. So it's this is the mountain, scenery, everything. There's a mountain going on the hoodie as well. And then I did add, my train design. My parents were camping along on Upper Trail Lake, and my dad snapped a photo, and I guess he also FaceTimed me. He was like, "This is the coolest thing ever. You need to create a design based off it." So that's what I did. Some highlights over the years. I was mentioned in the Alaska Business Magazine thanks to Tim. He was awesome. Right here, that was pretty cool. Mentioned in the KDL radio. I was interviewed for a blog website. I have quite a few amazing customers that come in, and they're also creative, and they have blog websites and whatnot, so I do get on some of them. And then I also sold out for my first year, so it was pretty awesome. And then this is my scrapbook of selfies. So I have a little disposable camera in my bus, and then all my customers can take a photo of them or their family, and then they put on the bottom where they're from. and I add it to this book. It is full now officially, but I wanted to add this because honestly, they were what keep me going for sure on the good and the bad days. I would not. It's hard some days, and they brighten my day every time they walk in, for sure. This is the inside of the bus today. I mean, I have no inventory in it right now. I will coming up, but this, I mean, I obviously added a lot more shelves. As I add designs, I need more shelves for them. The outside, I have some flower boxes, new sign, new seating. I did have to add new crates this year because unfortunately, the sun was bright, but also I was glad it was bright, but it damaged some of my clothes that were hanging up. So I had to come up with a better idea. So I did have to put tint on the windows, add more crates, cover them so sun couldn't get through. But I have some hats and mugs and stuff and some other Alaskan, I guess, local artists as well in there. And then also my inventory and stuff is all screen printed, is done by a small business in Soldotna. So they're awesome. My summer of 2026 new designs coming out. I have my Homer edition and I have my bus. It'll be on a hoodie finally. But I do want to talk about the Homer design. So this design is in honor of my grandma. She passed away in summer of 2024. It was always her dream to open up a boutique. Unfortunately, she did not get to do it with me, but this design is in honor of her. We visited Alaska, I guess like 2 summers before we officially moved here, and she fell in love with the place. We all did. My family moved here. They did not, unfortunately, but the design on the hoodie, we went charter fishing together, so there is a charter boat on there. It's the Homer sign. The mountains is the exact mountain range that I have a photo of her with. And then the halibut is the halibut that she caught. Of course, she caught the biggest ones, so that's true. But 10% of sales featuring this design will be going to Seward Hospice. She did not pass here in Seward Hospice, but she did pass in a hospice. So I just feel that that's the right thing to do to carry on her legacy through Rustic Roots. Well, KPEDD, obviously I would not have been able to open the doors without them. Kellyanne at the Small Business Development Center helped me out quite a bit. I was scared to look for funding. You know, sometimes it's hard to admit that you need help, and I had to admit it, and I went and talked to Kellyanne, and there was a lot of different ways you could have done it, and she introduced me to Tim at that time, and he was amazing, and we chatted back and forth, talked to Caitlin a little bit, and he met me at First National Bank here in Seward, wrote me a check, and it was like, it's happening, and it's really happening, and it did, and there are, honestly, we'll give you the push that it's official. What's next for Rustic Roots? I'm hoping a storefront someday. So that is the next goal, is a storefront here in Seward, and then, honestly, 2, 3, and 4 can't happen without the first one happening, but I do hope to travel around Alaska with my bus. I want to go to other cities, and I want to create apparel based off those cities I go to, and I want to meet more people and share Rustic Roots with others, not just Seward folks. This is where you can find me if you have any questions, or you just want to follow me on Instagram or whatnot. That's Instagram. That's my website. My website has some more photos of the inside of the bus. That has, I guess, a little bit more about my story as well. But yeah, I think. And yeah, this is, I've added more designs. I mean, the camo is new. I added it last year. The kids had it, and the boys, all the adults wanted it as well, so I added it. And then these are a bunch of other, fun kids that wanted to join in on some photos. But yeah, that is Rustic Roots.
Awesome. Does anyone have questions for Jenna? No? Yes, exactly, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What was most critical of that
run this small business?
Well, I'm from Michigan, so I was there through school, a lot of it. I didn't come here until my junior year. But honestly, it really wasn't much of the school part. It was more so like just living here in Seward and seeing a bunch of other small business owners and kind of seeing how they do it. And I worked for a small business owner, AK Starfish, my first few years living here. And I was inspired by her. I loved her. I loved what she did. I honestly came here and I wanted to be a teacher. But I helped out in the school system and it just wasn't really for me. But I also wanted to live in Seward the rest of my life. So it's either a teacher, you work in the hospital, or be a welder, and I can't do that. So I had to come up with something. And honestly, Seward inspired me, and that's where I just went for it all. Thank you.
So I do have a question for you. How is the work partnership aspect?
A lot. I sit there and Greg will shoot me a question and I am still processing what he said. But a lot. I also attend school full-time at KPC for business. So a lot of the stuff that he has taught, I've also heard as well. But it's nice hearing him saying it another way. And then listening to all the other small business owners in the class and how their take is on it. And how, sometimes, we have like captains for charter companies in there and I'm a retail company, but yet how he handles the situation is completely different than how I would, but we're also all learning off of one another. So it's been quite interesting.
Class, I really appreciate sponsoring the students for a class that has evenings, activities, and another cohort have the opportunity to pitch for $20,000 check to see that.
Yeah.
June 4th. Yep, 5 to 10 on June 4th at the new cruise ship terminal. And I believe they're going to be getting invites out to the whole community. So we can root for you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you guys
so much. Okay, so we're going to jump into energy literacy and employment. Jenny Stars is the program manager for Renewable Energy Alaska Program, or REAP. She works with a lot of our youth and trying to inspire and support and really educate younger generations into energy fields. And we have a lot of different energy pathways here in Alaska that she helps cultivate and advocate for. She's going to share a little bit on an employment and building the Alaska Network for Energy Education in our future. So please welcome Jenny Stars. Do like a 30-minute? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, yes. Thank you so much for having me. I was last here 2 years ago and just so appreciate hearing the enthusiasm and the great work that's being done on the Kenai. I live in Anchorage. I moved to Alaska about 5 years ago. I've been at REAP for about 3 years, but this is my home now. I'm raising my son here, and I love working at REAP because it's really shown me the importance of energy in everything that we do. It's come out a lot today, so I'm really excited to get to talk about it a little bit more. But I was jotting down notes throughout of people talking about deferred maintenance, and a big reason for that is energy costs, right, and transportation costs. And I think that education, right, those operations costs are huge as well. So the cost of energy has a big impact on economic development, and also having an educated populace and a prepared workforce for those jobs is super important. So I'm going to try to touch on all of those things today. Let's see if I can move this. There we go. So a little bit about REAP. We are a statewide nonprofit. We were founded about 21 years ago. Our former executive director, Chris Rose, was really passionate about renewable energy as a path towards energy security and energy independence, especially after working throughout Alaska in smaller communities off the road system. We've grown since then. We're a team of 14, almost 15. We're hiring someone new this spring. And we've expanded our focus a lot past just policy. That's kind of what REAP is often in the news for, if you've heard of us before. But we do a lot of education work as well. We do training and workforce development work, which is kind of where I focus. And then we also do a lot of community development and technical assistance work. So helping community entities, even some rural utilities, work to assess their energy options, do community engagement, and work with experts who can help plan out their integration for renewables or energy efficiency. Because those are, renewables are in our name, but we're really all about energy efficiency first and then renewable energy after that. Because it's really important to make sure we're consuming less energy as well. That's kind of our cheapest source of power, right? Is the power we don't use. So a little bit about kind of our outlook for clean energy across the state. Alaska has, nationally, really one of the highest energy burdens in the country. Energy burden can be thought of as the percent of our annual household income that's being spent on energy. I'm sure that comes as no surprise to us who live here and pay utility bills. But I think it's really important to recognize when we're considering the impact of our declining natural gas supplies. Those, have been coming up throughout conversations today, right? That's a big driver for the LNG project, is that once we've run out of adequate supplies from Cook Inlet, we're going to be subject to the market, at least for a couple years. Maybe LNG will come online and help fill some of that, but we've been seeing with the war in Iran that those prices are really volatile, and they're definitely going to be higher than what we pay now. And I was also interested to learn too, that even with LNG, those prices are with the LNG pipeline, those prices are also going to be higher. And so that really drives home the importance of energy efficiency, especially for heating costs, making sure that we're conserving the energy that we're having to use, but still keeping our homes comfortable. So that's a huge priority for REAP right now, especially in our education outreach and our policy work, is making sure that there are incentives and assistance programs for efficiency, increasing, the funding for the weatherization assistance program. We're also really excited about some of the progress for heat pumps in coastal areas like Kenai, and how those can help eliminate some of those heating costs. And then there's some other efficiency priorities as well, especially through our policy team has been working a lot to intervene in rate cases to kind of ensure that the rates that our utilities are proposing are incentivizing efficiency, so that if you're using less energy, you are also being rewarded for that. And then renewable energy, of course, being that second tier for helping minimize our costs in the face of this rising price for natural gas. And of course, when we talk about renewables right now, I think the big elephant in the room is federal headwinds. I think we've all heard over the last year some different rhetoric around the technologies being used for wind, solar, even hydro, things like that. These are really proven technologies that have been used in Alaska for years. And many of the projects were funded by the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. And some of those are actually still moving forward. A big one is the Chugach Beluga Solar Project. So that is full steam ahead. I think they're trying to take advantage of the tax credit deadline. And another really exciting one is, I forget what the acronym stands for, but it's a residential heat pump incentive program. And that is available for residents on the Kenai and then moving and looking into Southeast Alaska as well. I think those were the two projects I wanted to mention. And the rest of my presentation is really going to focus on the education and workforce development to support the workforce for clean energy projects. And really, I think a big motivation for that work at REAP is acknowledging the interconnections between workforce development and economic development and infrastructure development, and how we need all of those pieces moving to make progress. And I think we've recognized a lot of the also like interconnected factors in workforce development today: housing, education, all these things. And so hopefully this is kind of one more piece of the puzzle that we can integrate into our plans looking forward. So for the last year or so, I've been working on updating REAP's Clean Energy Workforce Gap Analysis. It was published 6 years ago now. And it took a look at the clean energy workforce, who was participating in it, and what some of the challenges were for its growth. So in the past year, I've been doing interviews and some research along with Dare to Know Consulting. They're working with us to do some of the data analysis to figure out, I think people ask us a lot, since Alaska is an energy state, well, what is the clean energy workforce here? What do we actually need? What are we talking about when we say those words? So we define clean energy workforce pretty broadly to be positions that support energy efficiency, so technologies that support energy efficiency, as well as the efficiency workers involved in our housing supply. And then also the jobs that are involved in the generation, storage, transmission, and distribution of renewable resources. So that's a pretty broad category, because I think in Alaska, we need to recognize that for us to bring on renewable resources, we need to have the underlying grid structure, the transmission capacity, and the battery energy storage or whatever storage capacity in order to do that. And so that's the reasoning behind the broad definition. And Alaska is an energy state, but using that definition, about half of our energy workers are clean energy workers. That percentage does lag behind the national average, and similar like peer states that also have a lot of fossil fuel infrastructure, also live in colder climates or have more remote grids. But it's also growing much faster than those other states. So you can see our rate of job growth in this far graph, and it's significantly outpacing the national average. And through interviews, we were able to identify some key in-demand positions, especially from employers involved in the energy industry. And I think these are really helpful to kind of visualize who we're talking about, because it runs the gamut from electricians and HVAC technicians to utility managers and accountants. So all of these positions are needed for really having the best energy system that we can here in Alaska. And I think it's also helpful to look at the Alaska differential column. I talked to a lot of people during this research who just kept circling back to, we need to pay more, we need to pay more, we need to pay more. And that is a huge component in workforce development across industries, right? Salary is a big motivator. But I think something too that stuck with me from an earlier presentation about education is there are some positions that you can't pay enough for. you need to improve other aspects of the job. I think it was in the education presentation, or aspects of the surrounding environment. Because you can see here that we're paying $20,000 more than the national average in some of these categories that folks are still having trouble hiring for. And I think it's also helpful to look at the national growth projections, but I would say take those with a grain of salt because they're not state projections. Alaska's energy industry is obviously very different than the rest of the country's. But I think it's also helpful, though, to think of how we're going to be in competition with other states for those positions. So in a lot of those categories, I think we might be needing even more workers than those national growth projections, especially with the infrastructure funding that's coming our way across industries. We're already here in a lot of cases. And this is a breakout of job categories, both in energy, the whole energy sector, and then in clean energy specifically. We know that fuels have driven and will continue to drive energy employment in Alaska. That's the biggest bar over here. But the fastest growing job categories are actually driven by clean energy growth. So those fastest growing job categories are transmission and distribution, storage, energy efficiency, and electric power generation. And within those categories, the fastest growing segments are wind, solar, efficient appliance and lighting installation, and traditional HVAC. And I think noting that those efficiency categories are highest is important, more so than wind and solar, because wind and solar have pretty small total numbers for that workforce number. It's under 200 for each of those, so it kind of skews the growth. We've had a couple big projects in those areas that have been adding those workers, but the efficiency growth is much stronger and those workforces are much larger. So I think that's a better indicator of where we need to be investing our workforce development efforts. So throughout those interviews, I was also asking people about their challenges, what we need to be really aware of when we're charting solutions so that we're not ignoring, key constraints. And a lot of those things are things that have been talked about today and that are really hard challenges to crack across industries. They're also really interrelated, so it can be sometimes hard to tackle one without getting hamstrung by the other. But the things that came up were the difficulty to fill and retain workers in rural areas. One that I found surprising was a couple of employers along the rail belt shared the limitations they're seeing in upper levels of clean energy expertise available in the state. They sort of shared that there was a sentiment that it's not a very exciting utility market to work in. Electricity generation is very different up here. Heating, I think, that was really only shared in the electricity generation market, but they said the electric grid, a lot of the higher level utility management folks are more excited about working in other markets. Operation and maintenance is expensive for all energy infrastructure, but especially for renewables and efficiency technology. Technology is advancing in a way that it's making it a little bit harder to maintain with the traditional skill sets that we often have available. There is a dire shortage of experienced energy instructors, and training opportunities can be inaccessible for many, especially in rural areas. And I will say training opportunities, but also general education and energy literacy opportunities. So some of the strategies that folks shared were the need to, and the excitement around banding together to pursue regional shared services. That was mostly for rural, standalone, independent or municipally run utilities. Also, excitement around increasing opportunities for work-based learning and local employment, whether that be through new apprenticeship programs or new sponsors for apprenticeships or mentorship. Also, there have been REAP has been a part of some exciting initiatives to increase clean energy career awareness, both to create a pipeline of those workers, but also really to increase the respect and awareness of what goes into those jobs. Even if someone isn't working in that field, knowing what goes into that infrastructure kind of increases the ability to empathize with that person and also your respect for the infrastructure. That was another one that was like really key in some of the rural interviews, where maybe it's not as reliable in terms of having, blackouts, brownouts. Important to show the community what goes into keeping their infrastructure running. And then expanding connections between training providers, workers, and industry was highlighted as a key area that was bringing progress. There were some, I think, programs that have been more successful, like at the local level, in bringing folks in for like intensive trainings and like work-based learning opportunities that could be expanded beyond those existing levels. And then also researching and implementing new financing strategies for clean energy projects. That's a big one. It's something that REAP has been really interested in over the years. We've been deeply involved in the Renewable Energy Fund, getting that started, and also being on the advisory board for pushing forward new projects. And we're also really excited about the potential for the Alaska Sustainable Energy Corporation, which is the new green bank here, slowly amassing money in order to try to implement some new financing strategies, especially around efficiency. So those are some of the broader industry-wide strategies. What are the things we're doing at REAP to tackle some of these challenges? We have a very robust energy efficiency, renewable energy, and energy career exploration curriculum and education offerings. In the last year, we were on the peninsula a couple times. We were in Homer and also in Tyonek, so I guess not on the peninsula, but in the district. And we travel around the state, partnering with school districts and some community entities, delivering education for all ages. We have a partnership with Alaska Housing Finance Corporation to do this for K through 12 and adults, focusing on efficiency. We also work with partners around the state, including KPEDD, in order to highlight career pathways. So those can be opportunities like bringing in guest speakers, coordinating field trips to employers, different training centers, and also doing hands-on activities that really highlight what these sort of career paths would look like. I think it's pretty important to rule out things, just as important as it is to rule things in. And so it helps kind of get students thinking about, okay, I don't maybe like the process of wiring a circuit, but I do really like this project where I got to pretend to make a utility bill. It's usually the opposite. Usually students like wiring the circuit and don't like the accounting practice. But it's always helpful for students to get that exposure early on. I also, through my work, run the Alaska Energy Training Group. So that's really a community of practice for training, technical assistance, troubleshooting, and other workforce development efforts to share what's going on in different parts of the state to really better maintain clean energy infrastructure, and also to find areas of collaboration and more efficient delivery of services. And a funding partner for that is the Denali Commission. We also have a utility training coordination program, People Empower. So this works with those independent rural utilities that I talked about, who often have really small staffs to perform the exact same services that Seward has to perform or that Chugach has to perform. So it helps by providing some additional training resources and also some coordination to flag, funding opportunities or help get grants together to kind of fill that gap that's been identified for independent rural utilities. And those funding partners are Denali Commission, Rasmussen Foundation, and Rural CAP. I mentioned earlier that we also do some technical assistance for community entities. This is often in partnership with the National Lab of the Rockies, formerly the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And through this work, we're able to pair up technical experts at national labs with communities who have big questions about, hey, we have this great hydro resource above our town like Seward does. How do we develop this project? What are the steps? How do we get the feasibility study going? What does the workforce look like for a hydro project? And then it's also a big component of that is ensuring that there's community engagement through every step of the way to make sure that the project really reflects community priorities. We also do some technical assistance work with a group of local entities that have been helping get access to the Rural Energy for America program from USDA. And so we do a lot of outreach to rural small businesses about the value of energy efficiency and renewable energy for businesses and how it can lower operational costs. And also about the value of energy audits, which are assessments of buildings in order to look for the highest value upgrades. So instead of just saying, hey, Renewal by Anderson, can we replace our windows, doing an in-depth look at the house or the building as a system, and then deciding from there what upgrades to make. And then we do a lot of research and also implementation work for clean energy financing strategies and opportunities. Obviously, we are a nonprofit, so we're not the state implementing, but we see that a lot of the biggest benefit and also biggest pitfalls can come once these policies that we've promoted are out in the world and need a little bit of extra buy-in to get them to where they could be. So one example of that is the Renewable Energy Fund. We are on the advisory board, and we, through that process, help score projects based on a number of different factors so that they are really selecting projects that can provide the best benefit to their ratepayers. We are really excited about the Alaska Sustainable Energy Corporation, which I mentioned earlier. And one of the big policy priorities for REAP in the past couple years is annual net metering, which is it's kind of stalled, I would say, right now, but it's a really helpful tool for homeowners who have solar because it will change the way that utilities essentially reimburse for excess generation at home. And here's a couple resources about REAP that you can check out, mostly on our website. And yeah, here's my contact information in case you have questions. We'd love to do more outreach on the Kenai, especially around energy efficiency. We really, that's one of our biggest priorities this year. And looking, the next 5 years as natural gas prices are increasing. We want to make sure that homeowners feel like they have the information and the tools necessary to conserve as much energy as they can and make improvements to lower those bills. So I'm happy to take any questions. And if not, we can go to coffee.
Any questions for Jenny? If you haven't already, try to connect with her. She's got tons of resources through, from young to homeowners, and their work is really more than just clean energy. So I don't like to ever put them in a box that way, and I think it's important to know that it's across the board energy efficiency and energy systems that they are really involved in. So please give Jenny a round of applause. Thank you. So before we go to break, I do want to thank Tom Tugas and the Gateway Hotel for this great space. It's been nice to be in this brand new space and utilize all this natural light and this beautiful building. So we did want to thank Tom. I think he stepped out. And I also wanted to be sure to mention, we couldn't do this. This was a no-cost event. And it's on because of our sponsors. So we have our gold sponsors, City of Seward, thank you. As usual, you guys always support us in so many ways. Marathon and the Kenai Peninsula Borough are our gold sponsors. They support us not just 1 year, not just 2 years, but year after year after year. And we really value those partnerships and those support, the ways that you can support us to fulfill our responsibility and our role on the peninsula. NSTAR, Acuren, Hillcorp, North Rim, we really appreciate all that you do for Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District, but then also the entire region. All of these companies are community supports. Without them, we couldn't do the work that we do, and I know many of you can't do the work that you do. So we really do appreciate all of our sponsors. Homer Electric, Chugach, Regional Resources Commission was new this year, and we're happy to have them on board. First National Bank, Tote, Maritime, Altman Rogers, Epperheimer, Kenai, City of Kenai, City of Soldotna, City of Homer, also very great partners to us. And it's beyond a dollar figure, it's collaboration, it's understanding, it's kind of making sure that we are aligned in our efforts to make our communities better. So please give a round of applause to our sponsors, and thank you. Please grab a cup of coffee or a beverage, stretch your legs, and then we'll get back into it for the last round. We're doing this, and it's awesome. Cookies. We're going down the home stretch. Brianna, Jason, you, Allie. Okay. Okay, so here we are, and we're talking about, I think if you've ever been to a KPEDD event in the recent past, in the last 4 years or so, maybe 5 years, we are members of the Alaska Mariculture Cluster, which is a sub-awardee for the Build Back Better grant. We were awarded and partnered with Southeast Conference and the other EDDs in the state, as well as some other partners, to bolster and innovate the mariculture industry here for us on the Kenai Peninsula, but also throughout the state. So $49 million investment by EDA. And this year is our final year as we're going into the home stretch of the project. And we have a lot of really positive outcomes that finally are coming to light and being noticed. And we're seeing a shift in the industry itself. And I do very much think it's because of our efforts on collectively going together and taking that risk and taking that kind of that momentum and going with it in building mariculture. Now, mariculture in the state of Alaska is a pretty young industry, but we have a lot of incredible people within that industry who are consistent, foundational, innovators. They believe in what they're doing, and there's so much more than seaweed and kelp, and that just is part of Alaska's future, in my opinion. And I am not a scientist of kelp and seaweed. I am not a scientist really at all, but I do know some, and I'm happy to share that on this particular section, we have 3 awesome players in the mariculture field that have been existing, participating, studying, and then also going to carry on our torch that we've done on the Alaska Mariculture Cluster into the future with the Alliance. So we have 3 great presenters that are going to share different aspects of mariculture and how they participate within it, both on the peninsula, in Seward, in Resurrection Bay, in Kachemak Bay, and then also at the state level. So I hope that you guys really tune into this, and really, if you get a chance to go to APMI, I recommend it here in Seward. And Seward around, we were able to do that last night with a group of people. And I just love seeing that facility evolve and grow and be a part of this. So it's been great. And I'm going to start with Jason Lassard, who is the executive director for the Alaska Mariculture Alliance. And we've worked with them on all things mariculture, but he's going to give an overview on the work that they've done and where they're going in the future. So please give a warm welcome to Jason Lassard. Oh, he's gonna hook you up with.
I tried to catch it.
A doodad.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thanks, Cassidy, for the introduction. Before I get into my slides, bear with me while I work through this analogy that's really nebulous at this point, but I think there might be something there. So, shellfish. When we're talking about shellfish, in the flavor involved, there's a term called terroir. Terroir in wine, right? It's the flavor of the land where the grapes are cultivated. And with shellfish terroir, it's just taking mer, the French term for ocean, and using it in that flavor profile that we use when we talk about wine. Basically, what it is, it's the flavor of the place. It's the importance of the place on that product. And so I want you to think about the importance of place on the products that we're creating, but also sort of vice versa. Mariculture is highly localized. Just like farming, it takes care and cultivation on a regular basis. You're not bringing in workers from out of state. It's kind of a year-round operation. It really involves the people in that place to make it work. And so when we're talking about regional industries and bringing up industries in the region, I just kind of want to preface my talk with that. Like, this is something that is going to be a part of this region. It's not seasonal. It's not bringing in workers from outside necessarily. I mean, there may be some components where that happen, but this is really going to be driven by the people in the coastal communities where it's happening. So with that, I'm the executive director of the Alaska Mariculture Alliance. We are the industry group for this growing and nascent industry here in the state. We are made up of people directly involved in the industry are our voting members. So they're either farmers or processors, scientists at the university, and so on and so forth. Make sure I got the direction correct. We're trying to cultivate an industry here that drives economic opportunity, enhances our marine environment, and empowers communities across the state. And we really do believe that mariculture can play a big part in that. So one of my favorite pictures from our industry so far, this is a harvester in Kodiak. The goal so a lot of times when we're talking about this at the Alaska Mariculture Alliance level, we're talking about building a robust and sustainable industry. The sustainability is a really important part. We want this to be lasting. We want it to be present in our communities, and we want it to grow in a way that isn't shouldering out other opportunities or other industries. We're trying to make sure that as we're plotting farms, they're not in traditional harvest areas or where people are going fishing. It's really kind of building into the community in the sustainability side. But there's also a dollar side to this, right? And so the plan that was put together a couple of years ago stated that by 2040, we're hoping to have $100 million a year industry. Lofty goal. I don't know that we're doing our best to get there by 2040. I think what's important to us is growing something that's going to be lasting and knowing that eventually we'll get to that number, whether or not we hit that, what is it, the BHAGs, the big, hairy, audacious goals, right? As many of you know, our coastal communities are at an inflection point. There's been some really hard times in the fishing industry and other industries, and we do really believe that mariculture can act as a catalyst to help develop locally rooted, homegrown industry in coastal communities around the state. And at AMA, we're here to make sure that we do that in a responsible way. Some background, there's been fantastic support from the state of Alaska, going back even prior to the first bullet point on here has the Alaska Mariculture Task Force being created by Governor Walker in 2016. There was work prior to that done by Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation and other folks to see what's possible. As they started to develop that, folks really glommed onto the idea. We were fortunate to have such great support from two governors, Walker and Dunleavy, after him. So the task force was created in 2016. They worked pretty diligently, came up with a development plan for the industry in 2018. Walker created an executive order to extend that task force to begin developing that work. And then that task force sunset in 2021. And within their report to the governor was a suggestion of creating two entities, the Alaska Mariculture Alliance to act as an industry group, and the Alaska Mariculture Resource and Training Center, which is not a brick and mortar center per se, but really kind of focusing on all of the R&D on bringing new products and new species up, and as well as helping to train workforce and so on and so forth. The state also provided AMA with a $5 million grant a number of years ago to set up the Mariculture Incentive Grant Program, which is a dollar-for-dollar matching grant program to private dollars. I think we're over 2 million now, but I put to date, we've distributed around 2 million of state funding, which translates to a little over $4 million of investment in this industry around the state when you account for that private dollars that have come in. All said and done, when this grant is wrapped up, we're looking at a little over $9 million in investment over the course of about 5 years. The original ask for this from Governor Dunleavy was $25 million. We feel like that is a more appropriate number to really prop up an industry at all levels. There's been some oyster farmers here and there, but no real substantial industry. So we're raising on all sorts of different levels. It's not like modernizing a particular fishery where there's all this infrastructure that's already been in place. We're building on the infrastructure needed, the production equipment needed, trying to figure out where are we going to sell this, right? So it's really developing on all sorts of different levels. And that grant has certainly helped. We're hoping to get another shot of funding in at some point to help continue the progress that we've made so far. And then there's been some work through the legislature recently, 29, which was last session, Rep. Brandt's brought forward, and that really just helped with some leasing issues and making it a bit more tolerable for folks to want to get involved in this, understanding that they might not lose their lease. And I won't get into the minutiae of that bill, but just want to illustrate we've had great support from the state. Working off of the work that was done by the task force, Southeast Conference applied for the full name was the Build Back Better Regional Challenge Grant under Biden. It was a very competitive grant. Hundreds of organizations from around the country applied. I think we were at Southeast Conference, I think it was one of 16 projects. It was somewhere in that neighborhood that were ultimately awarded $49 million to the state in the course of 5 years. And they were working on these, they split the 49 into these 8 different grant components based off of a lot of the work that the task force was doing. And again, you can kind of see how you need to lift this industry up. So we've got governance coordination, outreach, AMA plays a big role in that. We have regional mariculture liaisons that are doing outreach in communities. You'll hear from Brianna later to talk more specifically about that work. But that's both to share opportunities in the industry as well as hear feedback from communities. What are your concerns or apprehensions? What are you excited about? How can we help you, right? So creating that two-way conduit for conversation. Workforce development, research and development, equipment and technology, market development. It really is building an industry across all of these different facets. Equipment and technology. We have the DEC's been using live mice to test for PSP in shellfish for a long time. And there was like one of the largest mice suppliers went out of business. And so we're kind of left. We can't go to market if we can't properly test this stuff. And so this funding allowed for DEC to buy a piece of equipment that doesn't require us to use live mice. So we're growing and expanding in ways that really make sense and being mindful of how we do this. And then some of the major goals, catalyze industry growth across the value chain, centering tribal, rural, and underserved communities. That's a huge part of this grant is making sure that we're reaching out to tribal, rural, and underserved communities. And again, through that liaison program, I've sort of mapped out we have 5 regional liaisons around the state: Southeast, Prince William Sound, Kenai Peninsula, Kodiak, and the Aleutian Chain. There are challenges. We've seen a lot of growth and a lot of progress. I would say if I was going to boil it down to 2 challenges or 2 categories of challenges, it would be market and product development and infrastructure. We know we can grow this stuff. We grow it very well, both kelp and shellfish. Shellfish, we've been largely selling in-state for a long time to grow to the scale that we'd like the industry to be. And we've got millions of new seed going in. We have to find markets out of state. And so how do we develop that supply chain and those connections to make that happen? And that is both, connections with people in the lower 48, also supply chain infrastructure in the state, cold storage regionally or at hub communities like in Anchorage. And then market and product development is a big one. More so on the kelp side. Again, we know we can grow this stuff, but how do we use it? Americans don't eat a whole lot of kelp on the plate. We've got fantastic furikake and salsas and hot sauces being developed with it up here, but that's not enough to take the biomass that we can grow and the biomass that farmers really need to sell to make everything pencil out for them. So what are our opportunities? And so that's going to be a lot of both product development and the marketing side of things. Currently, state statute does not allow for ASME to market on behalf of the mariculture industry. So there's a lot of talk about potentially making a change for that. In the short term, we can't wait for the slow rolling process at the Juneau level for ASME to be able to do this, if at all, if it makes it through. So in the short term, the Build Back Better grant has put, there was original remember what I had on that screen is maybe 1.2 million. We put more funding into marketing, developed in the center here. You can see a unified brand for the industry. We're doing outreach to lower 48, to trade shows, bringing up writers and foodies to communities up here to visit. There was a fantastic one that happened in Homer just last year. We got write-ups in Savoir, a bunch of online hits, and there's more of that sort of in the works. But this, if I was going to say challenges to the industry, this is what it boils down to in many ways. Wrong direction. And then I also wanted to highlight beyond shellfish and seaweed, mariculture is marine agriculture, essentially. And so we can, whatever we can grow in our state waters, there's a potential for that. So what potential markets do we have? Not just at the commercial level, but for enhancement. So the first bullet I have up here is Act Crab program, which is working on rearing juvenile king crab on a brand new hatchery that they put in on St. Paul Island to a level of maturity where they can then take them out to the Bering and just put them in the ocean and try to reinvigorate those stocks that have been having so much trouble there. Sea urchin ranching. There's a study going on in Ketchimak Bay right now with going out and harvesting sea urchins from the barrens where they've eaten all of the kelp forest down and there's nothing left for them to eat and they just kind of go dormant and they're just hanging out there. Well, they're looking at, can we go and collect those guys and bring them back and feed them kelp, whether rack kelp or in a pellet form. You can put them into, here we've got an oyster farmer putting them in their cages so that they can help eat the biofouling that grows on those cages. It kind of cuts down on work for the farmers and potentially creates a product for market. Pinto abalone in Southeast Alaska, both re-enhancing wild stocks and farming. There's a great market for pinto abalone. And even more recently, some red dulse. We're really growing the brown seaweeds here, but there's a potential for red seaweed. They're looking at both onshore cultivation in tanks, which happens in many places, as well as in marine environment. So just kind of wanted to give you an idea of what's potentially on the horizon for this industry as well. And I wanted to keep it short. I wanted to make sure that there was enough time for Bree and Allie to speak and some Q&A afterwards. So I'm going to hand things over to Brianna at that point. All right. Yeah, thanks for having me. Good thing I didn't have a hot mic thing over here. Gossiping with Cassidy.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. That was a great overview of the mariculture industry, sort of statewide. My name is Brianna Murphy. I'm the Kenai Peninsula Mariculture Liaison with Chugach Regional Resources Commission and the Alutiiq Pride Marine Institute based down here in Seward, funded primarily through the Build Back Better Regional Challenge Grant. If you guys aren't familiar with the Alutiiq Pride Marine Institute down here in Seward, shame on you, but we can rectify that today. That's a photo of our facility here. We're just down by the waterfront on the way out to Lowell Point. The Alutiiq Pride Marine Institute was founded in the 90s through criminal settlement funds from the Exxon Valdez oil spill. It was the state's, it's one of the state's only tribally managed mariculture technical centers. It was begun as a shellfish hatchery, and it was managed first by the city of Seward and what was then the Marathon Native Tribe, now Katuchik Native Tribe. And then CIRC, or Chugach Regional Resources Commission, took over ownership and management of the facility in the early 2000s. CIRC is a regional tribal nonprofit and tribal consortium that promotes natural resource management and conservation throughout the Chugach region. CIRC was founded in 1984 by 7 Alaska Native tribes throughout the Chugach region to fulfill that mission. So we span a broad area. You can see it goes all the way from eastern Prince William Sound, Eyak or Cordova, including Valdez, Titlik, and Chiniga throughout Prince William Sound, and then Katuchik or Seward, and Port Graham and Nanwalek down on the lower Cook Inlet. So as you can see from this map, a lot of our communities that we serve, they are rural, they're remote. A lot of the region is also very coastal. So mariculture and preservation of traditional mariculture species that were important for subsistence for a lot of these communities is a really core part of our mission at Chugach Regional Resources Commission. And then, of course, because of the importance of mariculture in our work and in our overarching mission, we've been a very active participant in the Build Back Better program. KPEDD has been a great partner to us as well. And this is actually my third year in a row speaking at KPEDD's Industry Overview Forum. But I did want to highlight some of these slides that just provide a good way of sort of tracking the grant's progress. So this is an allocation dashboard that the Alaska Mariculture Cluster, sort of the leading entity for the Build Back Better program, put together so that people could more easily track the investments that are being made throughout the state. You can scan that QR code and pull it up on your phone. Unfortunately, to be honest, the UI on your phone is actually terrible. But if you Google AMC RFP allocation dashboard, you can also pull it up on your computer, and it's a lot easier to sort of follow along that way. This is an interactive dashboard, so you can sort of scroll over. You can scroll over these bar graphs, and then it will like auto-populate the information. So this is just a screenshot. Actually, I was at a conference a couple of weeks ago, and somebody gave some great PowerPoint advice, which was to add a lot of pictures so that your audience had something to look at, but make the text too small for them to read, so they actually had to listen to you. So I sort of inadvertently did that. Yeah, it's a great trick. But this time it was inadvertent. This is just a screenshot because I couldn't get the interactive portion to work. But I've clicked on shellfish investments on the Kenai Peninsula. You can see that highlights the actual dollar amounts that have been invested, and then you can get sort of a visual representation of the proportion of funds that have been invested throughout the state. And then it will also populate this map so that you can see the geographic locations of where investments have been made. That bubble is really big over in Homer because KSMA, the Kachemak Shellfish Mariculture Association, was awarded funds for a brand new FLEPSI. FLEPSI is a really cute acronym for Fluidized Upwelling System that is like a holding area basically for oyster spat from when they go from the hatchery to before they're outplanted onto farms. When they leave the hatchery to go into a FLEPSI, they're about the size of a grain of rice. And when they're outplanted onto a farm, they're about the size of an M&M. And the floating upweller system basically just churns up a bunch of nutrient-rich water from lower depths of the water column so that you're actually just harvesting naturally occurring nutrients within the seawater to feed your spat. It's a lot more cost effective and much less labor intensive than keeping those that spat in the hatchery at the same time. So it keeps your costs really low, and it's a great way to support shellfish expansion on the Kenai Peninsula and in Kachemak Bay. The second grant tracking tool that the Alaska Mariculture Cluster put out is this Airtable database. You can scan that QR code and pull it up. Also, this one is not so great on your phone, but it is great on your computer. This is a better sort of like project by project breakdown of projects that the Alaska Mariculture Cluster has invested in throughout the course of the Build Back Better program. You can group all of the projects by region. So if you're looking to look at what sort of projects have been invested in the Kenai Peninsula, you can group projects together that way. If you're interested in seeing specific entities like Chugach Regional Resources Commission, what we've been awarded under the Build Back Better program, you can group it that way as well. You can see the exact dollar amounts that have been invested in each project, so a lot of transparency there. And then if there's a specific project that you've heard about, you can actually search on the database. You can find the exact project. If you're interested in learning more, you can click Learn More, and that will take you to the project's webpage so that you can see any interim or completed progress reports that have been created from that project. You might want to file this away because there are a couple of really interesting projects that I'm about to talk about you may want to reference later. One project that I really wanted to highlight was a cockle outplanting project that the Aleut Pride Marine Institute was awarded under that other species grant that Jason mentioned by the Build Back Better program. If you're not familiar with cockles, they are shellfish species that are found on many Alaskan beaches. They're a very important subsistence resource for a lot of our tribes. They're cultured commercially in lots of other parts of the world, but we don't really have a commercial market for them here in Alaska. Part of that is because we don't really have coherent hatchery protocols for raising them yet. So that was one focus of this project. And this was also a partnership with KSMA and Sean Crosby over there. So we basically partnered with KSMA to raise cockle broodstock at APMI. You can see a couple pictures from when we collected broodstock. We collected broodstock from Resurrection Bay and from Lower Cook Inlet, brought them back to the hatchery to spawn, and then overwintered them. And then we outplanted them with Sean Crosby and KSMA, I believe, last spring. We're hoping We've been taking periodic growth measurements of them with Sean's help out on his farm out in Peterson Bay and Ketchimak Bay. And then we're hoping that they'll be ready for consumption by the end of this summer. Not commercially, unfortunately, because this is just a research project. But CERC also has a commercial kelp farm out at Passage Island, which is across the bay from Homer, about equidistant between our communities of Port Graham and Nanwalek. It's currently only permitted for kelp cultivation, but we have just begun the process of amending our permit so that we can include cultivation for shellfish as well, including cockles. So we're hoping that we can continue this type of proof of concept work even after the Build Back Better program sunsets this fall. I sort of alluded to some of our other projects. In addition to shellfish, we've been very active in developing the kelp mariculture industry. Jason talked about some of the hurdles that the kelp mariculture industry has faced, and CERC has been really involved in it for a number of reasons. These are sort of often recited anytime somebody talks about kelp. I'm not sure if it's a subject that's pervaded everybody else's life as much as it has mine. But kelp requires no fertilizer, no fresh water, and no arable land to grow. It also uptakes carbon dioxide from surrounding waters as it grows, and it exudes oxygen, so provides a great sort of marine environment for lots of juvenile marine organisms. And then another part of our interest also was, as this industry develops, we were hoping that farming kelp could lessen stress on wild harvesting from wild kelp beds, so just sort of preserving some of the natural environment. So as I mentioned, CERC has been really involved in a lot of facets, all facets of kelp farming, really. We grow the hatchery, we grow the kelp seed string in the hatchery at APMI prior to it being outplanted. We've supported lots of commercial and research projects in Prince William Sound and on the Kenai Peninsula as well, including our farm out at Passage Island. And Jason sort of touched on some of the issues that the kelp mariculture industry has been facing. Definitely one of the biggest challenges has been markets and product development. So kelp is actually, it's kind of a ubiquitous ingredient. It's used in a ton of things. It's used in toothpaste, it's used in beer foam, it's used in ice cream. It's been looked at as a bioplastic ingredient, and it's also been looked at as a biofuel. The problem is that the market for like raw, unadulterated, fresh off the line, wet kelp is like zero. So farmers in Alaska have had the added challenge of, farming, developing this industry, but then also navigating these like stabilization and processing logistics once they get it off their farm. And so one way that we've been trying, CERC has been trying to advance or solve for this problem has been development of a liquid-based kelp biostimulant product. So the attraction for a biostimulant product is that it is relatively low labor intensive, low energy costs to produce. What we do is we take the kelp back and we shred it, and then it goes through a passive like fermentation process basically. Other ways to stabilize kelp include drying, which is high cost, high energy costs, high capital investment for dryers, especially if you're going to be doing large volumes as well. And it also takes a lot of labor. And then other methods include freezing or blanching, and those were thrown out pretty quickly because it's just very difficult to deal with the amount of volume that farmers are bringing in a very cost-effective way. So this is a way that you can get somewhat high-value product. Biostimulants are also a growing, very growing market, and typically have a pretty high dollar value at a relatively low labor and low production cost. So this was a project in partnership with the Ketchimak Kelp Hub, which is a product development and innovation hub based down in Homer at the end of the Homer Spit. It's a partnership with several commercial kelp farms in Ketchimak Bay, including ours out at Passage Island. And last year was our first year of the project. Okay, this QR code does work great on your phone. And you can pull up the project webpage. The project webpage includes the field trials that we did last year. So after we processed the biostimulant, we partnered with a couple of farms, and we also worked with Homer Soil and Water Conservation District to collect some information about the efficacy of this biostimulant, because agricultural farmers, like mariculture kelp farmers, are operating on really thin margins. So if they're going to switch something that they use in their operations, they want to make sure that there's like tried and tested evidence and data to sort of support the efficacy of it. So we have all of our field trials and white papers available on the website, as well as an FAQ page about the difference between a biostimulant and a fertilizer, and a literature review on the efficacy of biostimulants as well. I would really encourage you guys to check that out. It is also available for purchase if you're a hobby gardener or something more intense as well. It'd be great. It's available for purchase at Cadre Feed in Soldotna, Kenai Feed in Kenai, and at Anchor Point Greenhouses, Ulmer's, and Wagon Wheel in Homer. And I would also encourage you to follow Catch Mac Kelp on social media, primarily through Instagram or Facebook. It's a great way to stay apprised of new developments with this project and to learn about where else it might be sold. That's all I have. I would also encourage you to follow Cirque on Facebook and Instagram as well, so that you can stay apprised of all of our programs. And then I will hand it over to a real mariculture scientist, Allie.
Awesome. Thanks, Brianna. We'll take a small sidestep from mariculture. I do monitoring, so I'm here to talk about our Chugach Regional Ocean Monitoring Program. I'm Allison Carl. I work for CERC right down the road at the Alutiiq Pride Marine Institute. I manage our biology laboratory and our Chugach Regional Ocean Monitoring Program, which is meant to develop kind of comprehensive data around biotoxins, phytoplankton, and ocean chemistry throughout the region. So Brianna did a really great job in kind of doing the overview of our region. The only other thing that I'll kind of bring us back to about our tribes is that they're all coastal, and then CERC also acts on the directive of a board made up of one tribal member from each of our communities. So we're coastal communities, and I'm sure if you're familiar with the Kenai Peninsula, you might be familiar with the fact that all throughout the year we can turn to our oceans and our marine resources to sustain us. So whether it's ducks or fish or shellfish or kelp, there's something throughout the year that we can kind of turn to. And I think I'm the second or third person right about the table. After the Exxon Valdez oil spill in 1989, there was a lot of concern throughout the region for the past decades about what's in the water, are there lingering impacts, how have things been impacted, and our region was, specifically in Prince William Sound, was like not well characterized. And so this program is funded through the Exxon Valdez Oil Spill Trustee Council to kind of help fill gaps in understanding ocean carbonate chemistry and biological parameters directly at tribal communities. The way that the program is kind of set up is that we have tribal samplers in each of the communities that we kind of contract to go out collect different samples. So we do phytoplankton tows, seawater chemistry samples, and then blue mussel samples to look at different algae present, looking at ocean acidification, and then toxins that can be produced from different types of harmful algae. And then samplers also collect environmental data. So I'm going to focus on our biology lab. I'm not the chemist here. She's just down the street. So the phytoplankton tows and the blue mussel samples come right into this lab. I don't know, those who toured, I don't know if you went into the laboratory space, but you're always welcome for a tour there if you come by. So we use microscopes to look at water samples to identify algae visually. And then we're also building some eDNA, which is using like molecular analysis to identify all different types of species there. So it's a nice way to confirm, because it's actually really hard to look through a microscope all day and be really confident about the tiny little things that you're looking at. And then we also have receptor binding assays for PSTs. It was mentioned the mouse crash. The FDA approved way of testing for paralytic shellfish toxins is through a mouse bioassay. The state's actually switching to the method that we use now. And so they're working through, I think, getting that federally, I don't want to say recognized, that's not the right term, but approved through the federal, through the FDA. And then we also have a test for looking at domoic acid. If you're not familiar, these toxins, paralytic shellfish toxins and domoic acid, are produced by algae, and they're of concern because shellfish eat algae, and some shellfish can hold on to those toxins longer than others. So that's what we look for in our lab. And again, it's really important. The state of Alaska does not test for these. They can test for them. Commercial industry is required to test for these. There's no, there really isn't a big resource for if you're doing subsistence use. And one thing I always like to point out, very important, CERC's not regulatory. We can't shut anybody down. We don't want to shut anybody down. We don't have that power, nor do we want it. But these are, there's allowable limits when you're looking at these toxins in commercially produced shellfish. And so we use that regulatory limit, and what we do is we can test things and report back. And another thing that's very important to say, since we're doing this in tribal communities, we take that data and we report it directly back to tribal leaders. We can take in subsistence use. So for example, I think we were talking about there's a fishery over on the other side of Cook Inlet that people started going to for a specific type of clam. If someone were to submit those to me for testing, I would just give them those results back. That's kind of like a public use area. Because I'm working directly with our tribes, we put together reports. This is an empty template, and those data go back to our tribal leaders as soon as possible, especially if there's concern about there being high levels of toxins. These are published and have a DOI through the EVOS Trustee Council on, it's called Axiom Research Workspace. Brianna's familiar. But those aren't living data. Those have already been sent out, shared with tribes, approved. And so, yeah, it's good to mention too that this can be really sensitive, because I think there's some sensitivity around this, because if I were to test something and say, these are above limits in a certain area, that could potentially get somebody's farm, I don't want to say shut down, but potentially where they have to wait until then they have to keep testing until that they're not at level. And so it's good to have this data and communicate with farmers what's going on around the water, but I'm not trying to get involved in getting any shut down or in trouble. So overall, the program's really meant to be building long-term data so that we can start looking at trends and understanding what's going on throughout the region. I think big long-term is looking at forecasting specifically for algae and seeing how those things might be changing in different areas, so we can just be prepared for what might be coming in different areas. And then I'm missing a slide, but we do, through this program, it's going to help build the capacity in region to be looking at different types of research and monitoring. So for example, we just did through a partnership with UAA, looking at stress response in cockles that were exposed to hydrocarbons, so exposed to oils. We're also getting ready to look at metabolic response in blue mussel being exposed to Alexandria, which produce those paralytic shellfish toxins. And then Brianna and I are gearing up to go look at like a pilot study, I guess, looking at biodiversity around kelp farms. And so it's really building capacity in region to be looking at different parameters. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Okay, did anybody have any questions for any of the mariculture panel panelists and kind of what is happening? There's a lot happening, but it's all moving the industry and just the knowledge and that asset, the coastal asset ahead. So yeah. Oh yeah, Andy, go. Jason, right here.
So red seaweed methane. Does brown kelp do that too?
I think it may. There's still some research going on. We're just happening on farm right now with there was what I can say in regards to kelp we brought here was a farmer who had sent over to sugar production farm.
Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska.
It was Nebraska.
And they supplemented like 1% of their feed with kelp, and were able to reduce the vitamins that they needed to give, and there was like 260 return on investment per cell, they actually have to take this on average. So just that 1% supplement gets it up for. I think
It was frozen, but yeah, I mean, wet, frozen, it's expensive. And that was kind of the.
They are doing this to see how can there is a lot of promise to work out here.
I would also just add that the Build Back Better program had like a tissue analysis program that was really comprehensive. So they collected wild health samples, and they also worked with farmers all throughout the state to collect a variety of farm health samples as well. That information is all publicly available. It would go on the database here through AOTF. And then I think that really goes at, I think the heart of your question, it really breaks down like all the differences and different like micronutrients that we use as well. And I think that's been a really important marketing is like, you know, kelp is not just like monolithic, there are vast differences between sugar kelp and green kelp and blue kelp. And there's also differences between the areas that kelp is grown in. So there are some areas where the water because of exposure, like silt, which will run off, things like that. It changes the kelp a little slightly, but we're talking in like, you know, 1,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds. So it's like slight differentiations, maybe kind of a big difference. So we're sort of navigating through some of those differences, but it takes a long time to work with farmers, especially farmers that are operating on their profit margins, or really, you know, to try something new or try kelp that's been processed and stabilized in a different way. It's like there's a lot of like small changes that happen that really affect the outcome. It takes a lot of like farming.
Yeah, I would add to that the tissue analysis. So the kelp, I think what kind of the kelp is trying to take a lot. Right? So the kelp is taking carbon and phosphorus. It's also taking iodine. So being very mindful about what you do about these before you're just, you know,
yeah, the reason I asked is I worked on some other research and I think it was the UK study they talked about how much and there's nothing there's how does Korea stabilize? They produce a lot.
70% of their crop goes to their outbound farms. So it goes from one farm to the next. And in Asia, they're able to, because of their climate, they're able to do a lot of
drying.
Year. So that's when those start making it hard for us to be competitive because the environment is kind of laid out for southern air, we're having to buy a farm. Different challenges up here. So that is one of those things that can't be fixed. All the costs are
Thank you, guys. Thank you, mariculture panel. I appreciate you guys. Okay, we're down to the last round. So AvTech, as you guys know, is a huge asset here in Seward, but also we consider it one of our biggest assets on the peninsula and also for the state of Alaska in terms of workforce development, career pathway opportunities, and just giving individuals an option and a lane to go into in case they don't want to traditionally go down the 2-year or 4-year degree pathway. So Dr. Corey Ortiz is the new-ish division director at AvTech. He's been on for about 16 months, I think. Is that what we decided? Yes, 17, right? So just under a year and a half. And during that time, I've gotten to really learn more, not just about his passion, which is also workforce development, but career and technical expertise, and sharing that with anybody that he crosses paths with. I mean, if you've had a discussion with him, he's passionate, and he's also very much ready to put up his sleeves and put in the work to move that directive forward. It's perfect timing because the state of Alaska is looking at a workforce shortage, as we've heard today, and we need to figure out what we can do as partners and as stakeholders to shift that trend and move that needle and create not just pathways and opportunities, but also lower that out-migration rate and create some retention here in the state. He is, like I said, he's the division director at AvTech, division of the Alaska Department of Labor and Workforce Development. In his role, he leads statewide workforce strategies, oversees academic quality, and manages institutional operations for Alaska's premier post-secondary vocational training institution. Dr. Ortiz holds a PhD in career and technical education from Utah State University. Aggies, right?
Aggies, go Aggies.
Go Aggies, where his research focused on teacher retention, right? So this is the guy. His professional experience spans leadership and academic roles across Alaska and nationally, including serving as academic dean for the School of Career Education at the University of Alaska Southeast, and as an assistant professor of practice at Utah State University. Committed to connecting education and opportunity, Dr. Ortiz works closely with industry partners, workforce boards, and community stakeholders to advance Alaska's vocational training and career pathways. He's dedicated to preparing Alaskans for meaningful employment in high-demand occupations across the state, and that's why I call him on the regular to figure out how we crack this nut. So without further ado, here's Dr. Ortiz.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate you having me. I am very much so an advocate for all things career and technical education. If you get me going, you'll hear all kinds of different topics and philosophies around what career and technical education is, what it looks like, what it's been. And I think it's really, I feel like Alaska right now, with all the projects we have going on, with some of the things that we're seeing on enrollment trends, we really have a cool and exciting time right now to capitalize on some, whether it's infrastructure projects or student interests. So I'm really excited to share what we've been doing at AvTech, some data, some trends that we're seeing, and what we're looking to for the future. So to start, I want to talk a little bit about the founding of AvTech. So the spark was really in 1968 with the finding of oil in Prudhoe Bay. Alaska created the Alaska Skill Center in 1969 as a part of essentially a vocational training center to support the massive amount of workforce demand taking place on the North Slope. The whole premise was a state-run institution built to be accessible, affordable, and state-operated, and to really support training students for the workforce. And so, original campus, the Alaska Skill Center initially was in the Seward High School building. We transitioned to AvTech sometime in 1981, 1982. It depends on who you ask. You might get different answers on that. We had a healthcare career campus out of Anchorage at some point or another, and it closed about 2014, 2015 as a part of some budget cuts and some budget consolidation. We're located here in Seward. We have a fairly expansive campus we'll talk about in just a little bit. And I wanted to just take a quick second and let these pictures land within the group here. We've been doing training continuously since 1969, and we've done everything we can to really use the latest and greatest technology through all of our programs. And one of the things that we really keep close to us is our connection back to industry and maintaining job placement. And if you go through, we do still have some old relics from back in the day, but we do everything we can to continue increasing the quality and the technology that we use to teach with. So AvTech today, we are now a part of the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. The division reports directly to the Commissioner of Labor. Initially, when we were first founded, we were part of the Department of Education, and that transition happened from Department of Education to the Department of Labor sometime around 2003. We've been accredited by the Council on Occupational Education for 25 plus years. The really neat thing about accreditation, it means that we meet some pretty rigorous national standards, and that allows our long-term training programs to be eligible for financial aid through the U.S. Department of Education. So we can think about like Pell Grants and student loans, federal loans. Our programs are all eligible for that, everything with the exception of our maritime training. That's really, well, one-of-a-kind institution. We're the only Title IV eligible state-operated post-secondary career and technical education center. Our training is very hands-on. Our training model, our students show up to class essentially 5 days a week for 6.5 hours a day, and immersion training every bit of that 6.5 hours, 5 days a week. And so the average student will spend anywhere from 630 clock hours to 1,110 clock hours, depending on the program. And so our faculty really spend a lot of time working with the student in the lab space. We maintain a pretty rigorous academic and attendance policy. This one thing that we hear consistently back from industry is because of how we expect students to show up and the penalties if a student doesn't show up. We really hit those workplace skills in addition to the technical skills. And we also serve all of Alaska because of our mission and charge. We're not just, we're here in Seward, but we serve the state of Alaska in general. So we bring students from all across the state, from Metlakatla all the way on up to the North Slope and out to the far reaches of the Aleutian Island chain. So continuing on, we have 9 long-term programs that would fall under our accreditation, and those 9 long-term programs I'll talk about in a little bit more detail in a few slides. All of those programs, students will be eligible for Title IV financial aid, so they can go off and obtain student loans if they needed to, Pell Grants. The bulk of our students get all of their funding outside of loans. Out of 12 students, we might have 2 to 3 who might have to get some form of student loan or another to cover their costs, depending on the program. We have a couple that are more expensive than others. We also have a Maritime Training Center, so we're one of 2 in the state of Alaska. UAS Ketchikan has another. Collectively, between UAS Ketchikan and AVTEC, we're known as what's called the Alaska Maritime Education Consortium. We're also a center of excellence as designated by MARAD, and so we meet some pretty rigorous standards in that regard too. The Maritime Training Center, it's all vetted and approved by the U.S. Coast Guard. All of the training that we do there counts towards merchant mariner licenses and things of that nature. We have a marine firefighting field and a gravity davit across the bay, in addition to 3 full mission bridge simulators. We are a residential campus, so we have dorms and cafeteria and all of the support apparatus that goes along with having students living on campus. And with that, we also have Student Services Center. That includes like a weight room, rock wall, things of that nature. Anybody here who's a part of Seward, it's also a community asset too. And so the Student Services Center is open for folks to go in and exercise as they want via Parks and Rec. And one other really cool thing I'm proud to share is AVTEC in 2020, I guess this would have been last July, so July 2025, we were named one of America's top 250 vocational schools. And this criteria was based on graduation rate, graduation salary, and time to recoup net price. And one of the things that we really do well, and I'll talk about some of the long-term data around this, is our graduation rate and our job placement rate are it's hard to find an institution that beats us across the country. We really do well with it. And so this is an outstanding recognition, something we're really quite proud of as an institution. So our mission is really to provide flexible, accessible, and affordable workforce training that responds to the evolving needs of industry. One of the things that sets us apart is we utilize what are called occupational advisory committees for each one of our training programs. And we sit down with our occupational advisory committee consistently, and we ask for feedback around what can we do better to support hiring needs in that organization. And so what that means is we're constantly improving and changing our programs to meet whatever new technology is coming out. And that's a part of what drives our high degree of job placement. Our vision is to be a recognized provider of quality workforce training, a source of exceptional talent, and excellent place to work. Our accreditation, again, it is the Council on Occupational Education, and it is the premier accreditor for institutions like AVTEC that focus on workforce development. And so I want to take a minute and go through each one of our 9 long-term training programs and just share a couple of notes about what they are. Our first program I want to share about is our plumbing and heating program. Plumbing and heating, this is one of the probably the most in-demand fields out there right now. This was one of the governor's #1 priorities for us to expand as an institution. We consistently fill the class. For the first time here, about 2 years ago, we have a full-time instructor there. So we're able to keep that class operating twice a year. One of the things that we see sometimes in our programs is we have a need in industry, but there might not be a willing group of students who want to also access that training. What we're seeing in most of our programs, we see both the demand in industry and the demand of students who want to access that training, which is really great. Our plumbing and heating program is no exception to that. Our industrial electricity program is probably our most in-demand program. We have funding to hire another instructor. We've been recruiting for a second instructor for a tad over a year. This program boasts, I think it's a 92% job placement rate. The one student who didn't want to have a job didn't want to work in industrial electricity. And so if that student wanted a job, we could have had a 100% job placement rate. This program filled in under 5 minutes for the next academic year. In this program, it's a year-long program, so 2 semesters and 180 total training days. The students work through everything from learning about electrical theory to programming what are called programmable logic controllers, which are the systems that, if you can think about it as the brains behind like building automation. So like an HVAC system has all these different dampers and systems that you have to have a control unit tell how to actuate and move. And so students in this program learn all of the electrical theory in addition to mechatronics and PLC programming. We have a refrigeration program. This is one that we offer once a year. This is a 1-semester program, so 90 days. This is a program that we have a willing instructor from Florida who flies up and spends the fall with us every year. And he teaches the class as a way to give back to the profession. So he's a retiree who worked in the industry for a very long time. This is an area that we are hoping to find a full-time instructor so we can continue offering that class every semester. Our IT program is a 180-day, so it's a 1-year training program, 2-semester. This particular program involves both the behind the computer, working on managing servers and things of that nature, in addition to the physical networking. And so students have servers and they have switches and they have all of that fun stuff that they physically get to touch, in addition to the computer that they get to then interface with that hardware. Our diesel heavy equipment program, this is another 1-year program, 180 training days. This is a program that is split into 2 halves. You can think of it as one half being tied to learning about everything with a diesel motor. And then the second half is learning about how to work on a piece of heavy equipment. And that would be anything from hydraulics, electrical, brakes, suspension, driveline. If it's on a vehicle, the heavy equipment side, the students get to take what they learned on the engine side and apply it over there. And one of the fun things in this program is we do a lot of learning about troubleshooting. So the instructor will go through and find a way to add a bug to a vehicle, and the students have to go through and figure out how to troubleshoot it. This is also a program that filled in about 2 or 3 hours the first day we started taking registrations for the next academic year. Our culinary arts program at the moment is a 1-semester program, so 90 days. We train chefs. We work through the process of getting students through the Serve Safe Manager program. It's a pretty fun program. AvTech was invited to host this event, and I'm sorry we couldn't this year. If you drove by the dorms, you'd see a pretty massive construction project right now. It sounds like in the past, KPEDD might have had our culinary students provide food, and if you ever have the opportunity, the food that the students produce is pretty amazing. We also have a construction technology program. In this program, students learn essentially a little bit about every trade involving the construction of a house. In this case, the students will go through and they will build, we have a partnership with the Lower Yukon School District, and our students build tiny homes for that school district. So the tiny homes will essentially, they're built by our students, they're put on the barge, they're barged up the Yukon, and they are then used as teacher housing for the local school district. And one of the neat things with that is it allows our students to work on something that's a real meaningful thing that will be lived in. It's not just a shed that gets put up and torn back down. It's also serving a pretty neat Alaska world where we have a shortage of teacher housing. The school district is willing to pay us to go through and build the house. We do it for cheaper than what the Construction costs would be out in the school district area, so it's the best of all the worlds. And this is a one-term program as well, so a 90 days of training. Our industrial welding program is another really hot in-demand program. This is a program that's also broken up into 2 halves. So the first semester, students learn how to do structural welding. The second half of the program, students learn how to do pipe welding. Students are employable after either or, but it is an expectation of AvTech that a student goes through the entirety of the year-long program to get the full AvTech certificate. This is a program, especially as we look at like the LNG gas pipeline project, we know there'll be a lot of demand for more welders. So it's really neat to see that we have student demand in addition to a lot of employment need. Our newest program is called the Industrial Machine and Maintenance Program. This is a program that is in a space smaller than this meeting room, and we have essentially a full machine shop. And so we have mills, lathes, a CNC machine. Students learn essentially how to go through and read dial caliper micrometers, and they figure out how to go through and fix something if something breaks using machining techniques. You finish in that space. What's really cool about this is one of our recent grads was working on the Helio project. And so I don't know a huge amount of the Helio airplane. It was an older airframe has been resurrected. And we had a student who was hired on to be a tech for them. And the training from this program is enough to get that student their foot in the door. And it's like the number 3, number 4 employee at that organization. And the Helio aircraft had a baby flight. Our graduate got to do some work that led to that flight. It was really pretty cool to say. This is really, what got this program together is actually a lot of donations. So the equipment, the machines that we have in this space, they're not cheap machines. But the bulk of it was all donated from industry partners, which is a fantastic way to stand up a new program that it has a need in the community. So that was all of our long-term training programs. So those 9 older programs that students would be eligible for Title IV financial aid, Pell Grant student loans. Those are the training programs of either 1 semester or 2 semesters in duration. Our Maritime Training Center is a lot different than our regular long-term training. Our Maritime Training Program, our longest class that we offer is 4 weeks in duration, and the shortest class that we offer is a tad over 1 day. And all of the training that we offer is all Coast Guard approved, and it all works towards getting an individual some form of credential or another to move up into some position on the deck side of a vessel. We do a lot of training for the Alaska Marine Highway System, and we do a lot of partnership work with Marathon Petroleum as well. They've donated quite a bit of funding to help support our 3 bridges that we offer with our Marine Center. We do have a full firefighting field, as I mentioned earlier. One of the really cool things is to see students putting out mock fires, and students do get to go out on fast rescue boat. This is a beautiful day when the picture was taken. This is not always the case. It was great for the photographer, awesome for the students, but that training happens rain or shine. We also offer, as a part of our basic training, we use the local Seward pool to offer like personal survival techniques, and students have to figure out how to don a survival suit and jump in the pool and all that fun stuff. So I want to take a little bit of time to dive into enrollments. This is a really cool piece of information that I'm excited to share. And it's probably hard to see the small numbers, and I'll get into some bigger numbers in just another slide here, but I want to show the trend line here with the graph. When we look at our student numbers, our numbers might look a little lower than KPC's numbers were, like I forget how 2,400. And so our numbers are a lot smaller than that because of how our training is offered. We can't have more than really about 150 students with our current instructional staff is about the most we can do because of the type of contact hours and the type of lab spaces that we work with. But what's neat is if you look, this is FY20. We are above where we were in FY20. We've seen a steady increase in student enrollment really across all of our programs. And this is a trend that is being mirrored really nationwide around technical colleges. Students are trending to pursue technical education at higher rates than what they have in the past. And so there's a lot of evidence that students might be thinking about pathways and tracks to get right to work as opposed to doing something else. So this is one of our raw data, and this is broken down by programs, and I believe in being transparent, and so I don't want to hide anything that is a bad or an ugly number. I think I'd like to just get it right out there, and you'll notice that our industrial machine and maintenance program started officially in FY25. The areas that are highlighted because we either struggle to get faculty to teach in those programs, or if we had additional instructional capacity, we could have higher enrollments. So our plumbing and heating, we did not have an instructor FY21 or FY23. We did in FY24, and our numbers have been fairly consistent. A very far column is extraordinarily early enrollment data. This is for FY27, which is why you might see some lower numbers there. These numbers that are in red, so the 14 and the 18 and the 23, I want to highlight because those are essentially full programs. This is for students that would be starting essentially in either August or January 2027. And so to have a program like our diesel heavy or our industrial electricity program already full speaks volumes about what the student demand is or the student interest is in this training. And same thing for our industrial welding. So our full capacity technically is 24. We're at 23 right now. The one remaining spot is for a January start date. And we have other students that haven't totally confirmed their seat yet. How a student confirms their seat is by paying half of their tuition to us. And so those numbers over there in that far column represent students who've paid AFTEC half of their owed tuition for their training program. Also, I want to say here, question? Yes.
Would that be like in high school or just
the students in those columns would be admitted students who would be probably a senior at this moment in time, who have paid their tuition. Yes. So we do not. That program, we ended up sunsetting because of low enrollment. We ended up having to re-strategize where some fund sources needed to go. And so what we needed to try to figure out was we had a directive for like our IE program and our plumbing program, based on industry support and the students that were turning away, we were asked with trying to find ways to get more instructional support around that. And it's a little tricky because technical training is not cheap. CTE training in general, because of the lab spaces, the facilities you have to have, the instructors you have to have, the low student headcount, it's some of the most expensive training that the state can offer to a student. And so it's a bit of an interesting struggle and a balance when it comes to finding ways to strategize where to put resources and how to best support the charge from the state legislature and the governor's office. So I want to go through and just real quickly highlight, and I said some of this already, but I want to reiterate some of these points. We have the strongest enrollment since FY19, which is really amazing to see. Students are securing seats earlier. We have fewer empty seats at program start. We've done some changes in how we administer our enrollment process, which helps to support that. We've also done everything we can to find ways to add more seats in our high demand areas. And in some cases, this is calling an instructor. You used to teach 14, now you're teaching 16. Please do 16 for us. Other ways we've tried to find inefficiencies, and whether it's been finding a new welding booth or things of that nature, we've added seats in our diesel and our electrical programs. Demand was so intense that we had programs that filled quite literally within minutes. We started taking student registrations on a Saturday morning, and we had a line waiting out the front door before we physically opened. And so those are people who either drove from wherever to get to Anchorage, or to Seward rather, and or were waiting to call our business office at 9:01 in the morning to pay their half tuition to secure their spot. So our IE program, we filled 18 slots in under 5 minutes. Our industrial electricity, we filled 12 slots in under 8 minutes. Our January start, we have 11 of the 12 filled there. Our diesel heavy equipment filled 12 slots in a couple of hours. It's really impressive to see a demand there. At the same time, the industrial electricity program, if you weren't there in those first 5 minutes, you didn't get a spot. And this has been happening multiple years in a row. And in some cases, we have to turn away a lot more than 18 students. We have to turn away closer to or 45 students. That these are students with cash money and saying, I want to secure my spot. We had a student for our industrial welding program who got in. He said that finally I got in. I've been waiting to do this for 3 years. I've been told no, and 3 years up until now, and when they finally got in. And so we have a huge backlog of students who want to access this training. And one of my thoughts I guess I have to take off the new hat here soon as the new director. But one of my thoughts or my concerns is all the students who are not able to access these programs, where are they going? If I was a student and I couldn't get into industrial electricity after a year, I would be probably looking for an alternative training pathway. And it might be leading in some regard to either out-migration, folks leaving the state to pursue training in a different state. And research shows that if that happens, the student won't stay here, or they won't come back here. Wherever a student will complete their undergrad, the student may stay there. They're more likely to stay there than go back to their home state. Our maritime enrollments, this is a little bit of an interesting story because you'll notice that we have a very big decline here during 2024-2025, and I'm a little afraid to graph the numbers for this academic year. We had a pretty major cliff that we went off of, in part because we had 3 different instructors leave the teaching field. And we've also had a lot of compliance training with the U.S. Coast Guard. And so our one-day class, when we get approval from the U.S. Coast Guard to teach, that comes with about 200 pages of documentation that we have to submit to the U.S. Coast Guard. The U.S. Coast Guard takes those 200 pages, they flip through them, they give us feedback. That process may take anywhere from 6 months to 18 months before we can get an approval to continue teaching that class. We go through that process every 5 years for every one of our 30 approved Coast Guard classes. So the Department of Homeland Security has been shut down, the longest shutdown that we've had in U.S. history. U.S. Coast Guard is a part of DHS. So the approval process to get classes approved is directly impacted by the Coast Guard not being open today. And what that means is we have faculty, instead of teaching, they're working on submitting paperwork, or they're working on getting themselves approved through the U.S. Coast Guard. So we had 3 vacancies. We hired somebody here, I guess 2 months ago now. But the instructor started after the DHS shutdown did. DHS has to be open before this instructor can submit his resume to the U.S. Coast Guard. U.S. Coast Guard then has to look at his resume and say, yep, you're qualified to teach. In the meantime, we have an instructor who's here able to help, but not able to teach a Coast Guard certificate. So why students choose AvTech? This is a fun slide to share. About 60% of students hear about AvTech from friends and family, about 1/3 from counselors and teachers, about 1/4 toward AvTech. One of the really neat things that I experience as I travel across the state is people always say, oh, I love AvTech. The work that you do is fantastic. A reputation really is probably your biggest marketing tool. Student quotes, they typically say things like, I know it gets me a job, or I know if I graduate, or if I went to the program, I could get a job in that field. I heard it's the best in Alaska, it's close to home. It's an amazing school for welding. I knew if I could get certified, I could come out with a great career. And some institutional performance metrics. So this is FY20 to FY25. We had a 93% average institutional completion rate, a 90% average placement rate, 644 total completers, and 555 total place students. If you do some math and you look at these two, this number might not actually reflect 90%. The reason for that is this is based on the definition of placement from our accreditor. And we have a lot of students who will take classes who have no intention of ever working in that industry. So our construction program, out of 16 students, 4 might be taking that class because they want to have a personal interest in wanting to learn how to work on a house. Our accreditor allows those to be exempted students, so they're not counted as being a non-completer. And so they would be they'd be a completer but not a placer. And so that would reflect in our completion rate but not our placement rate. Anyway, so these are some pretty fantastic numbers. It's really hard to find an institution that has a completion rate of 93% and a placement rate of 90%. These are just unheard of. And to graph these out over time, just as a quick reference, I'm a very visual person, so I like to see these numbers. Both our completion and placement rates sustained above 88% from FY20 to FY25. FY20 is actually still preliminary data. We're still recording where students are at right now. Despite that, FY25, we have a 92% placement rate, which is the highest that we have had over the last fiscal years. And so, again, what I attribute this back to is we work really closely with industry. We do everything we possibly can to build our programs around what industry is looking for as far as hiring. And we do that through our occupational advisory committees where industry shows up, we hear what they're asking for, we change their curriculum, they're on campus, they see their students. But I do want to also cover some challenges. And I think one of our biggest challenges that we face right now is instructor recruitment. So about 145, 150 students is about where we're capped at for a long-term training right now. These are all open recruitments right now today. So we have a culinary instructor, diesel, industrial electricity, power plant, maritime department head, career advisor, and we will soon be posting a refrigeration instructor. And some of these positions we've had open for longer than I've been the director. And we haven't had qualified applicants coming to us looking for work. And in some cases, we've had 0 applicants in these different positions. And we should have another one here. We heard about the shore power project earlier from the city of Seward. We were excited to be part of that, but we have to have the instructional capacity to support those projects. And so one of these individuals, an IE instructor or power plant operator, could theoretically support that work. So if we could find somebody, or if anybody has any ideas about how we can fill instructor positions, I'm all ears. And one thing we get asked on occasion is, what is required to teach at AvTech? Do you have to have a degree? Do you have to be a certified teacher? And the answer to that is, you don't. We value industry experience. You do have to be a high school graduate, but you do not have to have any advanced education. What we value is the industry experience, and so somebody coming from industry, that's what we look for. That checks the box, allows us to get that person into a instructor position. The other big challenge that I want to highlight, we've also heard about deferred maintenance, so I won't belabor this point too much. After we have well over $30 million in deferred maintenance. This is just projects that we submitted in FY25. These numbers are also probably a lot lower than what they are today, because these are several years old. And what we see with deferred maintenance projects is what you get an estimate for, and then what the actual cost is. There's a disparity of about 15 to 20% right now because of how long it takes to get those deferred maintenance projects started. And so if you drove through Seward, you would have seen our dorm project remediation, that this is in process right now. We have a large applied tech building. It's about $25-ish million to fix that structure. It's an older building that the roof wasn't built for modern snow loads, and there's been some damage to the structure and the ceiling, rendering it unsafe to occupy. And so we would love to expand our training footprint, but one of our big barriers is we have, 30,000 square feet of space that is unsafe to occupy. And a $25 million tag is a pretty expensive tag to try to go through and fix. So I want to spend the second portion of this presentation talking about an idea, a concept, a potential plan or a path forward maybe to support some of the backlog of students that we have that we know are working to try to access training. This is in partnership with KPEDD, a project that is being coined the Pipeline to Pipeline Initiative. And the idea with this project is to look at trying to braid together support from the private sector and other educational institutions to do the best that we can to get students through high quality training into the workforce as quickly as possible and as effectively as possible. And so we know the economic opportunity. We've heard a lot about that today. The number of jobs projected, LNG construction in addition to other infrastructure projects. We know that there's a decline in working age people retiring. We know there's billions of dollars of funding and projects happening around. We also know that if we don't have workforce investment now, what probably will happen is people will come from out of state, work, do those projects, and take the money out of Alaska, and we won't be hiring Alaskans. That money is leaving our state economy. And so we stand at an interesting and a unique crossroads right now where we have all of this cool stuff happening across the peninsula, across the state in general. We also have all of these students who are trying to access high quality training. We just don't have the capacity to do that yet. And so this is a concept, this is a proposal, this is a thought. This is also being led by KPEDD, so I might have Cassidy field some questions if one questions come up. But this is us trying to think through how can we support workforce training in Alaska on the peninsula in a way that really will support what our mission is to support. So the pipeline to pipeline, we're looking at what we're calling as a braided talent pipeline solution, integrating K-12, workforce training, vocational training, higher education and industry really into one cohesive pathway. And with the goal of hiring Alaskans first, the local training, local hiring, and which will hopefully lead to then local economic growth. I see education as a system, and a system that should be a part of a bigger system that works together to support all of our ultimate end goals. So what we're envisioning is support with the school district, pointing students into an AvTech Kenai campus potentially that would allow students to then articulate training into KPC and or into the workforce. And I should have drawn an arrow from our industry anchor back into AvTech and KPC, because ultimately what we're hoping to do is to use industry to help support our instructional capacity issue while finding ways to get students access to training that will essentially work towards dual credit, get them towards certifications and qualifications so they can be job ready quicker, and also get them a track into getting college credit that might help them move into things like management tracks via advanced degrees. I have a viewpoint that education shouldn't be AvTech or university, it should be both. It should be both, not just one or the other. And what AvTech doesn't do is we don't do degrees. We used to have an Associate of Applied Science and Nursing at one point, but we won't get back in the business of conferring degrees. We're really good at certificates, we're really good at workforce training. And we want to continue doing that really high quality workforce training, getting folks into the workforce, while also providing on and off ramps into careers and into different degree paths that might make sense for career progression. And so, yes, move on. So in this scenario, in this idea, in this thought, AvTech would lead a new instructional service center in Kenai. And this would be in conjunction with the local school districts, in conjunction with KPC, in conjunction with KPEDD, and we would work towards articulating credit. And so what I would see as a massive success is if we could have students engaging in high quality CTE at K-12 that could count for credits and certificates at AvTech and KPC. So a student could be engaged in the training earlier, working towards competencies that will count for graduation after high school. And that would allow a student to theoretically work towards most of, if not all of, one of our shorter term programs. That would allow a student to move into industry fairly quick and or into KPC after working through AvTech potentially. And then we also have this idea, what we're calling the instructor sabbatical framework, which what we're hoping we can convince industry to do is to send us subject matter experts who can serve as instructors for a year or two, and then they can go back into industry. And we want to ideally find a bridge so when an instructor from industry comes to AvTech, comes to teaching a technical discipline, like KPC or here, they don't take a pay cut. They can maintain the pay that they need to afford their life that they need to have, but also give back so we can train the next generation. And why AvTech, part of the philosophy, as I shared earlier, we're really good at doing workforce training, or graduation or job placement rates speak for themselves. We're really good at maintaining those initial connections, and I believe that our job should be to support the workforce training as much as possible, while also providing those on and off ramps into other educational pathways into the workforce. So I think this is probably the more audacious goal, the really cool, exciting, if we can pull this off, this really cool model, the industry instructor sabbatical framework, we would ideally find a way to help bridge what the public sector can pay, what the private sector can pay, by asking the industry to send us their senior people who they want to give back. Give them to us for a couple of years, let them come in and teach, then they can go back into industry, continue working through their career. But that would help us to fill that instructional gap that we have. We have all of these students that we're turning away because we don't have instructors who are lining up to teach. A part of that might be because of the costs to live somewhere like Seward, and the state pays decent, but we can't compete with the private sector. So the idea would be industry commits, there's a compensation bridge, and then the instructor could then go back into industry, and this would support instruction on our side. This would support the talent pipeline for students working through a CTE program. Also, would support industry, where if they send somebody on like a sabbatical model, they go back into industry, they could essentially, in some way, shape, or form, headhunt from the graduates from that program that they'd be teaching in. And these are just, again, theories, ideas. Don't hold me to these. A couple of the ideas that came up would be like a fire training center out of Kenai, the former Challenger Center. But the idea would be to utilize a structure that's not actively being used right now. The theory would be that taking an existing structure and retooling it to support workforce training would be cheaper than building new, or taking the old Applied Tech building and demolishing it and building new. And we would try to strategically locate something so it can be accessible, in my mind, to students that wanted to access via high school into an AppTech Kenai campus and then into Kenai. I think it would be, or the KPC rather, and I think it would be a cool model to have a joint use facility that could have maybe even all three organizations under one roof. And so why repurpose? Our goal would be to try to support expanding our training earlier as opposed to waiting multiple years to potentially try to break ground on a new structure. And the city of Kenai has opted in to be a partner in this. They would love to see some form or fashion of an AppTech campus pop up in Kenai. And ultimately, our goal is to leverage some federal funding. The state doesn't really have money to throw out a project like this, but we're hoping that we could strong our industry, we can apply for some federal funds, and we could make the thing work from sources that are not general fund from the state of Alaska. And my last slide, to get to questions. This is really something that AppTech cannot do this on our own. We wouldn't want to. AppTech would be a partner in this, but this would also require a lot of significant partnership from across the peninsula, really involving everybody from KPEDD to the local school district, the KPC, industry. And the idea is this would be what's best for the student. So thinking through, if our goal is to train a student for a job, how can we best get that student training for that job while opening other doors for down the road, and really working to support, honestly, the best case for local workforce development. And so, and there's probably other partners here. I should have had another line that said other partners that would have to make this whole thing come together. But with that, I wanted to provide enough time here for questions. I think this is a very cool idea with a lot of upside potentially, and something that, as I mentioned, will have to come from a lot of partnership. And my goal is to try to do the best that we can for our students. And I feel for the students who try to access our training that we have to tell them the program already filled, sorry. So with that, what questions might you have? Cassidy, I might put you in the spot too. Yes. We do. Part of the problem is a lot of our alumni are making really good money. And depending on who the alumni is, if they're more on the younger side of their career, they're right at the spot where they may have enough bills that they'd have to have some decent income to continue paying for their lifestyle. And so an example, like in the maritime field right now, you can find a job making upwards of almost $200,000 a year working 6 months. And that is a level of qualification we need to teach per the US Coast Guard. I start my faculty off as high as I can, between 70 to 90K a year for 9 months of work. And so we'd be asking somebody to take a massive pay cut for more months of actual work. And there are people who do that. We do have alumni who work and teach for AvTech, but it takes a special person at a unique part in their life to be able to commit to that. Yes.
We're still working on the numbers, the budget numbers. We're anticipating about a $5 million ask to get both facilities in a spot where we renovate and install the equipment and get kind of the foundational pieces together, and hopefully can move it to a point. Some of that funding through this grant can pay for curriculum and the training pieces. So we're hoping that we can get it launched and then be able to create some sustainability modeling that we're doing so that we know that once we launch off after that 5 years, it's going to be able to sustain itself through the enrollment, through the commitments from all of our partners.
And I think there's a natural question that's been asked. I've heard it from a couple of different stakeholders around that if you're recruiting for a position, you have been for a year and you haven't had any qualified applicants, could this position exist elsewhere too? And so there could be a potential of, we know we need to hire an industrial electrician instructor. We have one here. He's not going anywhere. He's a fantastic instructor. We have all the widgets, all the things we need to duplicate the training. We just don't have the person. And so there might also be consideration around maybe we dual post positions in 2 different locations based on where the people might be. And I believe AvTech is the only institution in Alaska with an industrial electricity program. The union does some training in that regard, but we're the only IE specific program. So my intention with all of this is to not duplicate training where we don't have massive demand. I am a big believer in being a good partner in work, not duplicating work unnecessarily. And so I do want to be clear with that. I don't want to take especially taxpayer dollars and pay for a program in another location and have that program not full. We're only really looking at this because we know we have enough demand here locally. If we could have another instructor, another space, another building, that we could fill another section of the students. Question?
Yeah, the question was, I think it's really so important for Alaska to keep the 19, 20-year-old kids, and so Alaska is really unique that it does hold on to that. You have a really unique need to have more instructors, right? And I wonder if the state would consider giving some sort of tax credit to companies that provide these sabbatical type workers.
It's a wonderful idea for the state legislature to hear.
Even if you guys are not split it.
Yeah.
Just saying,
Yeah. No, I'd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be well worth.
The ROI, so I routinely chat with industry about that. Please send us an instructor. You send us one, you'll have 18 more students to recruit from. The ROI will be there 100%. Right.
Right. Right.
Who wants to send that up to the state legislature? That's a good idea.
Yeah. And also for industry to kind of come to the table and be a really integral part of this, by having that first glance at talent and teaching their company culture, getting some of that onboarding out of the way during the class and the instruction. Their onboarding costs decrease. Their costs to import their workers from out of state back and forth decrease significantly. So that's about a $43,000 per employee annual cost that they could recoup and hopefully be able to find value in this. And then also employee retention is going to increase probably tenfold, I would say.
Yep. go right into it, I know that's as opposed to, oh, they're all down Washington.
Yeah.
Or they missed those 5 minutes that they could have had at a slot at getting the IE program.
Right. They need to do more. Yeah, there needs to be more opportunity.
Yes.
You said that you're still looking at the math, the numbers around 5 million. So is the grant, what's the time frame for, the grant report, and it's been awarded, what's the time frame to stand that program?
The grant has not been awarded, so their process is going to dictate our timeline. There's no deadline for the grant, so we're still getting that piece. They, for this grant, the level of commitment that they want to see for industry is not necessarily, yes, we're going to sign up for the IIS program, but what we will do is we will hire, and we can create a letter of intent of hiring people and individuals that are coming directly out of that. So those pieces are in process right now, and we have a really high level of support and excitement, and people are really interested in trying to think outside the box on this. So best case scenario, fall, we land into the award, and then we get going on the engineering requirements and all of those things for the facilities. But then in tandem, we'd be working on articulation agreements and getting those pieces together on what the instructional service center is going to require at whatever stage. So hopefully in a year at next year's IOF, we're going to have like some really great news around this. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have our letter of support in hand. We have the support from the superintendent and the CTE program already. Like, yep.
They routinely try to. We're working with them here in Seward to try to figure out a way to get their students access to some of our training. Our training model in Seward is a little unique because it's so high intensity as a residential campus, and so it's a little hard to get the student from the local high school to integrate into a training program when they only have 2 hours a day. A Kenai campus would allow us an example scenario to build what we know will work for those type of demographics. And so I'm a firm believer around trying to integrate CTE education, especially like AvTech style education, as early as you possibly can. And the school district's supportive. Ultimately, I think AvTech right now, we have some work we need to do to get that to work here in Seward. If we had a campus in Kenai, it'd be a lot easier to get to move forward. And we do have some students who will do that. So we do have, the program is called the Senior Year to Career, a student who they've completed their, the bulk of their classes at the high school, they can access our training. The trickier part turns into more of the who's paying for it. If the student's not a high school graduate, they're not eligible for Title IV financial aid. And so they can't get loans, they can't get grants for it. And so it's a bit of a tricky process to find a way to get them to neatly move into that. So there has been some support with like the Job Center and the CTE program within the school district. They're really good at finding pockets of money to support. But the other issue is we have to be careful with our welding program, for instance, because we're so full, we don't have a single welding booth available for them. And so as much as we want to have a local high school student in that shop space, if they're in that space for an hour or two a day, they're taking a welding booth from a student who is committed and paid their tuition to be there to 6.5 hours a day. So that's the other piece that we're trying to juggle, is we're limited with physical resources and assets, and trying to do the best we can to increase our numbers a little bit. That means taking the welding booth over here that's been an auxiliary in case something breaks, that now has a student in it every day, all day. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, the time has come. I added just one more. No, I'm kidding. Totally kidding. Got you. I just wanted to say thank you guys for sticking it out. I've been kind of mulling over how we could do this format differently. And I honestly think that all of our content areas and all of our presenters today had the most relevant, most Kenai specific, most like things that we are trying to find solutions for or pathways for, and trying to work together to address those challenges. So I don't necessarily think that a shorter version of everything that we learned about today is the best use of time. So stay tuned, but I'm appreciative that you stayed in for the long haul. I hope you learned something new. I hope you met somebody new. I hope you come away with some different ideas or some different approaches on how we're looking at some of our very similar challenges that we have across the borough, and understand that we will move the needle when we're doing it together, and the silos are down. So if we can all still collectively understand that we can make the changes that we want to see on the peninsula, and if we do it together, then we're going to be better for it. So I appreciate each and every one of you, and thank you for making time in your schedules this week, and safe travels. Martin Media guy.
Oh, yeah.
Do you mind? Okay, and I can take whatever. I have to get on the.
Signs are the biggest thing because
Okay.
we take the full back.